is Wednesday, April 1st. Good morning. A federal judge on Tuesday ordered the University of Pennsylvania to hand over records about Jewish employees on campus to a federal agency as part of an investigation into anti-Semitic discrimination. But it said that it did not have to reveal an employee's affiliation with a specific group. U.S. District Judge Gerald Papert said employees can refuse to take part in the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission investigation, but the agency needs the opportunity to talk to them directly to learn if they have evidence of discrimination. He mostly upheld the administrative subpoena, but said Penn does not have to disclose any workers' affiliation with a Jewish-related organization, nor must it provide information about 3 Jewish-affiliated groups. He set a deadline of May 1st to comply. The university spokesperson said in an emailed response, the school is committed to confronting anti-Semitism and all forms of discrimination and has taken multiple steps to prevent and address these despicable events. Penn plans to appeal. The university's statement said, while we acknowledge the important role of the EEOC to investigate discrimination, we also have an obligation to protect the rights of our employees. We continue to believe that requiring Penn to create lists of Jewish faculty and staff and to provide personal contact information raises serious privacy and First Amendment concerns. The university does not maintain employee lists by religion. Papert wrote that the university and others who joined the litigation, quote, significantly raised the dispute's temperature by impliedly and even expressly comparing the EEOC's efforts to protect Jewish employees from anti-Semitism to the Holocaust and the Nazis' compilation of list of Jews. The judge called that unfortunate and inappropriate. Papert wrote that Penn and the others who opposed the subpoena were primarily concerned about linking employees to Jewish groups, saying the EEOC no longer seeks an employee's specific affiliation with a particular Jewish-related organization on campus. The judge exempted information about 3 Jewish organizations from the subpoena: MEOR, Penn Hillel, and Chabad Lubavitch House. Executive directors with all 3 groups had declared in court filings that they were legally and financially separate from the university. The investigation was prompted in part by a series of incidents, including that someone had shouted anti-Semitic obscenities and destroyed property at a Jewish student life center. A Nazi swastika was painted on an academic building, and hateful graffiti was left outside a fraternity. 3 people are in custody and others remain at large following a major metal theft investigation in Montgomery County, where police say hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of copper wire was stolen from a local business. Detectives in Plymouth Township said that the thefts occurred over several months at the property of a utility contractor along Conshohocken Road. Surveillance video shows some of the incidents, including footage of 2 men rolling a large spool of wire down brick steps and across a parking lot to a waiting vehicle. It's estimated they scrapped almost 15,000 pounds of material off the property, said Detective Sergeant Christopher Schwartz of the Plymouth Township Police Department. Schwartz said the business InfraSource, having issues this morning speaking. Okay. The business InfraSource reported being burglarized multiple times during overnight hours. Police said the suspects targeted dark areas off the street and cut through chains and locks to access the property.
Preston, I don't want to raise suspicion, but Marissa's been wearing a lot of copper wire jewelry.
I saw that, right?
And I'm just curious.
Maybe she has 15,000 pounds.
Steve, shut up and I'll cut you in.
All right.
According to police, the company lost a significant amount of equipment and materials. Schwartz estimated the total value of the stolen material at approximately $400,000. Investigators said the stolen material was copper, high-value metal in the scrap industry. Police accredited patrol officers with helping to identify suspects after the thefts were reported. Police said 3 people have now been arrested in connection with the case and are facing charges that include burglary, theft, and criminal trespassing. Edgardo Albandas, Yuzette Pagan, and Mark Champagne, all of Philadelphia, are now in custody. Authorities say the investigation remains active, with additional suspects still being sought. The Artemis 2 moon mission is on the cusp of launching, sending 4 astronauts further in space than any humans before them. The second under NASA's multi-billion-dollar moon program. The mission will send 3 Americans and 1 Canadian on a 10-day journey around the moon and back. While no landing is in store for the astronauts, the mission serves as a vital test flight to lay the groundwork for humans to make it back to the surface in as little as 2 years. Along the way, the Artemis 2 astronauts will make history, venturing about 250,000 miles in space, farther than the record-setting Apollo 13 mission. while seeing sights on the far side of the moon that no human has ever laid eyes upon.
Very excited. I know you're excited as well about this. This is so cool.
Yeah, the launch will be today, 6:24 p.m., and will be from the Launch Complex 39B at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The 4 crew members are NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, NASA astronaut Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. If you can't be in Florida to see it live, NASA's YouTube channel will be streaming the event.
Cool.
All right, in sports this morning. Let's get that report. Jackie Bambam, what's going on in sports this morning?
I'm stepping up. Andrew Painter delivered a masterpiece in his major league debut, led to a 3-2 win over the Nationals. The 22-year-old Painter tossed a 4-hit ball over 5.5 innings last night. He struck out 8, walked 1, and allowed a run. Painter tipped his hat to the cheering crowd, and he left the mound in the 6th inning. The Phils will host the Nationals again this afternoon in a business person special. So call in sick right there. Get there early. Christopher Sanchez will take the mound for our Fightins. First pitch is scheduled to go off at 1:05. Porter Martion's major league debut for the Flyers now wasn't as memorable.
Yeah,
Got it.
good word.
As Andrew Painter's, but the 6th overall pick had a solid start in his career, logging 5 shots on the goal in 17 minutes on the ice as the Flyers fell to the Caps 6-4 in D.C. Flyers had the day off today before hosting the Red Wings tomorrow night. And your 76ers, in the words of my drinking buddy Matt Cord, who currently hold the 7th seed in the projected NBA playoff picture, will be in D.C. tonight to face the Wizards. Tip-off is set for 7 p.m. And Prespo, that's what I have for you today in sports.
How about that? Jackie Bam.
He's home running
sports.
My coffin's calling.
Oh, you got to go? No.
He's so nervous right now.
How you doing, man?
I saw Case doing that in the other room. I said, I want to try that.
Oh, were you doing a little run-through on the sports?
Yeah. Make sure it's not a cold read for
Well,
me.
you know what?
I hear you.
Yeah.
He did a damn good job,
He
Jackie.
did. He made less mistakes than I did.
I was watching Press read all that news. I'm like, oh, my God.
No, I screwed that up big time today. You are my mentor today, sir.
I don't know about that, but thank you.
You got it, buddy.
You know, I love especially the way I see you dressed in the morning. You look like somebody along the main line having a mocktail with the girls. Around lunch. But you people don't know when we come in and do the show for a couple of hours. You're still here every morning.
Yeah, no one's here, so I could just, walk around naked or anything.
By the way, I saw some pictures of you at the Oddities Expo. What were you wearing, dude?
Well, you had Adam in here, and I said, he said be weird, and I'll out-weird you all. Don't tempt me. And I did. I had a G-string on, but they were like assless chaps, but I was like, I don't want to get a phone call from Caroline Beasley or Chuck D'Amico, so I didn't wear them. I wear like a Speedo, but I wear my big boots and knee pads.
And knee pads.
It was hilarious.
They were like, it was like you were going to a goth volleyball game or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at pictures of
But you had Adam on in here, and
How was it?
Awesome.
it was great.
Yeah, it's a great thing, isn't it?
I think, Adam got a little weird because I was standing there next to him and half of my ass hanging out.
Right? Yeah. Those boots are something else, man. We're taking a look at those. Those are like, Herman Munster boots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are those your regular daily footwear or special occasions?
When I go out, yeah.
Right.
But you see, everyone's like, you got a Motorhead tattoo on your leg. I never knew that. And I'm like, well, I never walk around naked.
This is true. I didn't know about your leg tattoo, man. I mean, we've seen all kinds of your anatomy, but I've never seen that.
We've never seen really the legs at all. Shorts,
right.
Shorts aren't in your repertoire.
I
Casey,
know.
have you seen those tattoos before?
Dude, I've seen everything.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You guys have been on the road together.
Yeah, and I have video of him doing a helicopter, a full-on
We
naked
shared the
helicopter.
same bed.
Yeah.
Nice. Anything you want to mention about your shows this week since you got our microphones here?
It's a train wreck. April Fool's Day tonight. We'll hit all the B and C and D cuts. And yesterday was Tuesday Blues Day. Wrapped up National Women's History Month.
Yep.
It's all about the gems and the chestnuts in the nighttime.
Yeah, the Women's History Month was awesome, wasn't it?
It really was. And Chuck let me handle the pioneers. Like I did like a Whitney Houston. I did Taylor Dane. I did
Taylor Dane?
Yeah, tell it to my heart.
Yeah, dude, I know Taylor Dane.
Yeah.
Love her. She
That's
was just
awesome.
at Parks Casino, too.
We played Shirley Bassey Goldfinger yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was really great.
Yeah.
All right, well, keep doing what you do, brother.
Love you guys.
It's good to
Thank
see you.
you.
Love you too, Jackie Bambam, everybody here.
Home run.
Our nighttime, insane, over the top,
Yes.
amazing person that if you've never met before, you put that on your bucket list.
Yes.
Encountering Jackie Bambam in person is a special occasion.
I think he approaches his show as if it was a laboratory. He just does all sorts of whatever the hell he wants.
For sure. All right, well, listen, we got stuff going on today. Number one, we'll check him at Fox Good Day. We're doing that around 7:55 this morning. Last week, we wished him a happy 30th anniversary. It's actually today.
Yeah.
So they are excited about celebrating that, and we'll touch base on that with those guys. I'm so excited about this. In the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have on the show Ted McGinley. Stan Gable from the Revenge of the Nerds movies. He is currently he's promoting Shrinking, which is just, we all love this show.
Happy Days.
Yep.
Love Boat. Married with Children.
Yep.
On and on and on. And isn't it wild that of all the stuff throughout his career, the best show he's ever been on is this.
Is
current
now.
one. Yeah.
Is now at this point in his career. It's amazing.
And what I love about the show is just, I might change who my favorite character is on, it's a half-hour show. Like 5 times while watching the show, but I think his character might be my favorite.
Well, so I've been chapping at the bit because now that Claire's back, that's a show that we watch as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to be able to jump into the new season, which I'm very excited about.
And for those who watch the show, I got to introduce him as D-Train.
Yeah.
I've got to call him D-Train.
Yes,
when we
yeah, I
have
love
him
that.
on.
And by the way, I might quote him on a daily basis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from Revenge of the Nerds. I'm fairly certain it's Stan Gable that says, "Beat it, nerd."
Yeah.
I say that to my dogs all the time.
Wow.
Almost every single day.
All right, well, we'll touch base with him in the 9 o'clock hour. And also, we have an announcement coming up around the Bizarre File around 8 a.m. We think you're going to like it. It could be fruitful for you, my friend. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Come back in a second because the Entertainment Report is coming up with a stupid question as well. So hang out for a spell. We'll be right back.
So I'm using that door opener. It doesn't need to be, so I'll just go over to the one that I pull with my own hand and open.
Because you're afraid if you open it too often, it's eventually going to cause this to malfunction.
Correct.
Okay.
I do it with my garage door opener at home.
You don't use your automatic garage
So
door
I will
opener?
go out my front door if more often than not, because if I use the garage door opener so much, eventually it's going to break, right, guys?
Oh, wow.
Meanwhile, wait, hold on. I had to have it replaced because it did break after 13 years.
So
13 years.
it's going to happen anyway.
13.
Yeah.
13 years.
Yeah.
I got 13 years out of it, but did I get 13 years out of it because I used the front
Oh,
door?
is this why you're asking about a garage door?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the garbage disposal, though, that I will use. Like, I'm not worried about that one.
Okay.
I know. So on my wife's side of the family, one of the people, one of the not in-laws, forget who it is.
Her side of the
Anyway,
family.
yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you classify this person, but dishwasher doesn't use it. Dishwasher sitting right there in the kitchen does not use it.
Because of fear of it breaking?
That, a perception of overuse of water,
Okay.
a perception of other things, and fear of breaking, all of that sort of, no, I don't want to screw with that.
I had a friend who I worked with, dishwasher, but for a different reason, not for fear of breaking. She would not use a dishwasher because she hated unloading the dishwasher.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
So therefore would hand wash everything, which you still have to put all that stuff away when you're done hand washing it. But there was something about putting it in, running it, and then opening it up and taking it back out that she did not want to.
She didn't like picking up the work on the other side.
Right.
So in other words, when you're washing it right then and there, you're putting it away. So it seems like it's all in one.
Yeah, like smaller amounts.
Right.
maybe.
But it's
Yeah.
the same
Still
thing.
doing the same
Yeah, it's
thing.
the same thing.
Yeah.
In the almost 20 years that I've been a dishwasher owner, I don't think I've actually turned a dishwasher on maybe more than 5 or 6 times.
Oh my God! I'll run it like twice a day.
It's weird.
Without even dishes in it.
It's weird though because I just don't feel like the dishwasher gets the dishes clean enough. And It doesn't, and I think it's just because the way my kids load it, it just gets overloaded, or they won't rinse things out. They'll like listen, the commercials lie. You can't put a full-on spaghetti dinner into the dishwasher, and the dishwasher's going to clean it up. It just doesn't work that way. So, as far as I'm concerned, the dishwashers, I can do a better job and in less time.
So here's the deal: if you're basically halfway there, cleaning off the dishes.
May as well go ahead and finish it.
Just finish it.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, here's a text that says, my friend's mom got a brand new $10,000 lawnmower.
No.
What? It better be a riding lawnmower.
I'll buy it from you.
For Christmas and refuses to use it. Uses the old one still because the new one looks too pretty and doesn't want to mess it up.
Listen, I get that.
I'll do that. I'll use the older item until okay, so here's one, a hair dryer, right? I bought a new hair dryer and they're fairly expensive, but I still have I still have a little bit of use out of my old hair dryer. So I'm trying to get until that completely dies, and then I'll start with the
Get
new
rid
one.
of it.
Yeah. But I understand that reasoning, because when you see a nice brand new work truck.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? From guys that actually use it. It's not like a glamour truck like some of these guys.
This is my glamour truck.
Well,
yeah, I know
listen,
what you're saying,
you have these trucks that just look nice and they never put anything in the bed or whatever. But then you have these other guys that actually, really work for a living and they put everything.
It's so funny. It's because I have that home case. I have this Amazon. It's a collection of tools and everything's in this place and it's all very clean. And all the contractors that I know, all their equipment is all effed up and banged up because they're using it.
Well, yeah, my friend Bill, he just got this beautiful brand new truck. He showed it to me last year. He's like, oh, look at this. You open the door, the little, the stool comes out, little things you step on.
Step stool, yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, this is gorgeous. But how long until it's just all dented and scratched?
Yeah.
Here's a text that says, my father refused to use the AC in the car when I was a kid, and still to this day, because he doesn't want to fix it if something goes wrong with it.
Yeah.
No matter how hot and humid it is outside. But
Wow.
But you're not using it. It may as well not work now if you're never going.
I'm at work. Stop calling me.
Sorry to bother you, Joanna. What's up?
So my mother, they've been going on 15 years maybe, refuses to use our fireplace in the house. Refuses.
Is it a gas-operated fireplace?
It is not. It's regular, but
Okay.
she's afraid that it's not going to work. That
It's not
somehow,
gonna-
even
fireworks.
though they've had it cleaned, they've had it cleaned when they bought the house. They've had it cleaned since. There's nothing wrong. It's a regular fireplace. Refuses. She's afraid that a catastrophe is going to happen.
Wow.
It's going to break. I'm
Joanna.
like, a fireplace. How do you break a fireplace?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But let me ask you: Does she? If you get her, away from the fireplace and she can talk freely, will she admit to liking a fireplace?
Oh, yeah. She loves it.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense.
We never used a fireplace in our old home.
Yeah. Thanks, Joanna.
It's peaceful. Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
We lived there for 10 years and it was the first fireplace that I ever owned in my entire life.
Did you not use it because you thought it was going to break?
I didn't use it because my wife said we can't use it.
Did you ever ask her why?
What's that in your mouth? Spit it out.
Spit it out. Spit it out.
Fine.
What did I tell you about baby birds?
Stop it.
I think she was worried about burning the house down. And
A lot of people are.
Yeah.
A lot of people are of fireplaces and just in general.
It's what it's made for.
Yeah.
It's made to put a fire
House
in
can
there.
set on fire for a multitude of other reasons.
But we own fireplaces now that we've put fires in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So they're just outside.
Let me. I know.
You brought those fires home and then you put them in the fire. Yeah.
Hi, Terry. You're on the air. Good
Fire to
morning.
go, please.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, Terry?
well, so my husband inherited a really nice and big snowblower from his dad about 7 years ago and refuses to use it. He always has an excuse. There's not enough snow, or the snow might be too heavy, or I can't get it out of the garage. And I just don't understand why he won't use the damn snowblower.
And he'll just go out and shovel it instead.
Yeah. He'll just go out and shovel it, and I don't understand.
Terry, give him the data on how many people have heart attacks shoveling, and try to convince him that way. Because right?
I'm trying.
Yeah, but I know people who will do that with the snow blowers as well. Not enough snow to snow blow.
Yeah. But it's what it's made for. All right. Thank you, Terry. Here's one that says, my grandmother would turn off her blinker stuck at traffic lights to save the bulb.
The blinker.
You're supposed to leave that light on.
Oh my God,
yeah.
that's great.
And same with windshield wipers.
I love it.
Said it was more of a cheap thing.
Oh my God.
So you didn't want the wipers to wear out.
Wear out.
Yeah.
That's funny.
God.
Here's one of the things I noticed way too late in life was that if you have with products, let's say like a vacuum cleaner, or
Sure.
something along those lines, and after you go through a couple of them and they fall apart, if you realize that you do the recommended regular maintenance,
Yeah.
cleaning things,
Right.
taking it apart, some of those things will last freaking ever, man.
So-
You just have to do these cleaning steps every now and then, and it'll last.
That's another thing. You bring up the vacuum cleaner that I do with its charging, the handheld vacs, computers, phones, all of that. Like I don't like to leave it plugged in and charging constantly.
You can
like
actually,
it has to,
in some cases, you can damage the battery.
well,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still true or not.
But
Like,
for the most part, no, you should be fine.
So I use the vacuum
Yeah.
until it dies, and then I plug it in, and then when I check it throughout the day. If the charge is done, I unplug it.
I wonder how the battery is.
Yeah, seriously, because I don't want to ruin the batteries.
Dennis, check the battery on the shark.
We have these. I'm sorry, Nick.
No.
We have these tools, power tools,
Yeah.
that use batteries, and the batteries can be used for various tools. A drill for this one, it's stuff like
Lithium
that.
batteries.
Yeah. So you move them from one product to another. So I mounted these chargers on the wall, stick them up there, leave them charged all the time. 'Cause you never know when you're going to need to do
That's
a
what I
project,
do, yeah.
and you have it ready to go. Well, I don't know who was doing it, but every now and then someone would unplug the charger, and I would go and need to use the
It
battery.
was me. I was coming over and unplugging your.
Turn it on and go, "Meow." And I'm like,
What?
I mounted this thing to the wall and plugged it in.
So I have a whole bank of. I use the iWorks, the gardening equipment, from the leaf blower to the lawnmower. They're all electric. And I go in, I have them, Preston, just like you, the bank all along. They're ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. And I go in and I go, what is that? And I'm because there's a button you can check to see how charged the batteries are. And they're all powered down. I'm like, what? They're all connected into a power strip. Somebody
Turned it
the
off.
power strip on.
Real quick, Steve, do you keep those in the garage or in the house?
In the garage. Now, I've heard that when it gets brutally cold.
Somebody told me this too. I brought all that stuff inside for
Right.
that very reason.
and
hot
yet
or cold.
you're told to blow up if
I know. I keep.
What
all
do
those,
you do?
Yeah, I keep them in the kitchen for whatever. Like there's one cabinet in the kitchen that's not used. So if my mom's come over, she's like, "Where do you keep the glasses?" Like that's actually where the batteries are.
The glasses are in the garage.
Yeah. But Preston, real quick, I know you're not a big kitchen gadget guy,
Right.
but when I get a new knife, I hold on. I don't use it right away, and I think it's because I want to keep it pristine.
You want to keep it super sharp?
Yeah, and really clean and just perfect. Do you ever do that with new kitchen items? Do you
No.
okay, you dive in
Scissors.
right away.
Made to be used.
Okay.
Yes,
Well, wait a second.
In my mind.
This also goes to another conversation, which is how quickly do you? I do like things to look nice and pristine. So
Right.
there are things like ice. After a while, we were talking yesterday about hiking shoes and stuff like that. I'm like, if they get too scuffed up,
Yes.
that'll be an extravagance.
There's a crossing point.
Sorry, it's just not up to my standard. It doesn't look right.
Nick, I have 19 pairs of scissors because I use the old scissors to cut things like opening boxes or
Right.
something that's thicker, and then the newer, sharper scissors are for the things that need like a nice,
I get it.
A
clean
finer
cut.
cut. Yeah.
It's like
So-
And you need 19 of them?
Oh, you can find scissors all over my house in every room.
Hey, this is the crafts
swear to
queen,
God.
right?
Steve, I have 3 pairs of these sneakers that I'm wearing right now, and they have I have used them in stages. In fact, I drew like a letter on the tongue of the shoe, so I didn't use them for what they weren't intended for. So the oldest version of those.
I do the sneaker phase. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm
so
following you.
the oldest version were my cycling shoes, and then the newest version are I only wore them to jog, and then
Are they identical?
the identical.
And that's why you have to mark them.
I had to
Okay.
mark them. So I had jogging, cycling,
Right.
and then everyday shoes.
So I go left to right. So,
Yeah.
so the pair of shoe that's the furthest left, it's like in people jumping out of an airplane, skydiving. They're at the door, and so those are the ones that are the prime ones for using. And then it goes, and then they start to circle around into the Goodwill pile.
Yeah, and now I have my lawn mowing shoes, and I'm actually really
yeah,
proud of
those-
myself,
right.
Kathy, because you have a lawn mowing shoe guy.
No, I just want to go to
sorry.
a call when
All
you
right.
eventually stop talking. So
Hang on a second, Preston. I got something
not
for you
talking.
here.
hold on.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Go ahead.
No, I'm proud of myself because my lawn mowing shoes I've been using for like 3 whole years now.
I'm going to go back to people not using things because they're afraid they will break.
Yeah.
And I will go to Barbara, who's been on hold for a while. Hey, Barbara, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Barbara?
My brothers and I just sold a house that we inherited from my father. They bought it in 1986, and they never used the dishwasher.
There you go.
We had the realtor come in, and I was telling her, I said, I think the dishwasher's broken. My brother's like, no, it works. They just never used it.
And is it from 1986? Is it that old?
Oh, yes.
The
Yes,
washer?
it was the original dishwasher that was put in the house.
I bet you that. So it would probably still run. It's not going to, I mean, it's a functional dishwasher. But did they ever explain why they chose not to use it? Was it for this reason, for fear of breaking it?
Yes, they didn't want to, nothing technical. Like that was high tech back then in 1986 to them.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious.
Apparently it's a thing. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it.
All right.
I'm going to go back to an older situation as well. This is Joe who's on the air. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
You guys remember back in like the 70s when you get in a car, the seatbelts were kind of tucked up and folded above the window?
Yes.
And little brackets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd get in the car, and my dad, he was kind of a perfectionist, and he wouldn't let me take the seatbelt out of the little thing above the window because he thought it'll never go back neatly. So he never let us use the seatbelt.
He would rather have you not use the seatbelt to maintain the aesthetic.
Oh, yeah. I used to try to get it out. And he'd be like, don't touch that. You'll never get that. Get away from that. Stop playing with that. And I'm like, Dad, it's a seatbelt. He's like, you feel that dashboard? Push on it.
Now,
and,
would he make you ride on the hood of the car so that you wouldn't screw up the seats?
Oh.
That's
funny.
crazy. Yeah.
All right,
So
thanks.
to this day,
Yeah.
it's
All
still
right.
a joke.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. All right. How about this? Let's go to Stuart. Hey, Stuart, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Stuart?
I got one for you.
All right.
My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, she had an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
She never went in it. She paid for the pool guy to open it and maintain it. And I asked her, how come you never use it? She just told me that she liked looking at it and she wanted waterfront property.
Oh, my gosh.
But she never used the pool.
True story.
Never used the pool.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
if she's paying for the maintenance, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right. A little bit different than what we're talking about, but that's interesting. Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, and this is slightly different as well, but can you go to Steve on line 2, Preston?
Line 2.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Press.
Hey, what's up, bud?
My best friend to this day, his father back in the 70s, 80s, and part of the 90s, whenever he would get a new car, would pop the hubcaps off and put them in the trunk because he was afraid they were going to get stolen.
May as well give them to somebody.
Right. Take the hubcaps off.
Oh, that's funny.
So he would immediately take a beautiful brand new car and make it look like a piece of crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. For fear of them being stolen.
Hey, these doors, someone
Thanks,
might
Steve.
take them.
Let's go to Jennifer. Hi there, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What's up, Jennifer?
Okay, so I'm a lifelong camper, and with the internet, there are things like social media groups, etc. So I started following a bunch of camping groups on Facebook, and I discovered that there's a whole crew of campers that do not poop in their camper.
They don't poop in their camper.
They don't poop in the camper. Isn't that what it's for?
Yeah, exactly. It's made for that specifically. What is? Did they give their reasons why they don't want to do it?
I don't know. I think they're afraid of the black tank. I don't know if they don't want to dump their poop or what, but there's literally a hashtag no poop in the camper.
Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, you guys know, like, when you're at Camp Out for Hunger and you have the RV, and, like, it's not that you, if you have to, it's fine. That's what it's there for. But if, like, there's the alternative to go elsewhere, like, for example, Ulta, when we used to do Plymouth meeting, like, you would prefer Ulta to the RV pooper. And so I understand that mentality. It's there for a reason. If you got to go, you got to go. But, like, if you can find an alternative, find the alternative.
I might see that. I don't see refusing to do it, though.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Listen,
Yeah.
push comes to shove, no pun intended. We'll use that camper pooper. Yeah.
Here's some text. Says, my dad refused to buy trash bags because you were buying them to throw them away.
So what did you do with trash?
He would make special trips to the grocery store for small bags and Walmart for even larger bags for the larger trash cans. Even if he couldn't buy something to fill the bag, he would ask the cashier for a wad of those big bags.
Oh, my God.
So, in essence, a lot of what you buy from the grocery, you're buying it knowing you're going to throw it away.
That's funny. He wouldn't buy them because you're purchasing something that you're just going to throw away.
Just going to throw it away.
That's funny. But it has a purpose.
Yeah.
Right.
You know?
Why get a toilet? You're just going to flush that stuff.
All right, here we go. What is this, Nick?
I'm confused by the details at the end.
All right, shall I read the last part first?
Just what the grandparents do. My grandparents lived.
It says, my grandparents lived until they were in their late 90s, and they used their dishwasher all the time. They even had a little magnet that would say clean or unclean with a little piggy on it that they would rotate to say what condition the dishes were. We had that when I was a kid.
You did?
Yeah, clean or dirty.
And it was a little piggy?
Not a piggy,
Oh,
but
all right.
we had this thing, and it had it was a magnet. It had it said dishes are, and then it had a little chain to another piece underneath it that you could flip over that would say clean or dirty.
That's cool.
Like that.
And that way you wouldn't have to guess when you're standing at the
I
sink.
could have used that yesterday because I loaded dirty dishes into a clean dishwasher.
Yeah, that sucks. Hey, how often do you change your?
So Arnold Schwarzenegger received an honorary doctorate from Ulster University in Belfast on Monday. The actor, reflecting on visiting the city 60 years ago as a young bodybuilder while accepting the honor, he joked about speaking English publicly for the first time. He said, "People always talk about it. It must have been difficult for you in the beginning with the Irish accent." And I said, "I didn't even know there was an accent because I didn't speak English. So the only words that came out of me were, I no speak English." He said the audience was. They say the audience was supportive, even with his limited English at the time, and they gave him a standing ovation.
When he came to America and Joe Weider brought him over here, he got him film work, and he got him this movie, this Hercules movie.
Yeah.
And he swore up and down, Joe Weider, lying that Arnold had a good command of English. And if you see the movie, they dubbed it in
The whole thing, right?
They had to. He couldn't.
Do you guys ever see The Terminator?
I saw The Terminator.
Okay, 1984 movie. Yeah. He's really good in that. But I just was watching it the other day. Have you seen it, Preston?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Everybody has seen that.
I know.
Yeah. But
So I just was watching it the other day. It was my go-to-bed movie. And in the beginning of the movie, when he is naked, he's walking towards like Bill Paxton and those guys where he steals their clothes. I never noticed this before, but you can see his junk swinging back and forth.
Oh, really?
Kind of like the silhouette of it. Dude, it looked like he was packing some heat.
So you saw him from behind?
No. From the front. He's kind of like silhouetted.
Oh, okay.
So,
Yeah.
the front of his body, especially like where his area is, his lower area
My penis.
is
It's my penis.
but you can kind of make out like some things swinging.
You can kind of make out with his
Yeah, you can make out with his wiener.
So Arnold said the experience gave him confidence, calling it a breakthrough. I don't know if he addressed his penis with this crowd or not, but that helped.
You enjoyed the size of my penis?
That helped him become comfortable speaking in public. He encouraged students to have a vision, saying, if you don't know where you're going, it's very hard to get there. And he also said anything that comes easy is not worth getting.
Now look at my penis. Yeah.
James McAvoy revealed that he quietly welcomed another son, sharing the news publicly for the first time in an interview with The Guardian while reflecting on becoming a dad again later in life. And quietly is the key word here, as McAvoy's new son arrived 4 years ago.
What?
Yeah. The actor, who's now 46 years old, said having a child at 42 years old feels different, noting, "I worry less," but admitting that it's also harder because he's older and tireder.
Isn't his wife from this area?
Yeah. He lives in London with his wife, Lisa Liberati, and their young son, while also sharing a 15-year-old son with ex-wife Anne Marie Duff.
from London.
McAvoy and Liberati had met on the set of Split around here, and later married privately, keeping much of their relationship out of the spotlight.
Really loved Split. I was watching it the other day, and we got so excited with the reveal of Bruce Willis at the end.
Yeah.
But Glass...
Nah, it wasn't good. I didn't care for it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and we love Knight, obviously.
Oh, he's fantastic.
But I was hoping for more out of it, and I really didn't care for how that went. But listen, you can't, bat 1,000 every time.
So.
No. Okay. Marissa forwarded me this story, which I'm glad she did because I was looking at it today in my prep, and I was like, "Do I need to report on this or not?" Because I don't know this show, but apparently it's been around for 10 years.
10 years, man.
Yeah, drama is unfolding among the cast of Summer House.
Summer House,
as Amanda Batula and West Wilson have gone public with their romance after weeks of speculation.
I saw this actually. I saw people responding to this on social media. I was in your camp, Preston, not really that aware of Summer House.
Yeah.
But apparently this was earth-shattering news.
Addressing the situation in an Instagram story, they wrote, given the complicated relationship dynamics involved and the scrutiny that comes with being on a reality show, we need a little space to process things privately before speaking on it. Adding, what's developed recently was the last thing either of us expected.
Of course.
The news hit especially hard for Ciara Miller, who was linked to West as far back as 2023 and is Batula's best friend and was reportedly seen distraught shortly after the reveal.
Look at this picture of the couple. This guy is definitely a, hey. It's what happens when it's not summer? Do we still live in the house?
Page 6 sources saw the reality star visibly upset.
I'm upset.
And crouched down outside of an Hermes store in New York. Yeah.
Sat outside of Hermes.
In a ball outside of Hermes.
Is Hermes here?
Hermes.
That's why he was sad.
He found out you pronounced it that way.
I've been living a lie.
No, this is Ciara we're talking about. Anyhow, while an unknown man tried comforting her, an insider claimed to Page 6 the relationship is serious, stating that it's not just a hookup, while also noting castmates are angry and disappointed. The fallout quickly spilled onto social media, with fans noticing Ciara unfollowed both Batula and Wilson following the reveal.
Whoa.
Amanda most recently separated from her husband and co-star Kyle Cook in January after nearly a decade together.
Things are getting crazy.
Cook has since subtly weighed in with an Instagram pic with Ciara from his birthday party, but fans took note of the location. Psych ward, with sources telling Us Weekly he was genuinely blindsided too. I didn't understand any of that stuff I just read to you.
No?
No.
I'm going radio silent. I'm going shopping at the Hermes store.
Yep. So I don't know what the story is.
I'm sorry. Which is that on a channel? Is
It's
that
on
like,
Bravo.
Oh, okay.
You
yeah,
know
arts.
the Shakespeare, the Shakespeare Network.
Now from Bravo, Summer House, featuring Ass Hat and Dumb Beach.
Who had pointed that out? It was I think it was at the Emmys or something like that, or the Golden Globes. Whoever was hosting was saying, these shows, thinking about where TLC stands for the Learning Channel.
And it's my 700-pound wife.
Yeah.
I've got, it's all freaky shows.
Yeah, and Bravo started off as arts and entertainment, highbrow culture, and here we are in Summer House.
It's going to be the antidote to boring, pedestrian television.
All right. In other news, Tiger Woods has pleaded not guilty in his DUI car case, of course, the crash. According to the Martin County Sheriff's Office arrest affidavit, Woods was found with 2 hydrocodone pills.
Uh-oh.
A potent Schedule II opioid pain medication used to manage moderate to severe chronic pain. They found that on his person after the accident. He did blow a 0.0 on the breathalyzer test, but he refused further testing. After the crash, Tiger claimed that he was looking down at his cell phone, which led to the accident. He also said he was like fiddling with the radio or whatever, but they said he had bloodshot eyes and he was lethargic.
So he's had back issues and injuries that he's dealt with for years that have been debilitating, that actually, huge pauses in his career because of these things. Yeah. I don't doubt that he's taking pills for pain management.
Right, but you can't drive on him.
Can't drive on him.
Especially, I just had a family member get a DUI on prescription pills. So it's same thing.
Yeah,
you can't do it.
Yeah.
He pleaded not guilty. Though he pleaded not guilty, Woods said on a post on social media, I am stepping away for a period of time to seek treatment and focus on my health. So he's pleaded not guilty.
Yeah, but he's going
going into treatment.
I don't like how not guilty I am.
Right. Was he scheduled to play in the Masters?
Yes, he had plans to play. He is not going to be playing now.
I prefer
the drug division.
Yeah, no, but I do prefer the Masters with the Tiger Woods in it. You know?
Yeah.
Well, sure. It's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm glad whoever decided or helped him make this decision to not, though.
Yeah.
Given this.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It would be very distracting.
Yeah.
Would
you pay attention to a painkiller Masters where they're
playing all on pain? Like, is there a requirement you have to take a certain amount of oxycodone?
No,
or?
it's this way.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You don't. Sorry, the green is this way, sir.
It's that way, Tiger.
So he said this is necessary in order for me to prioritize my well-being and work toward lasting recovery. I'm committed to taking the time needed to return in a healthier, stronger, and more focused place, both personally and professionally. I appreciate your understanding and support and ask for privacy for my family, loved ones, and myself at this time.
I think that would be the toughest thing to straddle is you have profound pain. You have an injury that is constant.
You also have an addiction to opioids.
And an addiction to opioids.
Yeah, that's like the worst part of it is, you can say it's pain or whatever, but really that addiction, that physical, not only mental addiction, but that physical addiction to that chemical is really, really hard to get off of.
So I've been loving the show, The Lincoln Lawyer, and in The Lincoln Lawyer, the lawyer suffers an injury from surfing, and he gets addicted to painkillers. He goes to he goes to meetings and all that stuff, and he gets injured again. And while he's out, they put him on pain meds. And he says the second he's lucid, he says no, because he knows it's a slippery slope.
Dude, I've been watching Dope Sick.
Oh, my God.
I didn't watch it when it first came out.
Yeah.
Oh,
how amazing is that?
God, it's incredible.
And Michael Keaton is amazing.
Michael Keaton is wonderful in it.
And it's a true story.
It is. It's about OxyContin in particular. But if you haven't seen that, go watch that. It'll open your eyes.
It's the whole basis of the show Matlock, too, with Kathy Bates.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's not she's a retired lawyer. Her daughter passes away because of an opioid addiction. So she's infiltrated the law firm who approved the opioids to go back on the market.
Did I hear the latest episode of that, Marissa, that she jumps over a great white shark?
On water skis.
On water skis.
Wow.
Yeah.
In the middle of Manhattan, which is so confusing.
I got to watch that. All right. So, anyhow, Tiger has waived his arraignment, which was slated for next month. He's due back in court next month. Channing Tatum is still recovering after surgery on his shoulder. This week, he gave fans a quick update on a video on Instagram showing off his mostly healed scar. He told the camera, getting some mobility back. Good news is, though, doctor finally gave me the green light so I can train. So, it's a good day finally.
Oh, sorry, Preston. Could you point me back to the summer house?
He goes on to say that the time since the surgery has been a low point of his life, but things were looking up since he's been given the okay to start working out.
He is a super talented guy.
Yeah.
21 and 22 Jump Street are hilarious, and he is hilarious in them. And there is a scene where the captain Ice
Cube.
Ice Cube.
Yeah.
His daughter, and I'm having brain farts all over the place.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Anyway, one of the other cops sleeps with his daughter, and he makes the realization, and it is one of the funniest scenes I've ever seen. And he's really good. Who would figure this guy, who's also good looking and all this other stuff, gets a good sense of humor as well.
Have any of you guys watched Roof Man yet?
I've heard it's good.
It's good. It's a little long.
Yeah. I only watched the opening scene where he kind of gets chased. He's at his daughter's birthday party, and then he gets chased away from
it's
It's a true story.
Yeah.
About a guy who was living in like Toys R Us. For years.
Yeah. Interesting. I'll have to find that one. All right, Vanessa Hudgens is suffering from postpartum hair loss, but she's not letting it get her down. Her second child with her husband, Cole Tucker, arrived in November, and since then she's been shedding like a dog in summer, it says here.
Does that happen? I guess there's a hormonal thing that takes place.
Oh, yeah.
A hair loss at post-birth?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
On her Instagram story, she posted a picture of her holding some of her lost hair with the caption says, "And so it begins." She followed it up with sharing a selfie writing, "Having a great hair day, even with my hair loss." According to experts, excessive hair shedding can last up to 6 months after giving birth, but is temporary. So fortunately, she doesn't have too much to worry about. Johnny Depp is now in the spirits business with the launch of his 3 Hearts rum. Only makes sense that he would be that he would have a rum connection with the Jack Sparrow thing. The business venture has been cooking for years with Depp and good friend Bobby DeLeon, working on just the right rum that reflected their love of the Caribbean and each other. The actor poured a bit of his heart into the bottle design, including symbolism inspired by his tattoos, personal philosophy, and the 3 loves of his life.
I love cereal.
The bottle is embossed with the flag of the island he owns, a lightning bolt to symbolize enduring friendship, the number 3 to represent new beginnings, and 3 hearts that represent the loves of his life. The base of the bottle features the brand's motto, which is no fear, no malice, no envy.
I forgot how tatted up his fingers are, because in the video he's doing all this and he's writing with a pen, a quill, and you see his fingers are all covered with tattoos.
So the top of the bottle features a bracelet-style charm on it.
What's the cologne he pushes?
Oh,
Sauvage?
Sauvage, yeah.
I'm out in the desert.
Actor Carey Mulligan, the 3-time Academy Award nominee, hasn't won an Oscar yet, but this might be better. She was honored by King Charles yesterday with the CBE, Commander of the Order of the British Empire.
Carey Mulligan?
For her services to drama. Yes, Carey Mulligan. CBE is the highest-ranking order of the British Empire Award. The only honor higher than CBE is to be made a knight or a dame. After Mulligan said, I feel so unbelievably lucky to get to do the job that I really, really love, and to have this kind of recognition on top is just sort of extraordinary to me. So that's huge for her. Nice. The Pit, love that show, is coming to movie theaters, specifically the season 2 finale of The Pit. It will be screened, though, at Alamo Drafthouse Cinema Theaters in 10 cities on April 13th, ahead of its April 16th debut on streaming. They're not anywhere around Philadelphia.
Okay, there you go.
Because I would go. I would for sure go to this. I would take Caleb and we would go.
There are similar theaters that are like Alamo Drafthouse, yeah?
There are, yeah. Sure. Movie tavern, stuff like that. But
and they don't have the deal.
They're doing this promotion. The event is kind of a tribute to healthcare workers celebrating their work and dedication, with free screenings offered to professionals who reserve a seat with a $10 food and beverage voucher. Attendees will also receive special show-themed getaways. And, of course, the show stars Noah Wiley, and the series follows healthcare workers in a Pittsburgh hospital. All right, fans will soon be able to celebrate Eddie Murphy as he receives a major career honor in the 51st AFI Life Achievement Award, a tribute to Eddie Murphy, which will be premiering May 31st on Netflix. The ceremony recognizes Eddie's legacy with iconic roles and is awarded to an artist, quote, whose talent has in a fundamental way advanced the film art, whose accomplishment has been acknowledged by scholars, critics, professional peers, and the general public, and whose work has stood the test of time.
Now that was a great boxer.
Previous recipients include Nicole Kidman, Julie Andrews, and Denzel Washington.
I love when they do those because the TV special that accompanies it, always great.
Murphy's career spans 50 years and includes roles like Axel Foley in Beverly Hills Cop, Prince Akeem Jaffer in Coming to America, and more.
Did you watch the documentary on Eddie Murphy?
I didn't. Did you?
Yes.
Good?
Very good.
Okay.
It doesn't rip the lid off anything, but you just get a chance to look at all his stuff throughout the years, and there's loads of footage of him looking like he's 11 years old.
Yeah.
When he started stand-up.
Yeah.
And but you can see even back then he had it.
I would like to see like really early footage of him.
So he actually, when I was starting in stand-up, Chris Rock was his sort of protege.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris Rock would come into the clubs. And that's Eddie Murphy's.
Yeah.
You know, so Eddie Murphy's career was on starting to really accelerate. And it was wild to see them kind of becoming who they became, you know?
Sure.
My go-to-bed movie a couple of nights ago was Boomerang. Have you guys watched Boomerang lately?
Been a long time since I've seen that movie.
You didn't go right into Terminator 2?
I did not go into Terminator, no, because I had already fallen asleep.
You'd already seen his penis.
Yeah. I hadn't seen it in such a long time, and it really kind of was... as the movie was opening, it just kind of like brought me back to it came out when I was in high school, maybe my junior or senior year of high school.
So his character was a total player in that movie, but his hang up were women's feet.
Yeah.
And he would be with a stunningly gorgeous woman.
Right.
And if he stayed overnight or whatever, he would sneak a peek at her feet.
Yep.
And if they were even just the slightest bit,
He was out.
yeah. If they looked funky to him, he'd be like, ugh, he'd make this face.
Because the first girl that he bangs in that movie, I was like, oh, I know her. Her name's like Lena something, or like her actual name in real life. But he pulls up the satin sheets. He's like, oh, damn it, because she had like everything.
Everything's
for
perfect.
Yeah.
So the live event takes place April 18th, Los Angeles, before hitting streamer. One last thing, it's official. Scream 8 is a go.
Oh, come on!
With Scream 7 setting a franchise record at the box office, bringing in over $200 million globally. The only one of the 7 films in the series to do that. So it should come as no surprise that another movie is going to follow. No details as of yet, other than the film will be written by Lila and Nora Zuckerman, who have served as the screenwriters and producers on television shows such as Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Suits, Fringe, The Prodigal Son.
Yes.
As well as showrunners for
we were robbed of.
Poker Face as well.
So Nev Campbell was in this one. Nev Campbell is in The Lincoln Lawyer. You've heard me mention about 4,500 times. She's phenomenal, playing a character that's unlike I've ever seen her.
All right, we are ready to play some clips for you. Scrubs follows the medical professionals of Sacred Heart Hospital and the hijinks that ensue. And here, Michael James Scott praises real-life nurses and how the show is a tribute to them.
It's an honor to be representing the nurses who the nurse, the community is who I feel the heart of the hospital, right? And they are running things. And so to be able to represent that is such an honor.
Can you dig it?
New episodes of Scrubs airs, there'll be a new one tonight at 8 p.m. on ABC. Here's the next clip. Staff of Abbott Elementary may be dysfunctional, but it all comes from a place of love. And here, Matthew Law shares how that love carries over to the show's fans.
I mean, I'm a fan of it as well, and it's like chicken noodle soup of a show. It's good for the soul. I feel very proud to be a part of a show that brings joy to people, and that's what Abbott does.
Can you dig it?
Like that. New episode of Abbott Elementary airs tonight, 8:30 p.m. on ABC.
Do you want to hear a funny little story about that? When that scene in the movie The Warriors, if you're familiar, that was sort of improvised by that actor.
Oh, Can You Dig It?
Can you dig it? Cyrus, yes.
Wow. Heidi, that's our entertainment report. Can you dig it? You can dig it. All right, so...
Can you dig it?
We are going to take a break and come back in a little bit. Don't forget, later on this morning, Ted McGinley talking about shrinking on the program, the 9 o'clock hour. We have an announcement coming up around Bizarre File, but before any of that, we will talk to our friends Mike and Alex over at Fox Good Day. It's their 30th anniversary for Good Day. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. So before we get fully into the weekend and wrap up the week, I have to empty the junk drawer. Just get
It's the junk drawer. Yep. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, thank you, Kyle Mack, for doing that jingle. And Steve, you should sing backups for minute by minute.
I think so.
To his
I
band.
think if they want to be less successful, that would be the move.
All right, let me dig in here. And, there's something. All right, so if you want to stay on the moon and you have a few $1 million burning a hole in your pocket, well, a Silicon Valley startup called GRU Space is now taking reservations for a lunar hotel that it plans to open around 2030.
This is the company that invented Flex Seal.
That's them.
Yeah.
Woo doggy. Deposits range from $250,000 to $1 million, and the total cost of a stay could top $10 million once the ship is included in that. The actual rocket that will take you up there. So the hotel would start as inflatable habitats that can hold up to 4 guests for multi-day visits.
So we're talking elaborate bounce houses.
Guess so.
I don't know how down I am with that.
Guests could take part in moonwalks, drive rovers, and even play lunar golf. Founder Skylar Chan, who started the company at age 22, sees the project as a first step toward humans living in space long term.
Listen, if things were along, and I'm talking about we've beta tested and a number of people have gone up and it's now an actual thing.
Right.
Would you do it if you had the resource?
Probably. What now? I'd be wary of the of the ship exploding.
The
or
risk, yes.
something going wrong.
Right.
But if it became fairly commonplace, which it's not going to in my lifetime, I would probably consider it. Now, you also have to be very wealthy in order to do it. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's never going to be inexpensive. Because
Well, you just sold those shot glasses from the Kentucky Derby.
But the fuel is so expensive, and that's what it takes to get people up there. So I don't know. How about you?
Yes, it would be a dream come true, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, right.
Not in my lifetime.
There's a pretty good book. I didn't love it, but it's called Artemis, and it is the same author that gave us The Martian and Project Hail Mary, and it's all about a moon base essentially, and it's gotten to the point where it's a full. It's an indoor complex where it's not just a place to stay, but there's entertainment and all kinds of things. It's big enough.
Is it a community like a biosphere?
Yeah, it's like that. And people can travel up, and it's a travel destination.
Right.
And then you can take trips out to go and see, where the first lunar landing was, because all that stuff is
That would
still
be
out
tourism.
there. And they use it as tourism. I thought that was a pretty cool idea.
I think the idea, if we want to, you and I go into business and we make sure that there is a retro Pizza Hut on the moon.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be
Oh,
great?
my God, yes, for sure. And there would have to be a replica of the diner from Spaceballs.
Yes. Yeah.
For sure. You walk in and they're playing Van Halen. And
I mean, it kind of sucks that our moon's kind of boring. Like, why couldn't we get Europa?
Europa is
frozen.
It's all frozen. It's liquid.
I know, but like
you can go skating while you're up there, skiing and stuff.
Absolutely.
It's activities.
And hot chocolate tastes best.
Isn't it colorful though? Europa?
It's white.
Oh, is it white?
yeah.
All right.
I know.
All right.
So listen, the moon, don't give short shrift to the moon. The moon's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
We're finding that there's water in some of the craters on the dark side, and there's all sorts of things. Plus, moon gorillas.
I mean, it's kind of a desert, but the craters give it a landscape of sorts. But yeah, I mean, you're not going to get a variety of colors. But I don't know. What do you want, man?
Yeah, come on, man, get off our back. The Sea of Tranquility. They were when they were landing, they were just how many yards away from a crater that was pretty deep.
Yeah, Neil Armstrong had to use it manually. Had to get them out of that area. I want to see a great series, and I'm most of the way through it again, probably for the fifth time or so, is From the Earth to the Moon. And the second trip up, they got much more specific on where they landed.
Yes,
They proved that they could navigate to a very specific spot. But that first time, with Buzz and Neil, Steve, they were just kind of
Down to the second.
They were just kind of hoping they could put it down somewhere safe.
Second trip up, they landed near the diner. So
Yeah, exactly. And that inspired Spaceballs for that scene. So anyhow, the hotel doesn't exist yet, obviously. But the company says that it's not stopping people from already signing up. So people are on board.
Do you know what they should do? In like Blazing Saddles fashion, put in a toll, get it
all the way up. But I mean, these people are putting these deposit downs. I hope they are refundable deposits.
Yeah.
But some are spending up to $1 million to make sure that they have, essentially a spot in line.
So you have FU to the FU money.
Oh yeah, it's got to be billionaires, that are doing this type of thing. So, but anyhow, if you're interested in that, you can look into GRU Space or GRU Space, GRU.
For Invincible Me.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see what else. Costco members can tap into even more perks of the membership through an electronic device trade-in program that they've started. So if you have old electronics that you're not using, you can consider trading them into Costco instead of storing them indefinitely or throwing them away. The program is powered by Phobio, a specialist in the trade industry. Potential rewards for devices range up to $2,550 for laptops. And Costco accepts a wide variety of brands, including Apple, Samsung, and Google. The 6 product categories that you can trade in are phone, laptop, tablet, smartwatch, desktop, and media player.
So I assume that they're doing some sort of vetting where they check like to see if the device is functional on a basic level, right?
I don't know.
Or
I think they want the components.
They
Steve.
just want the components.
Yeah. So, and by the way, I have like 6 old laptops.
As do I.
have a gazillion iPhones.
I've always been trepidatious about throwing
because
them
of personal
away.
information.
Personal information.
Yeah,
Listen,
Rochelle's the same way. I'm like, I think it's too much work for somebody to go mining into my
Agreed.
laptop and
It's-
find anything that's worth a damn.
And I know it's unhinged. Others I've completely destroyed it. I'm fine. If you beat the crap out of the hard drive, you're good. But I still just kind of hold on to them.
But if you can get $2,500 worth of merch from Costco,
I want to see what
totally
the
worth it.
parameters are. What exactly they want.
I'm on the website now, and it looks like you select. So you get a quote before you
Right.
do anything, and you have to answer a couple questions. So it probably says, does it turn on?
Right.
Does it hold a charge? Things like that.
Are you horny?
I don't know if that has to do anything.
Why did you ask that?
All right, so to participate, all you have to do is fill out a form, like Marissa said. It's on the Phobio's website. Details such as brand, original purchase date of your item, its condition, and then you can get an instant quote. From there, you can print a shipping label and prepare your device for shipment. It includes steps like wiping it, packing it, securing it, and getting it to a shipping service.
I'm glad to hear that Fabio, who is a failed romance novel model,
He was Fabio's cousin.
Fabio's cousin. Fabio just didn't have the same chops.
So once Costco and Phobio get your device, they'll take a look at it. They'll make sure it's clean. They'll prep your payout. And as a reward, you'll get a digital Costco shop card that you can use toward your favorite Costco purchases in the warehouse or online. The whole process takes somewhere between 9 and 15 business days.
That's actually pretty good. How did they just start this, or?
Yeah, I just saw this yesterday.
All right.
So Costco's program not only provides savings, but also helps reduce demand for new minerals used in manufacturing electronics. That makes them beneficial for both your wallet and the environment.
Is this solely for Costco members?
Yes. And so it says companies can extract valuable materials from old devices, such as gold, as well as important ones used in lithium-ion batteries. And that's why it's tremendous waste that so much old electronics go to waste, leaving an estimated $62 billion in value on the table. Trading in old electronics is also important in keeping hazardous materials out of landfills. Poorly managed e-waste can leach dangerous chemicals such as mercury and lead, thereby contaminating soil and water.
How about that?
Yeah.
Because they always have those mass, like the office complex here will have a digital garbage day where they'll come by with, I guess shredders and bulk erasers and things of that nature and get rid of it for you. But if you could get paid for it.
Yeah, I've turned in, we had old PCs that we got rid of through that very thing, and I think it might have been here.
Do you remember what they did? I mean, did they?
They just took it from I don't remember what kind of guarantee they gave you that, that any data was going to be, was not going to be compromised. So I just remember I felt okay doing it. So
somewhere in Russia, there are guys sitting around your computer going, this guy really likes sporty spice.
Yeah. If you're interested, check through Costco. But I thought that's a pretty cool idea.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else we got here. All right, I found this one. I thought about putting this in the Just Saying It's Stupid. We'll do this here. A biopharmaceutical company is looking for ways to slim down household pets. Okava Pharmaceuticals in San Francisco plans to introduce this week a new GLP-1 clinical weight loss study for cats. It's called Meow 1. And
to be honest, this could be a good thing.
Yeah, they will look to use OKV-119, which is a miniature implant in cats, which will deliver the GLP-1 continuously for up to 6 months.
Because one of the hardest things to do is to get an obese animal to lose weight.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, our male dog he's overweight.
Yeah,
and he loves to eat, and it's hard to,
especially when you have another pet in the house.
Yeah, it's hard to keep that from happening. So Meow 1 is the first ever weight loss trial using this approach on household pets. The study is going to examine up to 50 cats who will take the implant and have their weight studied at 3 months on the drug, though the cats will remain under evaluation for 6 months, according to Okava CEO Michael Klotzman.
If they can get a handle on this, how soon before we're having cats inject oil to give them fake muscles?
Klotzman said that the goal would be to file for FDA approval for the product between 2027 and 28, and the target is for the product to cost owners an out-of-pocket payment around $100 a month. The company says weight is a particular important issue among felines, as over 50% of them. So later on this morning, Ted McGinley on the program from Shrinking. Very much looking forward to talking to him in our 9 o'clock hour. We also have an announcement that's going to be in conjunction with the Bizarre File that I think you're really going to enjoy.
I agree.
I know I did this feature recently, but there's a lot of news coming out of our area, some interesting things that we thought might be worth passing along to you. So let's hit the street.
He's pounding the beat with his city feet. It's City Beat.
All right, so we're going to start with... Hang on a second. I'm not going to start with that.
There has been a lot of stuff going on in the city.
So I thought this was kind of interesting. Drexel University College of Medicine is starting a 3-year medical degree program, slated to enroll its first students in 2028.
This is for the doctor who doesn't want to be that good.
No, the school is joining a group of more than 30 institutions in the United States that are offering accelerated medical degrees to address the physician shortage.
And there is.
Alleviate student debt and speed up the residency process as well.
So this will take you all the way through the surgery, but you won't be taught how to close the patient back up.
Somebody else is going to have to do that.
somebody will step in.
So the group, the Consortium of Accelerated Medical Pathway Programs, was founded in 2015 by 8 medical schools with 3-year programs, including Cooper Medical School at Rowan in South Jersey. Drexel will be the first school in southeastern Pennsylvania to offer the accelerated track as well. There's some caveats to it, which I'll explain in a second here.
You must provide your own stethoscope.
So traditional medical schools have offered 4-year degree programs, followed by residencies that last an average of 4 to 5 years. Residencies for pediatrics and internal medicine generally are 3 years, while residencies for some specialties may last as long as 7 to 9 years, by the way.
So let me ask you, all right? You're season 2 of The Pit. Do you think you could do some stuff?
I think I could intubate somebody.
Intubate someone.
Yeah, I think we could do that.
I'm curious as to what, because we know about the elaborate amount of time you have to be as your internship and all the daunting hours.
Yeah.
What requires the least effort to get an actual medical degree? In other words, right? What proctology? Not to diminish any of these, right? Which requires the least amount of time to get an actual licensed, accredited position.
Probably this 3-year program. But then as far as residencies go, there was, I don't really know, Steve. Probably, I guess, for, as it said, pediatrics and internal medicine generally are 3-year residencies.
Well, maybe this is outlandish, but I think, what if you could do that simply by watching The Pit and Scrubs?
Yeah, you could.
They're 2 good shows. Maybe throw in some like ER, Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah.
This isn't an answer to that, but I did talk to somebody who was pointing out that and it's a little scary, but it's realistic that, now it's not as much about memorizing everything because it's all at your hands on a computer.
Mm-hmm.
So you can, put in all of the information. Not to say that is as good as common sense and knowing it, but it is recognizing, like that old thing where it's like you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket your whole life. Well, guess what? We do now. So,
we do.
Applying that.
I mean, I don't know at what point, Steve, you, in your medical school career...
For me?
No.
I specialized on tracheotomies.
No, I don't know when you have to name your essentially your major.
Right.
I assume in the beginning, everybody has to take it. It's essentially, like the general classes.
Right.
And then at a certain point, you go, okay, I'm going to go into...
I love sphincters.
Orthopedics. So they discuss that in The Pit. There are some of the medical students are considering what path they want to take. You have to do time Listen, I'm speaking way out of turn here, folks. And if you're a doctor and you want to help us out, feel free, 610-660-9333. But you have to spend a certain amount of time in the emergency room, from what I understand. I don't know if every single doctor has to do that, but there are certain steps you have to take while you are trying to figure out exactly where you want to end up in your career.
So what if you were to be a cosmetic surgeon? Would you have to go work in the ER? Would you have to work,
I think all of it.
I think
to be a medical doctor, I think so.
I had an OB appointment, a gyno appointment, and there was a resident in there, and it was a teaching day, and this guy had no interest in being there, and in fact, my doctor had to teach him bedside manner because he started asking some personal questions, just like that you would at a bedside of an ER, and I was like, oh, this isn't the kind of question you ask while I'm naked on a table in front of you.
Right. Can you make that thing talk?
Yes, I think you do have to practice.
Dude.
If he didn't know that already, I hope he's still in school.
So by 2036, the United States may face a shortage of as many as 86,000 doctors. The Association of American Medical Colleges projected in a 2024 report. Primary care and surgical specialties are particularly impacted, with projected shortfalls of up to 40,000 and 20,000 doctors, respectively, expected over the next decade.
So, listen, my daughter's only 16 years old. She's a junior in high school, but I am, I think she should be a doctor.
What does she want to be?
She is looking to go into nursing.
Okay.
And listen, she's an exceptional student, but the idea of all of that schooling is, it's a daunting sort of thing to look at
absolutely.
For her. So I don't think she wants to do anything beyond college. But
we've all said it. The nurses are so often everything. They're the ones who are the conduit. They're the ones who are.
But they're not
handling
paid
so
like
much.
doctors.
I know, and that's the one problem.
Yeah. And so I sort of feel like. This idea of 12-hour shifts and all of that. I'm like, you gotta go be an orthopedic surgeon because she's got really good, delicate hands.
Would you like me to talk to her?
I would like anybody and everybody to talk to her. But dude, if she could get done medical school in 3 years, maybe that's something she should think about.
Maybe. I don't know. The school's 4-year medical degree program, which has 1,200 students, will remain intact, with the 3-year track a new option for students to consider. The enrollment of the accelerated program is going to start small, with just 2 to 3 students in the 2028 to 2029 school year. Yeah.
I remember, so when I was going to college, I could have everything that I needed to know. Mind you, I wasn't becoming a neurosurgeon.
Right.
I was communications. But everything I needed to know that would assist me throughout my career, I got in 2 years. That would have been the associate's degree. Yeah. I could have settled for that and saved money.
The 3-year program will have a special focus on students interested in going into primary care, as well as people dedicated to community health who have experience as nurses, paramedics, and veterans. With its emphasis on primary care and community health, Drexel is hoping that its accelerated track will attract people interested in practicing locally as well.
I mean, aren't you guys blown away with Dr. Mike, with how much he knows just off the fly?
Yes.
Sure. Well, he's what makes him so amazing amongst the multitude of other things is the fact that for his media stuff, he's dialed into all the latest news. So he's always dialed into what's, here on the cusp of this sort of treatment. I think if I were to be, I want to be the second opinion doctor.
Right.
Who can come in and go, yes, I concur.
Yeah. You don't even have to look at it. Like, the first guy was right.
Yeah, I think that, yes, I agree.
Press, your buddy Jim, super smart guy.
Yep.
But he does not present that way. Do you know what I mean? Not like
He seems like an idiot to
No,
you.
and that's not
He seems like a bumbling fool. He's sort of the Sarah Boyle.
No, he kind of presents as an everyday guy.
Very
every man.
unassuming.
Yeah, very unassuming. But you have had longer, deeper conversations with him. Is he of intelligence level?
He is almost a photographic memory.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, my buddy Nick's like that. My friend, he's a surgeon, and he's my fraternity brother. But yeah, he has a
Does
photographic
he love Howie
memory.
Long as well?
Not that I am aware of. But,
So he's got one of those photographic,
memory.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, but he specialized in brain surgery, and so anytime I've asked him any medical question about something, he's just like, "Oh yeah, A B C D," it just rattles it right off, like it's just nothing. It's what the guy's incredibly brilliant.
If you're sitting around, will you just say, "Can you have a quick look at my brain?"
Yeah, you mind taking a peek?
Actually, you can have fun little games with them, right? So suppose you are talking to your photographic memory friend, and they're facing you, and you know that they saw that they were facing the other way. You describe everything that's behind you right now.
I don't know if it works that way.
I don't think it works that way.
So there's a difference between absorbing material and retaining it as opposed to being aware of everything around you. You know what I mean?
What do they call? Is it didactic? Is that what they call?
I don't know.
I'm probably. This is great. I'm a moron. Attempting to address.
Didactic.
Well,
prophylactic, axiomatic.
No. So Mary Lou Henner. Remember, she has, it's something like extremely smart person syndrome or something like that.
We are clearly not of intelligence level.
It's, Marissa, can you look up real quick Mary Lou Henner. Mary Lou Henner ability or something along those lines and see what it is, because there's a very specific name for people who just remember pretty much everything.
She can,
Here you go.
Every day.
Highly superior autobiographical memory.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, see,
right.
that's you guys know me.
Yeah.
I retain all that stuff. Are you of intelligence level? Jesus, dear God. Okay, we're moving on. All right, so an Uber Eats delivery robot got a bit of a sidewalk smackdown, marking strike 2 since the rollout in Philadelphia. The robot got kicked not once but twice. The second time it was toppled over at the entrance of a parking garage at Juniper and Locust Street over the weekend. The pair of people who did it eventually set the robot back on its wheels. So somebody kicked it over. This is the second such incident this month. The first happened on the 15th in Locust when a passerby sat on the robot.
Are there cameras on that thing?
I think there has to be, right?
Yeah.
It would have to be.
Because there's a video out there of the robot going up to a guy and saying, "Hey, can you hit the crosswalk button for me?" And the guy's like, "Hell no, I'm not going to hit the crosswalk button for you," and walks away.
Really?
Yes.
Well,
Why not?
Why wouldn't he hit the crosswalk
The
button?
robot's being nice.
They're really annoying, guys. If you're walking down the street, they are everywhere now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're like through Center City and now through like Fishtown and Old City. They're everywhere.
Did
So-
it say please at least?
I don't know.
Avride, hang on. Avride, the company that makes the robot, had a statement and said, when delivery robots are introduced in a new area, it's quite common to see heightened curiosity from people around them. Some people may try to, quote, test how the robot reacts, for example, stepping in front of it, attempting to interact with it directly. They said this is known and expected phase as people get used to the technology. They said our top priority in these situations is safety. The robots are designed to respond conservatively. In most cases, they would simply stop and wait if someone approaches or interferes, resuming the route only once the interaction has ended. They said in practice, these moments are usually brief. People tend to satisfy their curiosity within a minute or so, and then it moves on.
You have 1 minute to comply.
Yeah, the self-destruct mode. This is what people do when it's new, and
around with it.
maybe eventually you'll get used to it. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know if you want to hit the crosswalk button or not.
I mean, listen.
I'd help out a robot in need.
Can you get in trouble for it? I mean, is it worth any sort of legal issues? Or
You're
legal
vandalizing property.
You're vandalizing property. Like, listen, I understand, and I know that you're fairly anti these things. I have no opinion on it because I don't live in the city, so I don't. My only thought goes to people that are trying to save money. I know that there's delivery fees and all that sort of stuff. So, but ultimately, if it comes down to you getting a ticket or a vandalizing charge or whatever, like, is it worth it?
And dude, at the end of the day, you saw Arnold's penis.
I did.
I definitely agree with not vandalizing it. Not worth it. I will tell you that if you actually order from a restaurant and go pick it up, you are helping the restaurant because they are making more money instead of using the third-party service. But even just yesterday, I literally watched a guy, a bicycle delivery guy, pull up to a restaurant. He was picking up food and the restaurant was closed.
Huh.
And I saw him kind of knocking and looking through the window. And I was like, what happens when that's a robot? Like, what's going to happen then?
He was going up, he was a courier, and he was going to pick up food.
He was going to pick up a delivery, and I saw him look at his phone, look at the restaurant, big closed sign, and he
How
has
did that
to
happen?
contact.
Yeah, how can you order food from a restaurant that's closed?
It happens all the time.
Does
Maybe
it?
they closed early or they didn't turn off their service and were closing.
Ah.
I mean, there's just human error in it.
So you don't reach out to the restaurant directly when you're ordering food?
No, you're talking to a third-party service when you're using the delivery apps.
And then they just show up and place the order in person?
No, then the delivery app puts the order in with the restaurant, but if nobody is there, then it might just be sitting there.
And I guess they don't know that nobody's there.
Yeah.
I do this a fair amount. I'll place the order. It'll say like, whatever, the harvest or couch tomato has received your order, and then the dasher, the DoorDash person, takes over and goes and picks it up, takes a picture of the food at the restaurant, and then you get an update on them coming to the house, and that's how it usually goes. But the restaurant has to confirm that they received your order.
Sure. It sits there. I mean, Ryan uses these services all the time at his restaurant.
Hang on.
Yeah. So normally what would happen is somebody on the other side would say, you'd get an alert from the restaurant saying, all right, we got your order. Sometimes there are instances where the dashers will show up even though the restaurant hasn't confirmed that. We've had issues before where we had a power outage one time and trying to figure out what the hell is going on. We didn't shut off the service. Well, we had a dasher come through, be like, oh, I'm here to pick up the order. And I'm like, well, I got no electricity. I can't
How
really
do they like liver?
Yeah. Do you love it? I got a really cool list you can get on. But it's the Wild West.
So Marissa, maybe in that case, the dasher didn't pay attention to see that they hadn't received the order.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
I don't know. All right, there's another thing out of the city beat, and this is actually headed down to the shore, or just in New Jersey, actually. So New Jersey has passed a strict new e-bike law. But within the requirements set to roll out this summer, key details about how the rules work remain a bit unclear. Starting in July, riders must be at least 15 years old to operate an e-bike in New Jersey. Riders will also need an e-bike license, permit, or valid driver's license. In addition, all e-bikes must be registered with the State Motor Vehicle Commission and insured.
So all e-bikes, because I know a lot, we've talked about I see them booking along 30, 40 miles an hour. I mean, okay, so every version of an e-bike is going to be subject to this, Preston?
I don't know.
Yeah, and so the laws, they're still trying to figure it out. Even like law enforcement is still trying to figure out what these laws are. In Clearwater, I don't know how many, if you guys saw a bunch of e-bikers. Dude, I saw so many. And the crazy thing is none of them were pedaling.
Yeah.
Not one of them was actually pedaling. They were on motorcycles on the sidewalk,
So Tom Heist of Heist Insurance Area Group in this article, Alera Group, said that the cost of the coverage is still being determined. He said, we think the insurance premiums will be in the neighborhood of $250, $300 to $500 per year. The state really hasn't defined what minimum limits they want yet. Said that there are still significant questions, especially about how the law will apply to out-of-state visitors bringing e-bikes to the Jersey Shore. He said, you're a resident in Pennsylvania, you can't register your vehicle here. You're not a resident. Police also say that they are waiting for more guidance on how enforcement will work as well.
You could easily cause significant injury and or kill someone on those things. I see this ad for this one pop-up. It's an e-bike, but the power that it has is crazy. I mean, so yeah, they can be very... You guys, is it a big issue down at the shore?
I mean, they're all over the place, but I wouldn't call it an issue.
Okay,
I'm not where I am anyway.
No, I mean, there are more cyclists, bikelists, whatever you want to call them on the road, whether they're on an e-bike or not. There's just more bike traffic when you're down the shore. I think this is more of an issue here, up where I'm at, because it's just like little kids on these bikes and
zipping
along, and like, here's the thing: like you're on this powered vehicle, let's call it, and you have no idea what the rules of the road are, and you're just like, I'm just trying to think of this like from my 13-year-old brain. If I had an e-bike, what kind of a-hole would I be on the sidewalks or the street or whatever? And
I was an a-hole with just a regular bike.
Exactly.
Yeah. So they're just trying to avoid some type of tragedy, which eventually is going to happen. And listen, it's not going to prevent all tragedies from happening, but having rules and having some regulations and having safety plans are going to definitely save a few lives.
Is there maybe there's a happy medium here that would, if we encourage people to ride food delivery robots to where they're going, then right?
I don't know if you guys spend any time on your community boards, your Facebook,
I don't.
community groups.
I'm
or
writing
whatever.
a manifesto right now.
But there's a lot of chatter about this stuff on it, and a lot of what a lot of people are saying is, hey, if this were my kid, I would want to know. And so this is happening in this section of this neighborhood. If this were my kid, I would want to know. And I agree with that, right? It's not like get off of my lawn, kids. No, but it's like, hey, listen, they're making it dangerous for people around them, but also, and maybe more importantly, they're making it dangerous for themselves. Simple as that.
I agree. Officials say residents can sign up on the MVC's website for updates as more information becomes available. One requirement is already clear. Helmets will be mandatory for all e-bike riders, regardless of age, starting this summer. So you do need to wear a helmet. All right. So, Philadelphia leaders are ramping up efforts to welcome millions of visitors to the city of brotherly love, of course, with FIFA and all that stuff going on, and the 250th anniversary. So, a new law signed by Governor Josh Shapiro will allow some bars to remain open till 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
Under a temporary, what they're calling 250 permit, aimed at accommodating crowds expected for this summer's celebrations.
Preston, without the assisted cocaine, how late could you stay at a bar? I mean, honestly,
Like
God,
now?
Yeah.
Forget it, dude. I'm out of there by 10 o'clock. Are you kidding me? And that's a late nighter for me. And even back in the day, like 2 was late enough for me, dude. No way I wanted to be at a bar till 4 o'clock in the morning.
The only time for when I was, doing shows or then the lights would go, you'd stay there, but never. The concept is completely alien.
Yeah, but there are club goers or people like to party all night.
Yeah, if you're like leaving a game and the game ends at 11 and then you're just going out and your night is like just getting started. Then
But it's not
maybe the
just
night.
getting started.
No, not
You've
for
been
me.
at a game
the
for
game
3
would be
hours.
part of that night for me.
Yeah.
I'd have
people-
drinks at the game.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time. And then you go out maybe another hour or two. That's plenty of time.
Yeah. And listen, this is fine. That's more money for the city. It's more money for the people that are working at the bars. But like Marissa, your night is not just getting started. That is the middle of the night because you got to figure people tailgate for these things. The game itself is 3 hours. So it's like, it's not like,
But I know what she's saying.
Yeah.
There is a whole culture.
Yeah, there's some.
That's just the preamble.
Yeah.
That's not the night.
Yeah.
Hey, think about all those second shifters that get to stay out
That's
later
what I
now.
just said,
There you
yeah.
go.
So the extended hours will only be in effect from June 11th to July 20th and apply to establishments with liquor licenses who apply for the permit. City officials said the move is part of a broader plan to boost Philadelphia's nighttime economy as it prepares for an influx of international visitors. So in addition, the city announced a $1 million grant program for community organizations to host events in neighborhoods across Philadelphia. While city leaders tout the economic benefits of extended bar hours, not everybody is on board. Chris Mullins, owner of McGillen's Old Ale House, said, I think it's a terrible idea. So he said that his bar will not apply for the permit. He said, it's tough, and this is where I would fall totally. He said, it's tough enough dealing with people from midnight to 2 in the morning because by that time, they've been drinking maybe all day, all night, and I just think it's going to cause a lot of potential problems. Nothing good happens anywhere after midnight is his direct quote.
Listen, every morning when we're driving into work and I'm driving in at 4:15, 4:20, I'm looking at other cars on the road going, oh, that is nothing good's going on here.
Right.
I do agree. I think 2 a.m. is a great time to end. I think a lot of those people that get kicked out of McGillen's at 2 are now going to find these other bars, and those other bars are going to realize exactly what he is saying.
Despite concerns, city leaders say they are focused on ensuring the benefits of the celebrations reach all corners of Philadelphia at 4 a.m. All right, do I have time for one more?
Yes, sir.
Guess so. At least one more. Hang on, because I've got a couple of good ones here. Let me see which I want to go with. Oh, yeah, you know what? I got to mention this one, definitely. Maybe we'll have time for 2. I don't know here. But Eileen Callis, Harry Callis's widow.
Yes.
She ain't happy.
No, she's not.
About the Harry the K's being gone. So She saw Harry the K's as a reminder of the connection of her husband with the Philadelphia fans. So she was pretty torn up earlier this month when the Phillies informed her that they had sold the naming rights to the area below Fanavision to Ghost Energy. Harry the K's, which opened at the ballpark in 2004, is no more. We talked about this last week. But now we're hearing directly from her. Eileen said, taking down that sign takes away everything he did for the city. I think they betrayed Harry. It's not about me. It's about what they're doing to Harry. I think they betrayed him for everything he did for them. It's a pretty heavy statement.
It is.
The Phillies declined to comment. Eileen said they paid her $20,000 a year to use the likeness of her husband. They will pay her again this season since they missed the deadline to break the contract for 2026. And they told her that they will not pay her in 2027, but expect to continue celebrating wins by showing the clip of Harry singing High Hopes on Fanavision. Eileen said that the Phillies won't be able to play the song next season unless she gets paid for it. She said, and this is a quote from her, they'll say Eileen Callis got rid of it. She's money hungry. That's what they always said. Flip it on me. I don't mind if they have things. They just have to pay for it. It's intellectual property. They know that.
So remind me, is there a Harry the K plaque there?
There's a statue.
Yeah, but is there also a plaque in another part of the stadium?
Probably.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he's in the Wall of Fame. He's on the Wall of Fame with other people, but yeah. So, I mean, the statue is, it's a statue, dude. It's awesome. It's a 7-foot tall thing. Kane, his son, sang the national anthem before the home opener last week. Todd Callis said earlier in the week that he was okay with the removal of Harry the K's and appreciated the Phillies for the other ways that they honor his dad. Kane told the Associated Press that he had no issue, but Eileen said the broadcaster's sons have to go along with it. Todd is a broadcaster for the Houston Astros. Kane Callis keeps a relationship with the Phillies. But when asked, she said, how do I feel? I feel betrayed for Harry because he gave his all to the city and to his fans. He gave it all. I didn't feel betrayed by them ever. That's who he loved. So in my opinion, there's always a compromise. I thought of the Ghost Energy deck at Harry the K's. Everyone is happy. It's a win-win. So that's the way she would like to see it.
Right.
His name included in that.
She's going to, it's her prerogative to take it whatever way she wants to take it.
Right.
Is there a happy medium? Now, if you go down to South America, there's that 900-foot Jesus.
Okay.
900-foot Harry?
Do you think so?
I like the sound of that, too. It rolls off the tongue, by the way.
900-foot Harry.
Yeah.
Deserves it.
Well, let's see if they consider that. All right. We got to wrap up? Or?
We got 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
You can do it.
All right, one last one. This is the City Beat, by the way. The Philadelphia court system is implementing a ban on all forms of small or AI-generated eyewear. The First Judicial District of Pennsylvania announces the ban went into effect this Monday. From then on, any eyewear with video and audio recording capability will be forbidden in all of the First Judicial District buildings, courthouses, or offices, even for people who have a prescription for it. I didn't know you could have a prescription.
Yes, you can. You can.
I mean, I know that you can get prescription glasses, but...
Oh, they can't prescribe video glasses.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Other devices with recording capabilities like cell phones and laptops continue to be allowed inside courtrooms, but they have to be powered off and stowed away.
That makes complete sense.
Yes.
You could record a jury.
Yeah.
You could.
Yes.
There's all sorts of... I mean, you're not allowed to bring recording devices in any form, into the courtroom.
Well, I mean, you're allowed to have your phone on you, but you're not allowed to have it out actively recording people. Steve, you have the Meta glasses, right?
I have 2 pairs, yeah.
Okay, and do you like them?
I do.
Okay.
I don't use them a lot. There's sometimes if I'm going on vacation, I'll take them with me.
Okay.
They're both are Ray-Bans, and they're helpful. They're fun. The newer version will have you looking at something, and it uses the Google identification. What is this? And it'll give you that kind of information. But I use them, but I don't say that I use them a lot.
Okay.
That's why I got both as sunglasses because it makes sense.
I can't think of anything that I would apply that to Practically. Like, so I watch some like point of view work videos. I told you, I like watching the guys on the working the grill at some of these really busy restaurants. It's really compelling to me. And they're wearing those Google glasses to record that, and you're getting them looking around and everything. I could see that.
There's a little screen at the bottom right hand of that you can see and identify things in. So I think that would be distracting. We had Adam Hutter from the Oddities Expo. He had them here, and I tried them on for a second, and then it glitched and it wasn't working for me. So I only got like a very, very, very small taste as to what it actually looks like.
Yeah, I've thought about it for social media. You guys know I like to go out to restaurants and go out to eat, and I like to take photos of the food, but I would love the glasses instead of having to like pull out a camera and take the photo and such. And I like that POV look.
It's really easy to do it. I've used it, again, on vacation if I just want to grab a quick pic or whatever, but because I'm wearing sunglasses anyway. It's a logical extension.
So the ban is meant to prevent potential witness and juror intimidation from threats of recording. It is unclear whether Philadelphia courts will implement extra screening measures to determine if a person's glasses violate the rule. But if someone is caught bringing them into those spaces, they could be barred entry or removed from the building and arrested and charged with criminal contempt, by the way.
All right, another quick question about these glasses. Suppose we all had them on right now.
Yes.
Is there a way to connect them with our switchboard over there where they would be able to switch from glasses to glasses?
The sweatshirt, they have certain things that they can do. I mean, I don't know if they stream like Bluetooth or any of that. So the pairs that I have, and you're talking the ones that have the little small screen in the side that assist. Both the Ray-Bans are not that. They're just simply the camera.
They're just a camera?
Yeah.
Don't know. Those are some local stories. Thought you might find them interesting as we walk the streets of Philadelphia.
Scoobity wow wow.
All right, we're going to take a break and come back in a moment. A couple of things are going to happen. We're going to chat with our friends at Fox Good Day, their 30th anniversary for that show, and we're going to get into the bizarre file, and then we have an announcement to make. You'll want to hear the details. We'll be right back. Dads are overweight or clinically obese.
Yeah, we've had a few, that are on the heavier side, and you work hard and you try to do the best you can for them. But now we now have 7 remaining.
Seeing the big, the ones that look like sumo wrestlers, crack me up.
Yeah.
They're
big fat
They're
cats.
so funny. Okava will use extenditide or exenatide as its GLP-1 for the study. A different ingredient than is used for popular weight loss drugs for humans. Ozempic uses semaglutide, and Mounjaro uses a trizepatide.
So what popular song will they rip off for the cat version of Ozempic?
Yeah. That's a good question.
Cats in the Cradle?
The company
it's not peppy enough.
Claims several advantages to using the drug on pets over using traditional diet or exercise regimens. Some of the pros that the company cites are reduced risk of diabetes through improved glucose metabolism and decreased osteoarthritic pain.
Stray cat strut.
And inflammation. There you go. As among the advantages cited are enhanced cardiovascular function and better insulin sensitivity.
Yeah. So I wonder what the availability now is of the non-injectable. Because now every company is coming out with some sort of weight loss drug because everyone weighs out the pros and cons of getting on it, whether we talked about microdosing or whatever.
Right.
They're seeing the advantages.
Yeah, Wegovy's the only one that's
pill form?
Pill form.
Okay.
Right now. There's another one on the road.
The company also says that early studies have proven the implant and GLP-1 treatment is safe and beneficial to pets.
Yes, do you carry pussy pills?
No, we only do the injections, sir. We just do the pussy injections. Beyond just cats, Okava plans to study dogs next, too.
Yeah, why not?
They said the medicine works similarly in pets as it does in humans.
For my experience over the years has been you're more likely to find a corpulent cat than a puffy puppy.
They said pet owners should expect to see meaningful behavioral changes in their animals. Most notably, pets will become less food motivated.
Right.
They'll show less begging behavior.
Yes.
Reduced scavenging and better portion control.
But Press, you have your dogs are siblings, and
yes.
You feed them at the same time. Why is one bigger, fatter than the other?
So not only fatter, just bigger in general.
Right.
So there has to be. They're not pure Yorkies.
Okay.
There's some other bloodline in there, And we think that in the genetic milkshake that happens when they're being created, that Haley, the female, had to have gotten some Chihuahua in there because she's smaller, she's more intense in her she's more hyperactive, like you said, and her snout looks a little bit different.
Okay.
But they're both from the same litter. She just came out a little different.
Is it possible they're St. Bernard Yorkies?
St. Bernard Yorkies. Quite possible. I don't know if I see any St. Bernard in there or not. But anyhow, I thought that was a cool idea that they're going to do weight control for cats.
Long-term health prospects. It's good.
Yeah. All right. Back into the junk show. All right, I saw this story out of China. Parents have found a new way to pressure their kids into getting married, and it involves AI-generated videos. These clips, which are flooding platforms like Weibo, show fake older people expressing regret about not starting families when they were younger. And in one viral video, an AI-created 58-year-old woman sits alone during hospital visits while other patients have family members caring for them. Another shows a 56-year-old character wishing that she had listened to her parents. And I saw this, and I was wondering if the pressure to get married is still really as much of a thing as it used to be.
Well, I think particularly with China, they're countering their, one child or their child limitation rules. They find themselves with the population, even though they have a huge population, they're fighting a lot of issues that came with all of those rules in the 90s. So, but that's a good question, Preston. Is there the pressure if you are? You talk about globally, right? I mean, just in general.
Yeah, already here. The people listening right now, because I remember a friend of mine who were the same age. Yeah. I remember him telling me when we were in probably our early 30s that his parents were really pushing. Hey, you're not married yet.
I never had that.
We really want some grandkids, And
in fact, my advice was, please don't ever get married. Don't have kids.
No, but and I was like, wow, really? You're getting that? I'd never gotten that from my parents, but because it says here not just about having kids, but just about getting married.
Getting married
in particular, and I know obviously times have changed. Specifically, that. There was a time where women needed to find a man to help support them because women weren't really commonplace in the workforce, and so therefore, if you didn't find a breadwinner, you were going to be stuck with your family and having to take money from them.
There's a big indicator of that in the movie It's a Wonderful Life, where Mary hasn't gotten married. You're not going to like it. She's an old maid.
She's an old maid. Yeah. I
mean, women couldn't get credit cards until the 70s.
Yeah. So,
but they had their own cigarette.
Oh,
Virginia
come a long way, baby.
Somebody had to buy them for us, but
baby, you've come a long way, baby.
You got your own cancer stick.
Oh my God. But I'm just not sure if it
I think some cultures are probably you're going to feel it a little bit more.
Certainly, yeah. And maybe China is one of those. China saw marriage registrations drop more than 20% in 2024, with just 6.1 million couples tying the knot, which has parents worried, apparently. While some commenters are cheering on the trend and asking for more videos, young people mostly find it funny. Many say the fact that parents had to use AI because they couldn't find real people to share these regrets says a lot.
That doesn't say a lot about your message.
Yeah.
I'm loving it, man.
Yep. All right, back into the drawer of the junk. All right, here's one. Speaking of having kids, this is according to Kate Stone. She's a mother and is breaking down which extracurricular activities are most helpful for getting kids into college. Or I don't know. She is, hang on a second, college admission process. She's a professional who's built a career on guiding students. So
she's a madam.
Yeah, she's a no. She's a college admissions expert.
Oh, I see.
So,
okay,
yeah, sorry about that.
Is crew in there rowing?
Well, let's start at the beginning, and then I'll get to that. While being involved at a school is great, not all extracurriculars are created equal. Anything that thousands of kids are doing is always going to be less helpful for you, she says. And it's not that you should completely avoid popular extracurriculars, though. It just means that you have to bring something creative or differentiated to it.
So these things are they're gonna stoke your chances of getting into a college, right? It's going to help you with that process.
Yeah.
I
So-
assume promoting college basketball gambling is not one of them.
Probably not. The college admissions expert recently ranked a handful of popular high school activities according to their value, and she did it out of a ranking out of 10.
All right.
So 10 being the best. So I'll give you a couple of these on here. So in an application to a top-tier university, if you're a newspaper editor, that's like a 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
My daughter did that at her high school newspaper.
Okay.
That's all I have to say about that.
Which daughter?
Oh, Casey.
All right.
Because she's in college.
And that helped her out?
Yeah.
Okay. Robotics is a 3 out of 10.
So if your daughter's a robot.
Student council is 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
Winning academic competitions, that's an 8 out of 10.
So it's a big one.
Yeah. And so academic competition, so, math clubs and things like that.
These kind of things.
These things. Time do we have until we go? I need to know. Okay. No answer?
No answer.
Nobody on the phone? Casey's talking to her gang at Fox. And
It's like the planning.
2.5 minutes. All right, I'm going to do a couple of shout outs then and maybe a plug here. Got this email. It says, hey, Preston, would you give my husband Brian a belated shout out for his birthday, March 29th? I forgot to do this earlier, and he's been giving me a hard time about it. Thank you. That is from, it says, signed your friend Leslie. So here's a shout out. It happens, and sometimes I get them way late, too. So here is another one. It says, hey, I'm writing on behalf of my non-profit charity, the Colleen P. Smith Memorial Fund Incorporated. You may remember my name at the end of every Camp Out for Hunger. You read a letter on air from us and accepted a donation check on our behalf. And today, I'm asking you for a couple of favors. First, our fundraising softball tournament, coming up on April 25th, weather permitting. A butt plug on any day of the week leading up to that day would be phenomenal. So there you go. There's a butt plug for you right there. And let's see here. And then they wanted something else. Oh, they're looking for an item to donate. So
all right.
That is from Brian Smith. So, the fundraising tournament, April 25th, for the Colleen P. Smith Memorial Fund. I don't have any other information other than that, but if you do a quick search, I'm sure you can find that out, and that is from Brian Smith. So there's a plug for that as well. How are we doing time-wise, Casey? About a minute, sorry. Let me see. Here's a shout out. It says, my name is Aaron Parker. My daughter Riley is a student teacher at Lincoln Middle School in Lancaster County. I know it's a little out of the area, but we're from Bucks County. The school district of Lancaster has a budget deficit, and unfortunately, taking away field trips and a lot of other things that students look forward to. And they're trying to raise money to get the 8th grade students to go to Hershey Park.
Oh, that'd be great.
And I'm attaching a GoFundMe that started to raise money for the trip. Anything that can be done is much appreciated. And if you could give also a juicy shout out to my daughter, Riley Parker, who'll be graduating from Millersville University in May with her bachelor's and secondary education with a focus on social studies. Thank you and rock on from Aaron Parker. So that's a shout out for Riley. And I believe, yes, we have that information if you want to donate to the GoFundMe and help these kids go to Hershey Park. You can go to PrestonandSteve.com and click on the community
So much
page.
fun.
Yeah. Oh, man. I can't wait to, get out to Hershey Park this season.
Yeah.
Love to do that. All right. So we should be hearing our friends from Fox 29 here any moment. Oh, there it is. Just in time. Let's see what they got.
Oh, Preston and Steve, thank you for joining us on our birthday. We're 30 years old today, guys.
Woo! Happy birthday to you.
That's awesome, man.
Well, thank you. Dirty 30, right?
Yeah.
And how long have
we've been doing
been
this?
doing this hit with you guys?
I don't know. It was a few years ago. You guys came by and filmed a special that was 10 years that we've been doing it together. And that was 3-4 years ago, Steve, don't you think?
Yeah.
Time is...
It's all amorphous at this point. But we've been doing this check-in for... Do we have an exact?
I don't know. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
They came by and they did a special for us being together on there for a decade, and then I think that was a few years ago. So I want to say like 15 years, maybe 15, something along that.
The show started. It's the 30th anniversary overall. We started. I mean, we've been
together for 28 years.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So we're neck and neck. And in fact, right now, Mike, there is circulating on social media.
Yeah.
There's a video that Good Day did, and you were the host of it. And Grover Silcox was at our station. We were at Y100 at the time, and we were ranked as one of the best places to work in Philadelphia. And there's a feature, and man, you want to see us look completely different. But it was from around 2000-ish or something along those lines. And that's
Where
kind
did you
of
see it? I
making
wanna
the
look that
rounds.
up.
I saw it on Instagram, and it's been circulating around a little bit. I'll send it to you. I'll send you the link in a little while when we're done with this segment because you'll get a kick out of it. But how do you guys feel on this? You know, you've been together for a long time, but I mean, the show is 30 years old.
Well, Alex has been here 12 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
We remember when Alex came in, when she came to town and visited the show and all of that. And but I mean, clearly this is the greatest period of Good Day Philadelphia, you two together. But do you look back on that? Do you remember that visit, Alex, to the show here?
Yeah, I was inducted into the sorority, wasn't I?
Yes.
I remember.
There you go.
How could I forget?
That's right.
I was so nervous, but you guys were so nice and welcoming, and I really appreciated it. And I love that every Wednesday it's special. And people come up to me like, "Oh yeah, we hear you guys on Preston and Steve."
I was on a flight. I was on a flight not that long ago, and the flight attendant, I come walking in, she's like, I know you from somewhere. and I knew she wasn't a listener of the show. I just picked up on that. I go, Fox, good day. She goes, yes! And she wanted me to tell both of you guys hi, by the way. So there it is.
Did she give you extra snacks?
Of course. I get extra booze snacks.
The comment you always get is, Mike is crazy, and we love Alex. You always get that. Yeah.
That's it every day.
Yes.
Every day. Well, thank you guys for being a part of our show all these years.
Thank you, and happy
Congrats
birthday.
on your award, too.
From the Red Cross. Thank you. We appreciate that. Yeah, we love you guys. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
Right back at you.
All right.
Mwah, 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 mwah.
Marissa found out it was 2012 that we started doing, so it's been 14 years.
Yeah, with Chanel, right?
Yeah. Chanel was before Alex, and that's when we began.
Now hosting the third hour of the Today Show, right?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. So they came in 2022, and it was the first time that all four of you guys had been in a room together on camera like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, that was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And then that was 10 years before that.
Yep.
All right, so 14 years ago. So how many years did Bill Weston call Alex Chanel?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it took a while for that to get
that hung on
amended.
All right, so we have an announcement to make, but not until we get to the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to dive right in with this story. It was an argument at a Costco gas station that exploded into violence with the alleged victim fighting back with an axe. Valeria Andrea Aguilar was arrested for felony burglary with assault or battery after an altercation that began at the Costco gas pump in Miami. The 29-year-old has pleaded not guilty to the charge.
Where'd you get that axe? Costco.
On March 25th, Aguilar started screaming at a Costco gas station attendant when a woman who was also pumping gas drove by and intervened, telling the attendant to revoke Aguilar's membership to the wholesale chain. Aguilar ran after her car. Aguilar then followed the unnamed woman to an intersection. She approached the woman's driver's side, open window, and punched her in the head. Then grabbed her clothing and scratched her face, arms, and chest, which caused lacerations and bruises. But the victim pulled out an axe and started striking Aguilar with it before fleeing in her car. Aguilar was transported to Florida Kendall Hospital and promptly arrested after she was discharged. The alleged victim's health status or whereabouts are not stated in the court documents. While Aguilar told police in the affidavit that she ran after the victim and approached her first, she denied intentionally striking her. Aguilar appeared in court where a judge denied bond. If she's released, she must stay away from her alleged victim and Costco as well.
I actually have an axe in my car right now. But it becomes an axe.
Oh.
So it's part of that survival thing.
Yeah.
I've used that kid so never.
Yeah. All right. So a woman who had sex with identical twins separately within 4 days of each other has been told it is not possible to identify which one is the father of her baby.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God.
So the mother, who cannot be named for legal reasons, and one of the twins took the case to court after the other brother was named as the father on the child's birth certificate. The pair launched legal action as they wanted to be legally recognized as having parental responsibility for the baby. The baby is known as Child P for whatever reason.
Yeah, you know me.
A family court judge declined to remove the name of the alleged father on the birth certificate, prompting the woman and the other twin to take the case to Court of Appeal in London.
It's so you would think there'd be some sort of genetic marker that would be able to delineate.
But a panel of judges there have now ruled that it is not possible to know who for sure is the father. The court heard that DNA testing could not distinguish which of the men was the father, although scientists may potentially be able to do this in the future. But Sir Andrew McFarlane, sitting with Lady Justice King and Lord Justice Stuart Smith, did say that the twin on the birth register would no longer have parental responsibility until the court hears further arguments.
Why don't you sleep with both of them again and see if you can determine?
And a judgment handed down earlier this month, he said, currently the truth of the child's paternity is that the father is one or other of these two identical twins, but it's not possible to say which. It is possible, indeed likely, that by the time the baby reaches maturity, it may be possible for science to identify one father and exclude the other twin, but for the coming time, that cannot be done without very significant cost, and so her truth is binary and not a single man.
That is my formal determination, yo.
Sir Andrew said that the first twin was not entitled to be registered as the father, and that any parental responsibility he had shall cease as a result. However, the judge added that he was wholly unpersuaded to declare that the man was not the father either.
It's so wild.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good plot line for a TV show.
Yeah.
There used to be that show called My Two Dads, which is, I think the father could have either been Paul Reiser or the other guy, and they didn't want to find out.
Right,
Yeah,
at a
they
certain
weren't
point.
like, yeah.
Because they certainly didn't look like each other.
They did not.
Yeah.
But
Greg
this one-
Gavigan was the other guy?
I don't remember
Yeah.
what his name was, but yeah, this could actually, I think this could be an
It could
interesting-
be. Yeah.
All right, there's a story out of Michigan. A traffic stop at the Mechanic Bridge resulted in an arrest relating to possession of illegal weapons. A guy named Eric Korsick, a 54-year-old semi-truck driver, was arrested following a traffic stop for a driving violation. An officer was patrolling the bridge when a semi-truck hauling a trailer was seen speeding and operating in a hazardous manner. During the stop, the officer found the driver had an active warrant out for his arrest. He was taken into custody without incident. And the release says further investigation revealed the driver had multiple illegal weapons and did not have a concealed pistol license. And here's what all they found in this guy's truck. 15 double-edged knives, including 3 equipped with brass knuckle handles.
Wow.
2 throwing stars, each with 4 double-edged sides. 2 additional sets of brass knuckles, including one that had spikes on it.
Cool.
5 loaded pistols, 1 loaded rifle, 1 shotgun, 1 large double-edged sword with a 32-inch blade as well. The driver was also found with 2 open containers of alcohol. A subsequent inspection also indicated the driver had allegedly falsified his electronic logging device records. He was arrested and they impounded everything.
I just keep a collapsible axe in my car.
Yeah. All right, and then we'll do this story. It's pretty messed up. A 35-year-old man in Iowa has become the second person to be arrested and accused of using a drug-laced lasagna to try and force a woman to miscarry.
Oh, my God.
Matthew Mutoff and 36-year-old Amber Snow allegedly provided a family with drugged lasagna. According to the sheriff's office, the couple wanted to force a pregnant woman in the family to have a miscarriage. Mutoff and Snow were accused of developing the plot together. The family wasn't a random target, according to authorities. Snow, okay, so these two are married, by the way.
Right.
So Snow, the woman, shares custody of her child with a member of the victim's family. The exact nature of Snow's connection to that individual has not been made public. Investigators say that Snow's child was present when the drugged lasagna was made and eaten as well.
It's insidious.
A later analysis by the Iowa Crime Lab found that the dish had been laced with oxycodone. Police records indicate the woman targeted in the poisoning was not hurt and the fetus did survive. Investigators allegedly found evidence of the plot by reviewing text messages between Mutoff and Snow and their internet search histories.
Chemically induced abortions aside, I do love a good lasagna.
Oh, my God, yes. After his arrest, Uthoff was booked into the county jail on a $100,000 cash bond. Snow's arraignment is scheduled for April 7th, by the way. All right, and that is where we will wrap things up for now in the Bizarre File. All right, we have an announcement to make. This is going to start on Monday, by the way, and this is your opportunity to get a little extra love in the pocket. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a return of MMR's No Sad Dough contest. Yes, this starts on Monday, friends. It's your shot to win $1,000 5 times a day. So starting on Monday, we will announce a keyword. All right, there will be 5 different times that the keyword will be announced. 8 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 3 p.m., and 5 p.m. And then we'll give you 25 minutes until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it. And there are 3 ways to do that. You can do it through our contest page, WMMR.com. You can use the app, very easy, on your mobile device. The MMR app is available for free, by the way, or you can text it to the special short code number, which is 45911. And then we're going to find a winner. One winner is going to get $1,000. And it is sponsored by our friends at Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. You can get all the details and contest rules at WMMR.com. But again, it starts on Monday. $1,000 5 times a day, 8 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 3 p.m., and 5 p.m. We haven't done this in a little while.
I love when we do it. There's just such a good vibe when you can give away money throughout the day.
And I love we've done it so many times over the years. I love running into people that are like, I want $1,000.
Yeah.
And it's so awesome.
A lot. Yeah.
So it starts on Monday. No Sad Dough, brought to you by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. We wish you luck, my friend. Don't forget, a little bit later on, about an hour from now, we're going to have Ted McGinley on. If you're watching Shrinking, you know him as Derek, but he's been in tons of other things throughout the years, and we cannot wait to talk to him a little bit later on. We'll be right back. Make sure you stay with us. Playing viola, a 9 out of 10.
Why the viola?
Playing the violin is 3 out of 10.
What?
Why?
I guess fewer people play the viola.
All right, hang on.
What about the guitar?
The viola is slightly larger than a violin.
Okay.
Okay. I knew you were going to ask that question.
And it's deeper, right? Like the sound.
Well, yeah, because it's larger. It has it's got a lower register
All
to
right,
it.
so hang on a second. Then what's that compared to a cello?
Well, a cello is even larger. So
Okay.
it's got a lower timbre to it.
All right.
And remember, a manwich is a meal.
Yeah, but it tastes like what is it?
Looks like a sneaker, tastes like a meal.
No,
Wait, which one? The sneaker one or the meal?
The manwich.
it's something is something, but a manwich is a meal. A burger's a burger, but a manwich is a meal. Maybe is that
Something
what it was?
like that, yeah. I forgot.
We could go on.
I opened up a can of worms with that one.
Yep. All right, taking an independent online course or college course is an 8 out of 10. So it's an independent course. Planning your prom, planning your summer vacation is a 7 out of 10.
Wait, students can plan. I just assumed that the prom was planned by all of like the faculty and staff. I had no idea that. Well, I wasn't.
You're
part
on
of
the prom planning committee.
Yeah.
You get
all
to
right.
pick the theme and the colors and what the little giveaway is.
You know what I did? What I recall most about the prom was that "Carry On My Wayward Son." It was in the program. They had it as by Journey, and I was like,
"What?"
I know.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know why that song was listed, but it was like "Carry" and by Journey. I was like, "That's not Journey."
What?
Yeah. They didn't consult me. That's why.
Okay, so you should have been on the prom
I should have
committee.
been on the committee.
All right, solving a real-world problem in your community will get you a 10 out of 10. As far as extracurricular activities being a good sign for a university.
So that's where like Eagle Scout comes into play.
Yeah.
You know, if you're an Eagle Scout, like that's part of like you have to do something for your community.
It's a final project.
It's a massive point.
Yep. So what else
about devising a way to travel faster than the speed of light? Will that bode well for you?
They might take a peek at
I
that.
see here that you broke the speed of light barrier.
Model, UN, and debate.
Why do you have to be attractive to join that?
5 out of 10. No, it's not like a fashion model.
You guys know I was in the Model UN, right?
Yeah.
In college, though.
Super sexy.
Yeah.
And what did you represent?
Djibouti.
Djibouti.
Yeah.
No kidding.
And was your slogan, "It's my duty to please the
that
people of Djibouti"?
The only thing I actually remember from any of that is that the capital of Djibouti is Djibouti.
That's right.
That's all I remember.
Listen, things should be so simple.
Yeah.
All right, this is interesting, Casey. You mentioned Eagle Scout. That's only 6 out of 10. I find that surprising.
Eagle Scout to me would carry a lot more impact.
I feel like
so.
maybe it carried more impact in the past.
Well,
and then
Eagle Scout, like if you're getting into some of the great, like the Citadel or some of the great military academies or West Point, like you'd have to have like a senator or somebody get behind you. But I know that scouting thing figures in prominently.
Listen, this whole college thing is a game these days, right? And the parents are now they know how to play the game.
Yeah.
So so this is just another tactic.
Part of the game.
It's another part of
It's
it.
like Catan.
Yeah, exactly. And so so all of this stuff, it's so competitive, and the colleges know this too.
I'm sorry, Casey. I have breaking news. Can you can you pull that up real quick? Hang on, real quick. Yep.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
All right, this just in. A sandwich is a sandwich, but a manwich is a meal.
There you go. Yeah. A lot of people are coming to terms with that right now.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a sandwich. Well, you didn't have a manwich? Because that's a meal. By the way, I do love a manwich.
All right, so also, here's a couple more. I just have a handful of these lists. Founding a club with a measurable impact is, well, if you're a founder of a club, it's a 3 out of 10. That's not so great. But founding a club with a measurable impact, whatever that means, is a 9 out of 10. All right. If you're
like ISIS.
If you're the varsity captain, it's a 5 out of 10. Which I would have thought that would have been a little bit better.
I thought it would have
that.
carried more. I'm clearly a bad judge of this stuff.
I guess if you're not really going for an athletic scholarship, right? Maybe, I don't know.
You just like to smell worn gym clothes.
If you are a tutor, not like a farter, okay? A tutor.
Well, what is that?
Tutoring.
I should have gotten into Yale.
I thought you meant like a British royal family.
No, that'd be a tutor.
Right,
yeah. A tutor. I hit the second T hard. 4 out of 10. Internships will gain you a 7 out of 10. That's important to know.
Yeah.
Internships, or I wouldn't be doing what I do without entering into an internship program.
Hey, Maurice, can you do me a quick favor as he's going through this list? Can you find out how many high schools there are in this country? All right, back to you, Preston.
How many high schools there are in the country?
Yeah,
in
it's
the
just
United
a point I want to make.
Okay, and then there's only one left, and that is if you are DECA, D-E-C-A, which is Student Career Organization, that'll get you 5 out of 10.
Wow, I had virtually none of the. In fact, I had none of these. What am I saying?
Right.
Virtually none of these. I
All
was,
right. Marissa found
not inclined.
There's a lot of here, Casey.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
So it's close to like 23,000.
Okay, so that means there's 23,000 valedictorians every single year. So that's what I'm saying. Like all of this stuff, it's all a game, right? So
Man.
it's all a game, man. No, but listen,
You're being taken, man.
let's just go by like the Ivy Leagues, right? The Ivy League schools like
game.
are full of valedictorians, but if you don't have a story along with it, you're not going to get in, right? So like you have to do something else. You have to like create your own charity, or you know what I mean?
Or steal a good story.
Listen, my
I was a funny DJ in the Vietnam War.
My son's brother is my son would be my son.
My son's brother is the greatest guy.
Son's brother would be your other son.
My
son's sister.
My son's friend
is a delight.
My son's friend is National Honor Society.
My son's mother.
He's an Eagle Scout.
Yes,
and and he got waitlisted like Penn State. But it was the Camille School of Business, which is very, very highly sought after, right? But like Penn State, for instance, like they take in all of these other out of state students because they have to pay full price. Like it's just this weird.
It's a
weird
game, man.
It's a game. It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks because other states they like mandate that you have to take a certain amount of in-state residents, right? Like Michigan State, for instance, but Penn State doesn't do that, and they're like, well, why would we take this high achieving kid that lives in Pennsylvania,
who's not going to make us more money,
when I can take some kid from New Jersey
to me
who's going to pay $70,000?
Seems like a big game.
Man, it sucks. And listen, we've gone through it, right? Like we have 2 kids in college now. We got another one who's on the way, and she is a high achieving kid, right? But like, and she has worked her ass off, but like she's competing, you know, it's this weird competition. It sucks.
So your son's brother, your son, does he have good grades?
Yeah, he's in the National Honor Society.
Okay,
he's got great grades.
Yeah.
What does
Eagle
your
Scout.
son's mother think about this?
I don't know. I haven't talked. No, but it sucks. Like, you know, like he. I
know what you're saying. There's all sorts of. Listen, at their very core, these hallowed learning establishments are businesses.
Yeah.
So they're going to look for the best way to bring in profit.
Yeah. So don't forget that they are a for-profit institution.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely, and there's sometimes, like you said, it's a game, man. But you gotta stack the deck a little bit.
So you have to play the game too,
and you have to start playing it early too. If you depending on what your goals are, how lofty your goals are. Because I didn't have goals, so I didn't care, and I didn't do any of that stuff. I only did. Call it crazy, things that I was actually interested in.
Well, life for us was like Plinko. They got dropped down, and by just the intervention of the fates, we ended up doing okay.
Yep, exactly. All right, Case, I have just a short thing, one more, if you don't mind. Or I think I do. It's in here somewhere. Let me dig into this drawer.
Wow, I feel like you're actually doing it.
All right, if you hate to walk away from the television, you can just take it with you now. Hisense announced a new TV. It's called the S6 Follow Me that can roll from room to room if you needed to.
Oh, my.
The 32-inch 4K touchscreen sits on a pedestal with wheels and can tilt, rotate, and adjust in height. Now, I haven't seen this. I've only read this story. You have?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
So think of it almost looks like a large iPad on a swivel. So the mount is on a swivel, and it's almost like the kind of rollers that you would have an IV on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that I've seen.
What's the name of it again, President?
Hisense.
It is called Hisense, and it's called the S6 Follow Me.
All right, the Hisense is the brand. I remember that.
Yeah.
I always thought like Hisense was like it was like the cheaper TV that you would find at Walmart.
Hisense actually puts out some good stuff. Okay. This is a different version than I saw, Preston. I might have seen the beta, but yeah. Does that hold any interest to you?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, God, no.
Because Lord knows you don't have enough TVs.
I know. Yeah, I mean, TVs are pretty inexpensive
and
now.
by the way,
pretty much put them where you want to.
The big issue that all these companies are dealing with, and Netflix and HBO and these kind of things, is that a good portion of the TV viewing public is not viewing classic TV, A, and B, they're watching it on their phones. Their phones. And or iPads, which you can carry.
Thanks,
with
Chris. Going to get Ted McGinley on about 9:10 this morning. We have a few minutes with him. Somebody texted in earlier said, "Preston, it's Ted McKinley," and I'm like, "No, it's not. It's Ted McGinley."
It is.
We know him well. We've been aware of his career for a long, long time.
You remember there was not to talk about him now when we're talking to him later, but there was a portion in his life where he was considered the death of a show.
Yes.
Like he'd come and he made fun of that very fact. And I think he even wrote a book or someone wrote a book about that factor, the Ted McGinley factor.
I saw an analysis of it on a YouTube video. Essentially what it was is the shows had already pretty much run their course.
Right, exactly.
And it was not bringing him on that did it. They were at the tail end of their survival.
When he joined Married with Children, it was like the second golden age of Married with Children.
Yeah. I think it's kind of funny how excited we are to have him.
But this is exactly the kind of person this show has always loved.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, so I was going to talk about something else, but Casey is doing something very obvious in front of me right now, and I need to address this. You had your arm up like this.
Oh my God, my new tattoo!
What'd you get?
Dude, it's huge.
Yeah. So
it's his entire forearm.
How did I not see this?
Yeah, so
hold it up.
So it's a tattoo of Jesus and a lion. And so I got, I was going to go with Alf, and then I went, because Easter's on Sunday, I was like, Jesus is my savior. So I decided to go with, and then also my father, he was a big fan of Jesus.
But Alf is a bit of your savior too.
Yeah. And then I also went to Cardinal O'Hara High School, but I got two tattoos.
Can I? Okay, what are you doing?
I got another one right here.
Stop it. These are temporary tattoos.
No, what are you talking about? No, I got a third one, actually.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm like, that is like 14 hours of tattooing right there.
Where'd you get those?
I got them
Those
off.
are pretty cool.
I got them off of Amazon. I got more. You want some?
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally. So your story about getting a tattoo yesterday was a bunch of garbage?
It was a setup.
Oh,
It was April Fool's.
Oh my God! It looks legit.
Let me see it.
Because I was looking closely, I'm like, that does not look fake.
And I like that.
Oh, that's cool.
That looks really cool.
But I'm like, okay, Jesus, I don't see that. But
I'm mad about how I placed this one on my arm.
It's not right.
It's not right.
Yeah, but it'd be
honestly,
hard to do it for yourself.
And my wife was in bed last night, and she refused to get out of bed to help me. So I blame the placement on her. Listen, she was tie. I understand.
How long before it dries so that you can?
Oh, like seconds.
Instantly?
Yeah,
Really?
instantly, yeah.
I
So-
got to try that.
I know. Well,
I mean, my whole head is a mural.
They're like the old, they're just more elaborate now. But you remember you would get like logos and things like that that were fun little tattoos.
I don't.
It takes
I guess-
like 20 seconds to
Yeah.
put them on. But yeah, we used to. In fact, we used to have, I think we had DRE. We should go back to MMR and Preston Steve temporary tattoos. We had those at one point, I want to say.
We did. Yeah.
And they're easy to do.
I used to get Y100 tattoos at the Warped Tour.
Marissa,
Yeah.
you should get this on your back. It's like some sort of.
It's been a while since I
like-
freaked my mom out at Easter. So
Tell it to
maybe
the Spartans.
but when I'm due for a good pearl clutch when she sees a new tattoo.
I almost gave myself a tramp stamp, but it was two things. A, I didn't want to have to shave that patch of hair on my back, and then I also didn't want to reveal my love handles to the viewing audience.
Hold up your other arm case so I can see what that tattaoo is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're big ones.
That one is, I wanted to go like, what is the most unobvious tattoo? And I thought skulls would be one of the
that one's on his chest.
Unobvious. And then also,
I love it, man.
The Jesus one. I was like, you guys, I know Preston knows that I would never get a
You wouldn't
Jesus.
just commit to something that big.
That's like a prison tattoo.
And then I was like, do I put it on my neck or like behind my ear? You know?
Okay.
Neck, I would not have bought.
No.
The arms.
The arms, yes.
Because you have a number of tattoos. I remember you doing a lot of hand wringing with your tattoos over the years.
So my kids, Avery knows that I have these fake tattoos, but Seamus and Casey, who are away at school, have no idea. They don't even know we're talking about this right now. So I sent them a picture of my chest tattoo, and I was like, I forgot to tell you guys, I got a tattoo. Let's see if this works on them.
How long have you been planning this?
Well, ever since it showed up on my Instagram algorithm, the people with these realistic looking tattoos. So I was like, I want to try it. And then, we never do April Fool's stuff. Like,
It's been a
it's
while.
a little hacky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We used to, but
yeah.
we did everything. We've done everything.
Do you remember when we did? This is not really happening. Worldwide Electronics, or whatever it was. We faked like we were throwing free electronics.
Yeah,
like come and get it.
stereos,
It was
TVs,
stereos,
from
TVs.
the top of the city hall.
Yeah, the observation deck at City Hall.
I'd like to know if anybody actually fell for that.
Oh, they did?
If anybody actually
Well-
thought I was outside.
Do you remember we had Matt Cord? Was pretending like he was there on scene, doing the play-by-play of people throwing stuff, throwing refrigerators.
We said people were showing up with large comforters and blankets to catch.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good one, Case.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm not seeing any tattoos I really like here, though.
Oh, you don't
But I
want-
mean, for fun, I could play around with
You don't
these.
want this eagle one right here?
Oh, my God.
Let me see that. That is pretty cool.
It's got some color in it. Yeah.
It's
And then
a little garish.
Yeah, the color is interesting.
Yeah. And then
This one is like how would you describe that, Steve? Like a
That's
gladiator?
like a Spartan soldier.
Yeah, but then it's got like a little fire in it.
I would say that if you are flirting with any sort of tattoo or you want to see placement wise, this would be a good way to take it out for a spin.
if you like it, And the question is, I don't know how long this is going to last.
That is the question. How, and what does it come off with? I assume we're going to soap and water?
Baby oil.
Baby oil?
Baby oil.
Okay.
And it'll eventually just kind of break up and slowly peel off of there. So
Hey, we were talking yesterday about you covering your ankle tattoos with just like black,
I was thinking about doing like a black band around my ankle just to cover it up because I can't think of anything that they could really turn that into that would be interesting at all and just black it out and it just looks like I've got
How about an eagle?
it looks like I do like some of the just straight black bands and things like that. A friend of ours had almost they're like 3 small circles that went all the way around their
I like those
forearm.
too.
I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
But-
Do you like colors, or do you tend to like more muted colors with tattoos?
I like well, it all depends. I mean, because they have a shelf life, and especially the ones that are vibrant and very detailed. Over time, they're just going to kind of fade, and they're going to spread out. But the just straight black will, I think, hold its integrity a little longer. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
I don't really
the
know.
state of the art right now.
I also think certain skins tend to, let's just, for lack of better terms, reflect those colors better.
Highlight them better?
And highlight them better. I don't think, because I have color on my right arm, and I don't think the colors, even when it was brand new, reflected the way I had wanted it to.
So my dog sitter, dog groomer, Marissa, not you, Marissa, she has tattoos, and they look great, and they're very colorful. But you're right; it has to work with your skin color.
Yeah, my friend Tiffany got like this honeycomb type of tattoo, and the way she had it done, and the way it was sort of. The idea around it is that, tattoos evolve over time. And so when the colors and all that sort of stuff sort of like settle in and spread into the skin, like the tattoo will grow as it gets older.
By how much?
Not much.
Not much, but just enough.
By the way, real quick, Casey, text here says, hey, you got a bunch of us on YouTube. We feel like such fools. Because you can actually see it because we're showing it to the camera. So... and another one says, hey, guys, this is from Nick Knight. He says, my tattoo sleeve has all of our sled themes in it.
Oh,
from the Cardboard Classic.
Love that idea.
He's from the Turd Burglars.
That's fantastic.
Can he send a picture over?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
I would love to check that out for sure. All right, cool. Well, that was good, Case. Because I saw it, and I'm like, what is it at first? Because he's holding his arm so I could see it specifically. And I was like, did you just, I couldn't quite make out what it was, and I thought maybe you just got some dirt on you or something like that. And I'm like, wait, no, that's way too big. And then I'm like, wait a minute, he was talking about getting a tattoo.
Yeah.
Is that what that is? And then Marissa, you were the one like, that would have taken like 15 hours to get that done.
Marissa's the only clear-thinking one in the group. Yeah. She's like, no way.
Wow. Okay, well, good job, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good job. I got this email. I would like to present this to you and those listening. I would like to have you maybe call in because, or you can text in as well. We have a phrase that we've used for years on the show just as a joke, which is the Preston and Steve show. You learn stuff, and it's kind of tongue in cheek. But I got this email from Vince. Vince Schiccietano.
Hey!
He checked in on Monday and said, "Hey guys, love your show. But as I was listening today, I thought of a segment for your show called Everything I Learned from the Preston and Steve Show."
Dear God.
And then he points this out. He says, today I learned about EST and EDT, Eastern Standard Time and Eastern Daylight Time. Because we were talking about daylight savings time, and a caller called in with some information. And I never know whether we're in daylight time or we're in standard time.
No.
And Casey had pointed out we have this, our text message board has the time that people text in, and next to it it says 8:20 to 8 a.m. EDT. And Casey and I had never put together that means daylight time. So we learned on that day that this is something that we see every day and had no idea that, okay, now we can tell when it's daylight time or standard time. But Vince says, I figured your audience can call you and comment on things that they learned or first heard on your show. The first time you heard about something and learned about it, you were today years old listening to the show. 610-660-9333 is the number.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was today years old when I realized this. We have espoused a lot of information over the 28 years. Some of it occasionally is accurate. So hopefully, yeah.
And also, listen, a lot of times the stuff that you learned that day, we learned that day too. It's not like we are imparting this wisdom to you. It's being shared to us.
Yeah. I've said this many times before when I used to listen to the broadcasters when I was a kid. I'm like, God, you must have to be really smart. And then, no, not a requirement at all.
Years ago, Casey's wife was working with a dental organization, and you came in one day and said, after you brush your teeth, spit out the toothpaste and don't rinse because the fluoride stays on your. I haven't rinsed since then.
Yeah.
Was that 3 or 4 years ago?
I still have to rinse.
Change-
There are things that I've learned, and I still like. So on this show, I learned that it's all of a sudden.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that day.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why, but I had brought it up, and you realized you're like, oh my God, that's what I say.
Yeah.
I say all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And I'm like, do you ever write all of a sudden? You're like, no.
Yeah. But I still say
sudden.
I don't even know if I think I still just say all of a sudden, even though I know it's
All of a
not
sudden.
all of a sudden. And
Yeah.
I also, I learned on this show that it is a water heater and not a hot water heater.
Though hot water heater is a commonly used phrase,
Exactly.
but it is redundant. What was the thing that you learned? Maybe it was not on the show, but did you learn barbed wire on the show?
No.
Okay.
But I confessed.
Okay, all right.
That for the longest time. No, but I did dachshund.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
The dog, and that was a long time. It was over 20 years ago. We had some dog specialist on, and I'm reading, and I go, okay, can you tell us about a Dachshund? And he goes, I don't think I've ever heard of that breed before. And you guys were like, wait, can I see that? And you're like, it's Dachshund. And I always thought it was spelled, I'd never seen it spelled. I always thought it was DOXEN or ON or something like that. That's what it's pronounced like. And a similar thing happened, Steve, live on a game show. Wink Martindale.
Oh, boy.
Had never seen the word orangutan spelled out.
Oh.
And the answer the person gave was orangutan. And he goes, no, it's orangutan. So he had found it as well. But yeah, for barbed wire, I thought it was bob wire, B-O-B. Bob wire for the longest time.
Barbed.
But at some point I found out, and I did learn that. So let me get some calls. We are going to go to, let me go to Eric. Hi, Eric. You are on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you at work. How you doing, Preston?
It's all good, bud. We're doing well. So something you learned listening to the Preston and Steve show.
So this was just a recent one. It's pretty simple. My wife always has superstitions when you walk through the parking lot or going into a store and somebody's on one side and the other person's on the other side. She's like, oh, you got to go around. Well, now I know to say bread and butter.
There you
Bread
go.
and butter.
Yes. Bread and butter will fix the curse.
There is a
Looking
classic.
forward to using it.
So you just learned that. All right. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it, buddy.
You got it.
There's
Take
a
care.
classic Looney Tunes cartoon, and I forget what character is doing it, but it's walking between things and it's going bread and butter, bread and butter, bread and butter.
Yeah. Let me go to Mel's on the line. Hey, Mel. Good morning.
Hi, guys. How are y'all?
Great. What's up?
Not much. So, I actually learned how to take shots on your show.
Like injections? Like, what do you mean shots?
No, like shots of alcohol.
Oh, wow. We taught you. Okay.
So, years ago, when you still did the St. Patrick's Day broadcast, I was picked to play a game, Oh Jeopardy! I didn't really go out and drink. I didn't do shots. But I had gotten double Jeopardy and was handed a double shot. And before you guys could even tell me what I had to do, I took it. And I didn't really take shots before.
So it was more of an indoctrination than a lesson. Yeah.
Yeah. But, an indoctrination can be a lesson.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Mel. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. We'll see you. Here's a text. Somebody today, so it was literally today years old when I found out a female donkey is called a Jenny. That was our stupid question this morning. It may come in the form of that,
It
too.
could be that.
But however you learned something, I learned everything I know from the Preston and Steve show. Let's see. Somebody said that people say wheelbarrow when it's actually wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
I guess we explained that
We
to
did.
them at some point. Let me see. Somebody had texted. Oh, here's a reference to the Y100 video we were talking about earlier this morning. It says I was exactly today years old when the Y100 video President was talking about on Fox popped up on my social media, and I saw how smoking hot your general manager Lim Bruder was. So they just found that out.
Hey, me too, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Let me go to Rob. Hi, Rob. Good morning.
Good morning, yet.
Good morning to see you, Rob. All right, what have you learned from listening to the Preston and Steve show?
I learned from Mr. Steve Morrison that 40 feet is almost 50 feet.
It's right. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a ploy I use all the time. 40. That's almost 41.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All
Let's
right.
see, and you can use that. That's stuff. That's information you can use
and share that knowledge. Too,
yeah.
by the
Don't
way.
hold it to yourself.
No.
Pass it forward.
Marissa actually posted this this question or this statement on Facebook and got some responses. Here's one. This is and this is kind of what I was thinking that people might chime in with stuff like this. That this person, Matthew, said that sulfur hexafluoride has the opposite effect of helium on the human voice.
God, do we have a good time with sulfur hexafluoride?
I didn't know that until we did that segment.
Here's Casey laughing. There you go. Yeah.
Here's another one that says, I learned what lot lizards are.
Lot lizards.
That's from Carly Myers. She said, to this day, if I pass a Flying J rest stop, I think about that episode.
They're the prostitutes that work truck stops.
Yep. Mark Darling said, I learned that you can actually light a fart on fire. We definitely did that.
Well, you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Here's the reaction. Here we go.
Yep. We tried so many times.
We cut into a commercial break.
Yeah. That's right.
It was like we're waiting for like a NASA launch.
Let's see. Here's some other ones. Somebody said that they learned about ASMR from our show. It says like 10 years ago, learned that from Preston.
I don't even know what ASMR stands. What does that
Autonomous
stand
Sensory Meridian Response.
There you go. I'll
and I
forget
only know that because I have that condition.
Yeah.
Do you know, I never knew of the shocker until our show.
Okay.
I was not familiar with the shocker.
I don't think I was either.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. This one says that they learned that Irish potatoes are regional, not widely known.
Oh, wow. Okay. Did you? I think we learned on this show what the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean was.
Explain, please.
Well, I've never had a garbanzo bean on my chest.
Here's one that says, I literally got my check this week, $225 from PA unclaimed property.
Yeah, that's something you brought up.
I
Yes.
brought it. Yeah, I had like 400 some odd bucks. I did not know that was out there for me. I don't know, Ryan, did you?
I did one in New Jersey. I got $65 from it. So thank you for that.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
thought you'd hop on unclaimedliver.com, which is
No, they're claiming that. Trust me.
Stephen Gregory said, I found out my car's gas gauge points to the side of my car that the gas cap is on. Yep, maybe we instructed that. Mhm.
Sam just texted me, said, I learned Alabama wet wipe from when we talked about crapping on the side of the road. I forget what an Alabama wet wipe is.
So I learned Alabama wet wipe from Bert Kreischer.
Okay.
So an Alabama wet wipe is when you spit in the toilet paper and then wipe your ass with it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that falls into things that I think we all sort of got up to speed on. Hot Carl,
Dizzy
Gillespie, Rusty Trombone, all of that. I mean, I was vaguely familiar with some of the nomenclature, but I didn't get the specifics.
That was from the Urban Dictionary.
Yeah.
Urban Dictionary had all those weird things.
Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, and oh man, Pittsburgh platter. Did you say that?
Felching.
There's the Klondike is another one.
Was it Kentucky Klondike or? Oh no,
I've forgotten. It's been so long since I took those things. Hang on, Ryan.
So I this just came to me. Packing a flounder. I learned. from you.
Yes.
Packing a flounder we brought up.
And that is where you take toilet paper. If you have, if you got swamp ass,
Yep.
you take toilet paper and you flatten it out a couple of squares and you just shove it in your butt and you leave it. It's like my buddies just called the butt tampon.
I learned from Casey lily padding.
Yes, I learned. Oh no, we all learned together. Because I shared on the air how I had to unfortunately go big potties in a porta pot.
Yeah.
And I had splashback, and it scarred me till this day.
Explain how you lily pad.
Well, so what these construction workers told us on the air was that if you do unfortunately have to go number 2 in a porta pot, you lay down a ton of toilet paper before you do that.
Stops the splash.
And it gives it a nice soft landing.
That'll work in a regular toilet in your home
That
too.
too, yeah.
All right, here's a bunch of really good ones, guys. Okay, so here's really good ones. Jim Henry said, I learned that you can mail things without putting them in a package.
I did not know that either.
I didn't
always
either.
thought it had to be in some sort of receptacle.
We had done this thing several years ago, and we told people to try just slap postage and an address onto something and throw it in the mail and see if we get it. You don't put it in a box or anything. And we got things like coconuts and bricks.
Your museum.
It's not part of the Sharks and Crafts.
All right, but we did have a
But we
collection.
used to have
Yeah.
a full collection. We finally got rid of it. There was tons of odd items that people sent to us through the mail.
Right.
This person, Crystal Wank, said, I learned the correct way to pronounce macabre.
Yes.
Oh.
Which is spelled M-A-C-A-B-R-E. I need to hear Jackie Bambam say that word.
Dude,
Because macabre is right in his wheelhouse
Yeah.
in the things that he likes.
He was doing commercials, and I want to say it was for the Oddities Festival where he says macabre. And he even
so he
gives
knows.
it like good inflection, too.
Okay. Corey Leeper said, I learned that Bajmir is rim job spelled backwards.
we have
Learned that on the Preston and Steve show. Diane Abbott Hemmer said they learned to never pick up a random dollar bill on the ground.
Poo dollar.
Poo dollar.
We did Poo dollar for years.
Yeah.
It was a crowd favorite.
Casey would rub a dollar in between his butt cheeks and set it on the ground and sit and wait for somebody to pick up. And then he would jump out with a bullhorn and scream poo dollar.
And then Bravo Channel bought that from us and created a whole
Preston,
show.
you pick the dollar up, then you
Put it back down. Poo dollar. Poo dollar.
Oh.
Dude, and you were dancing when you were doing that. All right, Debbie Carling Agostino said, I learned if your nose runs when you are eating, that is called gustatory rhinitis.
Okay.
Oh,
okay. I remember talking about that, but I don't remember saying that.
I remember you had a different scenario that had your nose.
Mine is when I drink something hot.
Okay.
Okay.
Kim Boy said, I learned the lyrics of Foo Fighters' Monkey Wrench. I remember the discussion, what Dave was saying during a really long-winded vocal section of the song, and Marissa saying the lyrics. I'll never forget that, as I'm a lyric person and wanted to know too. Too many moments to list. Thanks, crew. Don't know what I'd do without you all. Let me see. And I haven't read through these. I'm just reading this as I go along. Let me see here. Shelley Wise said, question of the day. Summer, back in the early 2000s in Y100, the English word with the most definitions is the word set.
Set.
So she learned that. Kevin Jones said that they use day-old donuts and honey to catch bears hanging out in people's neighborhoods.
Yeah, they do.
Andrew Millichap said he learned the part of the body that people forget to clean the most is behind the ears. Guess we passed that along, too.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I wash my head, but I don't specifically target the backs of the ears.
You know what I do now, and I've been doing for a little while now, is, and I never used to do this, I wash my entire legs, like behind my knees, like.
Do you shave?
No. I mean, not often. Sometimes.
Do you do it every time, or if you're a little short on time, you'll skip it?
Every time.
Okay.
Every time. Yeah, because I'm a loofah guy and everything's all set up anyway, so it doesn't take a whole lot.
Okay.
You know?
Donna Lee learned what a Pittsburgh toilet is.
Yes.
That's the one that just sits in the middle of the room. It's not really a bathroom. Sometimes it's mainly in the basement.
The idea is if you'd come in from a particularly dirty job with, I guess, mining or anything industrial, and you'd come into a door that goes right into the basement, and you could go to the bathroom without having to get completely, changed.
Dorian Lenz, this, by the way, we're doing everything I learned from the Preston and Steve show. Dorian Lenz said, I learned what an upside down pineapple means.
Yes, you're down for swinging.
Yeah.
I just got rid of a hat that I had that had a pineapple on it.
Was
And
it
I like,
upside down
oh,
or right side up?
Can't remember.
Sometimes people interpret it,
Yeah.
even if
Yeah.
it's not upside down.
Exactly.
Have you ever seen anybody do that in a supermarket?
No, but we do have some listeners. They were at our Christmas Miracle broadcast. And I can't remember if it was the husband or the wife, but they had a necklace with an upside down pineapple on it. And I was like, hang on a second. And they were like, yes, we are.
What I did not know is that it is in that community, it is fairly common to put an upside down pineapple plate on your front door.
That's what I've been seeing.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Okay, yeah.
I've been seeing that more and more, noticing it more and more.
On somebody's front door?
Yes.
Basically say, as for this
Hey.
house, we worship the Lord and we swing.
Remember those things you used to put on your front door? It was like if your house was like a safe haven for people. Do you guys know?
I remember there was a sticker for like the fire department, like a child lives in this room, or
I remember
to rescue
those.
them.
Yeah.
which can also be bad.
Yeah.
For your local
So you were advertising?
your local predator.
Yeah.
Let me go to a couple of calls real quick, and then I got a bunch more of these to read. I have Doug, who is joining us on the phone side. Doug, you're on the air. Good morning, bud.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, sir. What's up?
That tells you how old I am. So I don't remember who it was, but it was Casey Boy or somebody was talking about for all intensive purposes. And I found out it's intense and purposes.
Intents and purposes. Yes, it's one that people regularly get wrong. And from time to time, we'll try to reveal what they really like all of a sudden.
What in the hell what's an intensive purpose?
I am so intensive in my purpose.
I mean, that's...
You're very committed.
You can have a purpose.
Have a very intensive,
very intensive
purpose.
Let's go to Kim. Hi, Kim. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Kim.
So my husband is very grateful that probably 10 years ago, I learned about Steak and BJ Day.
Steak and BJ Day. We used to have Steak and BJ Day dinners.
We may need to stir that back up again. People really responded well to that. Routinely, it would take place 1 month after Valentine's Day.
Right. That's right.
March 14th.
Yeah. Do you still celebrate, Kim?
Yes, we do. Sometimes it's not on that specific day if we have something going on, but I don't think my husband lets me forget.
Good.
Which is okay.
Of course. All right. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate it. And then we'll go to Max here. Hi, Max. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning,
Good morning to see you. All right, so everything I learned for the Preston and Steve Show. What did you learn?
When I was 15, I learned what X-Hamster was.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
And on that day, that was a glorious day.
Oh, that's so funny. A friend of mine was just on it the other day.
Happy we could help, Max. Thanks, buddy.
What were they? So there's X-Hamster, Lobster Tube, which is what I think Bert Kreischer introduced us to.
Yeah. No, it was Big J.
Was it Big J?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Lobster Tube. And Pornhub. Cornhub, which is an offshoot.
Yeah, that's it's a food truck.
Yeah, those are the ones that come to mind.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here are a few other ones. Tom Masella Jr. said, I learned frying leftover pizza in the skillet is the best way to reheat it. And I stand by that. It really is, especially if you're just doing a couple of slices. Let's see. This is Kurt Malawi said, I learned that David Spade was actually the person doing the female cleaning lady voice that woke up Chris Farley's character in Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
That's at the beginning of our show every morning. In case you aren't up that early, our show has started for 28 years with that Tommy voicing.
Yeah. How many times do you hear from people who will hear a clip that we play on the show and finally see it in the movie that we got it from?
Dude, okay, so just so randomly, I heard something on my TV go, yeah, where are the strippers?
Yeah.
And it was like, it's Hungry Time or whatever that, oh God. What's
Hungry Time.
Oh,
Is it a cartoon?
It's a cartoon, and it's got like a milkshake that talks.
Bob's Burgers? I don't know.
No.
I don't know that.
Wait.
Not that.
Blow the lid off the joint. Yeah.
Hold on. Go back to that other clip, the one that you hit.
You remember that one?
I do. And the reason I wanted to hear is I had somebody email me not that long ago looking for that woman.
Oh my God.
They wanted that whole, it was a woman who called up, she needed help with her computer, and she was leaving a voicemail for her son, and it starts off very calm. She's like, she starts off very calm, and then by the end of it, she's screaming her head off. It was so funny.
I did it for you.
I used to love playing that.
Casey,
I have no idea where to find it.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Aqua Teen Hunger Force, yeah.
Where are the strippers?
So that's from Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
I never knew that.
All right, so here's one that says, Brian Butch Cole said, I think I learned that ranch dressing is good on pizza. Maybe they really like it on there.
I don't even like it like that anymore. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Jessica Leet Schneck said, I learned to create shortcuts in my phone keyboard app for stuff like my address. Thank you, Casey Boy.
You're welcome.
Lauren Peltzer learned the word taint from us.
In fact, Casey has a tattoo on his taint.
Yeah.
So does Joe.
Me and Joe. Yeah.
In fact, we have audio of Joe getting said tattoo, which is...
At the very moment the needle touched his taint. You can hear the tattoo gun in the background.
Yeah, listen closely.
What I learned is when you're super hard on somebody for tapping out on something like that, maybe you should just go easy on them because it actually does hurt quite a bit.
I've never heard a shriek.
It's just the best.
No.
That is a 100%. Apparently, there is a nerve nexus in the taint area, and that's what he had hit.
It is sensitive down there. It's so great.
It's great. And Joe now.
He's an EMT.
Yes.
He's saving lives. He's delivering babies.
He's a
family.
He's a father.
He is a father.
A teacher.
Husband.
Boy, I feel bad about what we did to Joe all those years. He stuck with us for years, 2-3 years, man. As an intern, unpaid. Joe, we love you.
In the pantheon of
Joe, I love you.
Yeah, I got that too.
Was that drunk day?
No, I don't remember what it was.
Joe, I love you.
It was an email I had read or something. All right, so Mary Lynn Humes Lloyd said, I learned that Bam Bam doesn't wear underwear from the Preston and Steve show.
Ever.
Yep. Except when he's at the Oddities convention when that's all he's wearing is just his underwear. So Carolyn Andrea learned to never scratch your nose after petting your cat. I don't remember that.
Is that because you put the cat crap up your nose?
Yes.
Oh, my God, that's it.
That story is legendary. You're petting your cat?
Yeah, I'll tell it real quick. I was petting my cat, and he had, I guess, diarrhea on his ass, and I didn't know, and some of it got on my finger, and I went to go scratch my nose, the nostrils of my nose, and I shoved cat diarrhea up my nose.
And you did what I would have done. You ran to the sink.
I ran to the sink, and not only, and I couldn't get it all out, so I kind of snorted water, not because I was panicking, and then that led the cat diarrhea to go further into my nose. It was horrible. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Therapy.
Jacqueline Ice learned that everyone has a barf bowl.
A barf bowl.
Yes.
Yep. Or a barf bucket.
Yep.
Which is so funny because a lot of people's barf bowls is their popcorn bowl.
Yep.
Yeah, we found that
Are you
out.
going to start puking in the Yoshi, Marissa? Is that going to be your new barf bowl?
Hopefully not.
Our barf bowl growing up was the bucket. It was the mop bucket. So we didn't
Exactly.
but not my household now.
Yeah, we had the old popcorn bowl.
Yep.
If you need it, here it is. So Frank Accardo learned that taco is Spanish for taco.
Okay.
And then the last thing, Dan Uzdevenez said he learned the history of the ball peen hammer. No, you didn't, Dan. Every time I have it ready to go, we run out of time, and I never get a chance to share it.
What was the complete sentence? Buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. Is it 5 buffaloes?
I think it's
8
Yep.
buffaloes is a complete sentence. And you can look it up because buffalo has multiple meanings, has multiple definitions, and that 8 buffaloes in a row is actually a complete sentence. Yes, Marissa.
I was going to say, I think the one, too, that I learned, that a lot of people learned, was about a poop knife.
Yes, that's true. I did
we have our own.
I saw a text or a message from someone who said the same thing. It said, many years ago, I learned what a poop knife is and thought to myself, how could anyone ever need to do that? And then years later, I met my son. Question answered.
Same exact thing. And this was just a couple of months ago when my son was home for Christmas break. I came home, and I was like, he was upstairs playing video games. I was like, you need to go downstairs. Because we don't have a poop knife in our house, believe it or not. I said, you need to go out into the yard, find a stick, and break that. He's like, no way. He was so proud, and you should be proud. But I was like, I don't understand how that could come out of a human being. Like,
have you seen the novelty? They sell them now.
Yes.
They are like 4 or 5 foot, Preston, 4 or 5 foot plastic turds that you put in the toilet, and they're hilarious.
Hang on a second. You just said something that I need to check on here. You said you don't know how that could come out of a human being. I, sir, have seen what comes out of your body.
Yeah.
You send me pictures of that.
Yeah.
I can't see how anything tops those.
So I'm a length guy.
Oh,
right?
you're talking about girth?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you are a length guy. Yeah. Casey sends me pictures of long turds. You haven't done it in a while.
Well, because I haven't had anything that super impressive lately. I got to start taking fiber again.
Do you remember when we did the doctor? You stopped taking your fiber?
Yeah, well, I just ran out and I just never went.
We had Dr. Duty. Was that the guy's name?
Something like that.
Yeah. And you'd try it, and you and I tried. Did you try it as well?
I didn't
Preston?
try it. No, 5-foot bowel movement.
It was insane.
Yeah. I got to tell you guys, like I have started collecting. I literally have crapped letters of the alphabet. I have.
He has. He would send them to me.
I have a heart. I have a heart.
Yeah, you sent it to me and said, I love you with the heart. But you know why I stopped taking pictures of mine and returning them to you?
Yeah.
When the auto flush feature was introduced here at the building, as soon as you get up, it's gone. Your masterpiece is gone.
Did Da Vinci have to contend with that?
No.
No. All right. Anyhow, we have to wrap this segment up. But thank you again to Vince. Vince Schicciano, or whatever your name is. Thank you for the suggestion, and you learn stuff.
Knowledge is good.
On the Preston Steve Show, and knowledge is good. We're going to break and come back and talk to somebody who we've very much been looking forward to talking to, Ted McGinley from the show Shrinking. Derek, the D-Train, will be joining us. We'll be right back.
You don't need an affixed stand.
But if you do want a larger screen, this is a better option because it's a 32-inch screen as opposed to a pad is going to be about as big as you get.
With your kids, quote unquote kids, in general, large screen TV sitters or mostly computer?
They do both. So they'll spend some time on the phone, but if they're going to watch a movie or a show, it's on the TV.
On the TV.
On the screen,
Okay, yeah.
I'm still laughing that I said my son's brother.
Should we just hang there for a little while? Okay.
No, because I wanted to say
It's a game. It's a game.
It's a kid, my son's brother. Sorry. When you were coming up, when you were a little kid, how many TVs did you have?
Okay, I'll tell you, like teenage years.
Yeah.
So we had the living room television. We had one in the basement, and then one in my room, my sister's room, and my parents' room. So we had 5 TVs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was the TV in the main room. My parents had a TV in their bedroom. That was it. Then my older brother, Gene, got a black and white. These are all black and white. I mean, I go way back.
Yeah.
And then we finally had den, parents' bedroom, my bedroom, and one in the basement.
Yes, we had 2 essentially. We had a room called the TV room, and that was upstairs.
Yeah.
But we did have a black and white TV that was in the kitchen, and that wasn't connected to cable. So that was like strictly to like maybe watch the news when you're eating lunch or dinner or whatever.
Right.
We had one black and white TV that lasted a long time, and the thing that was unique about this particular black and white television, it was a fairly small one. I'm holding out my arms, about this big, and in its later years, as the picture would get a little bit iffy, we would beat the piss out of that.
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
Smack it as hard as you could, and you know what?
It would work.
It would work.
It would work.
You'd just hit it.
Smacked. We had an Admiral or maybe a Philco, these old brands, and Preston, I'd rabbit punch, bang, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
And then I attached her closed wrench to the on and off button on the top. And my brother and I were in the same room. I was the turn on guy. There was the rope in the middle, and I'd have the rope. And then when we were going to sleep, I'd toss the rope over to his bed
and turn it off.
All right,
that's great.
Follow-up question: what TV show do you think of when you think of that television?
On that particular one,
Yeah.
that one, The Night Stalker. That's
Okay.
a movie, and then I remember clearly when we got our first color television set. Yes, that's my frame of reference, chronologically speaking. I remember for the first time ever seeing that Wile E. Coyote had yellow eyes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No kidding. Because when I ask you that question, I think of 2 things: tic-tac-toe for some reason,
Right.
And I just
Two
remember,
girls in a cup.
No. I'm just going to say the news, but in particular, it was the Russia conflict in the Middle East.
Ah,
because I thought the world was going to end.
I probably think of reruns of Leave It to Beaver.
Okay.
Because that would be on in the morning before school.
Great show.
And I would go in, and that was in black and white. So, all right. But anyway, they have this. If you want to get the S2 or the S6 Follow Me, it runs on battery power for up to 10 hours. So that means you can move it around. You don't have to plug it in. That's kind of the unique thing about it, I think.
And it's clearly
besides the fact that it's on a stand and a roller.
It's a Wi-Fi set.
It also has anti-glare coating to help it work in bright spaces like kitchens or patios. Hisense designed it for people who want a screen that goes where they go. It reminds me of, have you ever been to in some medical offices?
Yeah.
Like they roll their monitors around from place to place.
So a lot of people use these monitors as like extended iPads. You know, they make touch screens that are that size for that same purpose.
Yeah, I don't think this is a touch screen.
No, it's not.
But this is for just watching shows or whatever you may be doing.
I want to watch Leave It to Beaver in here.
So it says that it uses Wi-Fi 6 and, Steve, touchscreen for controls.
There you go.
Instead of a remote. There you go. They have not yet announced pricing or release date as of yet, so it's still kind of in advanced conceptual phase.
I would love to see them attach sort of an electric scooter to the bottom of it so you could drive your TV around town.
And you could be watching some cool exotic location and think you're driving around there.
Yeah, we need all of this so much.
All right, that's the last thing. All
right. That was a junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
One day we'll put some champagne glasses in here.
Yeah, they'll
see
just
if I can
explode while you're in the middle of that. Flyers had a hell of a game last night against the Ducks. In fact, I'll let Paul Neumann describe the action.
Old-time hockey?
Oh, well, that wasn't Paul Neumann. That was a different clip from Slapshot. Ryan probably doesn't know who Paul Neumann is. I had him grab the clip, but that's still old-time hockey.
DeBoer gave it up.
Oh, and then this was a clip I was going to play after that. I thought we were going to stay with that last clip. But here's a little bit of the action from last night.
DeBoer gave it up. Zegras scores. Trevor Zegras against his former club has his 16th of the year. York gives it up. They score. It's Zegras. Zegras has his second on the power play. Trevor Zegras is making a point to his former club.
A team that might have given up on you, Trevor, and you come in here, you pot two in that first period. How good did that feel?
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Trevor dropped a couple live F-bombs last night. And what we didn't have was Tim Saunders telling somebody to blow him.
Oh, my God.
On that particular clip. But nonetheless, we're welcoming a good friend to our program today. Please give some love. He does color now on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Our friend Scott Hartnell is joining us. What's up, Hartsy?
Not much, guys. That's quite the intro there. A couple great sound bites there for sure.
Oh my God! Listen, man, I know he was excited, Zegras, obviously, but he did know he was on television when he said that, right?
I would assume, and I don't know if he just felt comfortable because it was me, former player. I met him around the rink a bunch of times, and it was just kind of him and I chatting. But when that kind of happens, you get kind of pure gold answers, right? And I didn't know what to say, right? I'm like, and he says that, I was like, okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, you didn't react.
I mean, listen, man, you go from professional athlete to broadcaster. You don't know how to handle that. I mean, it's, you're on the other end of it.
Well, and
years.
that very well could have been you giving that exact same answer.
I know, and it's actually probably the most nervous I get, doing the analyst work, the color work, whatever, is asking an athlete a question, right? We were asked questions for, 20 years when you're 15 years old, you're starting to get good. And then, a couple articles in the paper, and all you do is answer questions all the time. And my first time in the studio was at NHL Network. A coach got fired at Edmonton. I was talking to their beat writer, and I just froze. I didn't project my voice. The guy couldn't hear me. It was like an awkward question. And I feel a little bit more comfortable now. But when you I don't know, you just get anxiety up the Yizang right before I get on there.
It's natural.
Well, it is such another side of it. I mean, later on in the post game, you guys were talking about, there's the serious guy, there's the straight guy, and then there's the fun guy. And having those interviews with the fun guy is just really fun, especially after a game like that. Because when you get the fun guy and he's straight afterwards and just giving you those straight on answers, it's just there's no sound bites. There's no energy to it. It's so tough to keep it going.
Yeah, it was real, right? And then his celebration too, right? When he put down the phone call.
What was that
about? You asked him about that, and he said, "I don't know." Right?
He did say, he goes, "That's about as long as the phone call was when Pat Verbeek, the GM of Anaheim, called him and said, 'Hey, we just traded you to Philadelphia,' and it was like, boop."
Wow.
I think that was the reference. He kind of said it, but I implied that. And then he got asked later on in the scrums in the locker room, and he said, nah, next question. So I assume it's that. So a little bit of, not I don't know, maybe FU to him, but it was good.
It seems like it.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like there was a lot of FU going on in the game last night. And I guess, with the Cutter Gauthier and Zegras and Gudis, former Flyer. Like, I feel like when you are going against your former team, you try to go maybe score 2 goals against them, not throw horrible elbows. Like Gudis was a fan favorite when he was in the orange and black here in Philadelphia, and I'm watching the game last night, and I'm like, F that guy, so he was playing with a chip on his shoulder as well. It seemed like.
Yeah, the forearm shiver, the people's elbow, whatever you want to call it. It was nasty, and that's like you played at the beginning of the show, Preston. That's old school, old time hockey, right? It was fun. It had Garnet Hathaway, being scratched for a couple weeks there, came back in Edmonton, and last night just bowling guys over, just playing hard, playing the right way, clean hits, right? And they took exception to that and kind of went after our guys. So it was a couple injuries which you don't want to see, and hopefully those guys, Bobby Brink and Jamie Drysdale are big guys, big important guys for the Flyers. So hopefully they're not out too long, but a big win nonetheless, and the guys got to step up here going forward because you got a couple good teams coming.
Yeah, the one that I hated the most was Johnston's forearm to Denver Barkey's grill. He was bleeding from his mouth, and he only got a minor penalty for it. I thought that should have been a major, And then when something like that happens, how do the Flyers keep their composure and not take cheap shots?
Yeah, I've been in those situations many times, right? Someone going after Chemo or Giroux or Danny B, and your instinct is just to protect your buddy, right? And you don't want to cross that line when they're crossing the line towards you. And there's things that you can do, like a good slash behind the back of the leg, or you take a number and you wait till next game, right? So that's
like I said, Ted McGinley joining us in just a little bit, and we're going to talk about Shrinking. Great show if you're not watching on Apple TV Plus. But I want to tell you about an announcement we made earlier this morning, and it's the return of No Sad Dough here at WMMR. That's your chance to win $1,000. We do it 5 times a day. It will start on Monday, and it's easy to do. All you have to do is tune in at those specific times, 8 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 3 p.m., and 5 p.m., and you'll have we'll give you a keyword, and then you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. And there are 3 ways you do it. You can do it at the contest page, WMMR.com, the MMR app, or you can go to the special shortcode, text to the special short code number, which is 45911. And we'll remind you about all this stuff as it comes up. A winner gets each winner gets $1,000. And it's from Franklin Mint Federal Credit.
Not bad.
So it starts on Monday. All right, is he on?
Yes, sir.
We're doing this via phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. We've been very excited to talk to our next guest. He's been in so many things throughout the years that we have loved. Married with Children, Revenge of the Nerds, Dynasty, Happy Days, Love Boat.
Married with Children.
But Shrinking is just an amazing show, and we are all huge fans. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the D Train, Ted McGinley, to our show this morning. Hey, Ted.
Hey, Preston, Steve, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Of course, my man. Listen, Ted, this show is so special to all of us. It's a show that we come in and we talk about all the time amongst ourselves. And your character is just wonderful. And the writing on this show, and I was just commenting on this the other day, when you get a show that can make you howl in laughter and just be in tears as well throughout a 30-minute segment is really something special. It's just amazing what you guys have created. And I just wanted to see if you feel that too,
I do 100%. It's the best show I've ever been on. I think the writing is the smartest, most amazing writing, and you hit it. You can cry, and 2 seconds later, you're laughing your ass off, and it is really it's a magical place to work, and they're a beautiful, fun group of people, and it comes across on screen. These people really like being together.
Oh.
You don't want to. You don't want to. The problem, Ted, is that you don't want to oversell it, but it really does, as was the case with Ted Lasso and a handful of other shows, and obviously he shares lineage to Ted Lasso. Or Modern Family, another show that just makes you feel good, makes you feel positive about people, but doesn't pull punches on acerbic and cutting edge comedy. What a blessing for you with the career that you've had. And Ed O'Neill kind of had the same thing, Married with Children, which was a broader show. But the best work, he would say, would be Modern Family. To have this come to you at this point in your career, I want to know who made the call, who said, get Ted McGinley. He's the guy for this.
Well, Bill Lawrence, who created the show, co-created really with Jason. And
oh, no. Are you, Ted, are you there?
He's just taking a pause.
Oh, we lost him.
Bill brought it to me and said, hey, there's a little scene in the pilot if you're interested. And I said, yeah, I mean, Bill calls, you go.
Yeah.
And anyway, it worked out really well. And they said, hey, let's keep him around. And I ended up doing all but one show in the first season. And then the second season, they made me a regular. So Bill Lawrence and I have tried to do things together in the past. And this one, so he didn't forget about me. And he said, hey, we'll do something together. I promised. And during Ted Lasso, I kept thinking, come on.
Yeah. Ted, the ensemble cast is just unstoppable. Jason Segel, Harrison Ford, Jessica Williams, Michael Urie, Brett Goldstein, Colby Smothers, all these people. Who makes you laugh the most? Who have you just belly laughed at? Because it seems like you guys would just be doing
Jessica
that.
Williams.
Oh.
Yeah, Jessica Williams just catches me all the time. She's amazing. And you never know when she starts to riff, it's really funny. And Jason likes to do these takes where he does it exactly as it's written perfectly. And then out of the blue, you have no idea when it's coming, something insane. He'll do something insane, and it's really hard to keep it together.
Yeah.
You know, it's wild, though, and it's funny because go ahead.
Well, I would say he opens the door. He lets you know, hey, it's okay. We can play here a little bit.
Yeah.
And he's one of the bosses, so it's very cool.
It's surprising that you say that you kind of like, okay, didn't do not committed to completely in the first season, and the second season obviously became fully part of the ensemble because Derek is he's kind of like a heart and soul of the show. You know, there are a lot of times that you get a good perspective on things with dialogue that you have, with what your character, who embraces sort of a happy-go-lucky but pragmatic view on life. It's a surprise to have that character really kind of be that for the whole show.
I agree. They gave me such a gift, and it's such a chewy piece. They created this guy that you trust, and that he is trustable. He's he's very successful. He's got a lot of friends outside of this group, and so he's not a needy guy. You realize that he's there because he likes these people.
Yeah,
and they like him. Anyway, Derek he's almost got this mystical thing about him, and I don't try to explain it. I just go with it because he's so much fun.
He's like
such a fun character.
A Yoda who's also a parrot head.
That's exactly right. Well said. I think I'll use that. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
I like to say, yeah.
No. Continue.
I like to say he's an imperfect storm.
Yeah.
They say, well, I go to the makeup room. What do you got? I said, listen, he's perfectly imperfect. That's Derek.
That's great.
Let's just go with that. And that's what I use all the time.
Ted, you've had such a long career, and I've been a fan of so much of what you do. I watch, I'm a big Me TV fan, so I'm constantly watching Love Boat and all that stuff. But I wanted to bring up, obviously, the beginning, Revenge of the Nerds. Robert Carradine just passed. Any memories specifically of working with him and of the magic that was that movie that probably didn't seem like it was going to be the hit it became?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's exactly right. I love Robert. And that was such a tragic loss. I just really feel for his family and all the people that love him, actually. We were, the first day, in fact, I didn't even say the title of the movie I was working on because I was so embarrassed. Revenge of the Nerds. It just seemed like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
So the very first day of work, I was watching it and I saw the Nerds. I saw the Nerds for the first time because there was no read-throughs. And I thought, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. I was watching these guys and they were so good. So the next day, the second day, we had dailies. So you can go watch what you shot the day before. And they invited us for a big party, pizza, sandwiches, even beer. We sat there and we watched the dailies. And I knew the second I saw them unload the car, I said, it's over. This is going to be brilliant. And it upped the pressure. But Robert was it. He was the nerd.
Yeah.
And he was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ted, with shrinking, and I'm seeing a number of texts come across my board right now that were saying that with Derek's health scare, which happens in this current season, that if it was going to go south, they were done with the show. And Casey, my producer sitting here next to me, same thing. You were terrified.
I called Preston and I said, hey, are you all caught up on shrinking yet? And he said, yeah. I said, okay, good. Because I want to tell you, I actually was getting upset. Like I was actually like starting to, all right. So I was crying because I was like, dude, don't do this to me.
Don't take my Derek.
Don't you dare take my Derek. And I was like,
and Ted, you, when this started to creep into the storyline, did you have questions yourself?
You better believe I did. When I had that episode where he gets high and there's a little problem with the EKG, I'm smart enough to know, the writers, and I thought, oh no, they're going to write me out. I was scared to death. And at one point we were on a junket and I asked Bill, I said, are you writing me out? And he made some flippant joke and I thought, oh no, he can't even tell me. He feels so bad. So it was, I was thrilled to death to know that Derek lives another day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the reaction would have been tectonic. I wanted to ask you, because Krista Miller is obviously amazing on the show, and Bill Lawrence is her husband. And a lot of people have said this in interviews, that you are essentially explaining the incredible chemistry you two have, that you are essentially Bill Lawrence. Is that pretty much it?
Yeah, well, I mean, Bill has created this character that gets to say many of the things to his wife that he would never say in real life. So, I mean, that's the fun part. Like the time when he was going to retire, and he said, I'm going to be here at the house. You're going to have to find something else to do. Those are all things that are right out of Bill's life. So it is fun. I love to watch them when we're on set. Because he comes on he's such a pro. He's there at every rehearsal and then he'll take off, but he watch until it's on its way. He'll be in the room and he'll walk in and say, honey, that's not funny. We're not going to do it that way. We're going to do it this way. If I walked into my wife, I'd be dragged behind the car. They have a great relationship.
That's awesome.
They just have a beautiful relationship. It's fun to watch.
Ted, we know we gotta run. We gotta keep this short, unfortunately. But I just want to thank you for what you're doing. Shows like this are good for the soul. It helps me day to day having programming like this and entertainment that is as special as this program is. So hang in there, keep working. If you ever come to Philadelphia, we would sit down for a couple of hours with you and just have a blast. But we would love to have you by here. But thanks for doing it.
And you should know, I would 100% do that. I would be thrilled.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Well, we will hold you to that, sir.
Appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you, Ted. Ted McGinley, guys. On Shrinking. New episode out today, by the way.
Yep.
And I was thinking of so many things during that conversation that I love about the show. And you had mentioned the character, Liz is the character.
Yeah.
The Covenant of the Rock.
It's great.
I love it. For those who don't know the show, she does rock tumbling, rock polishing, and you don't get one. You don't get a rock unless she allows it, unless you are part of this group. And I like that idea.
You have to earn it.
You have to earn it.
You don't just get it.
Don't you know what I'm talking about, though? Fearing that you're proselytizing too much. But we can say categorically it will make you feel better.
Yeah.
It will make you feel good, as did Ted Lasso. So I know it might be resisting it a bit, but it's kind of like a friend to have. But the people that's what Modern Family was for me in so many ways.
Yeah.
It just made me feel good. And again, when I had my health scare, that show was a lifeline. And it'll do this for you.
And this was another thing, not quite like Ted Lasso for me, but I had somebody had suggested I watch it, and I took the first episode out for a spin, and for whatever, I wasn't really gelling with that first episode, and I walked away from it for months. And I'm like, I'm looking for something new. Let me go back and try that again. And I watched the first 3 episodes. I'm like, I'm all in. I'm all in on this show.
So let me ask you.
Yeah.
Because now I'm in a paradigm, because Claire was away for a while, where episodes are built up.
Yeah.
I can jump in and go in. I can do a little mini binging, right? How many episodes are we in now to the season?
Well, dude, the season finale is next week.
Okay.
So 2 more.
So I can move right into that.
Yeah.
But given your druthers, so we ask this question all the time, concerning shrinking.
Yeah.
Week to week, or would you prefer to shotgun it?
I'm caught in the middle.
Yeah.
Because we do it week to week. That's how we do in the family, because Caleb, my youngest, is like, new episode. We got to watch it, So I'm like, okay. And it's a family thing we do together.
Right.
At least me and Rochelle and Caleb do. So I kind of like having more.
Right. More of those
at
moments.
the ready. I got lucky with The Pit because I didn't watch until like midway through or after the whole first season was done. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, I'll try this show out. And I'm like, oh, I'm watching every single one of these.
Yeah.
And I would like to be able to spend more time per sitting with Shrinking. And I would like to be able to binge it if I could.
Yeah, because Shrinking is only half an hour long.
Yes.
And so it's easy. It's an easier binge than like an hour-long show.
Yeah.
And
one's not enough.
One's not enough. So what I usually end up doing is I end up watching, so today I'll watch last week's episode again, and then this week's episode. Yeah.
So let me, and we've circled this topic on the boundaries of this topic, and I'm going to say this, and you've heard me mention Lincoln Lawyer, which was a show that's on Netflix. It's now moving into, so we're in the 3rd or 4th season now. Claire and I have binged it, like we'll do 3-4 episodes a night. So burning through.
Okay.
And it gets in your psyche because it's a courtroom drama. David E. Kelly, who did L.A. Law, the characters are all terrific. But not only are you dealing with that whole aspect, but the law. How is this motion going to be denied and all that stuff? And you dream about this stuff.
That's kind of what The Pit did for me.
It's invasive, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm normally a binger, but I've been finding myself watching 1 or 2 episodes of Shrinking, and then I have to stop because it's so deep and so intense. And I think it's actually pretty good to let yourself live with everything that was just in the episode for a little bit.
Let it wash over you a little.
Also, I might be sobbing at the end of each episode, and I need a moment to collect.
Well, that was me with Small Wonder.
Yeah, right?
No, but it's pretty wild if you think about it. Like this is a comedy, right? But it's also drama. But it's dealing with very heavy subjects. Deceased spouses, deceased parents, diseases. Living with diseases. And
people with emotional issues because they're going to therapy.
Yeah.
There's a lot in there, but it's Jason Segel's sharp writing.
Yeah,
if you've seen anything like I Love You Man or Forgetting Sarah Marshall, that kind of comedy comes in. And oh my God, Micah Urey as Brian, his best friend, just floors me. I go between my favorite characters because Jessica Williams, like Ted said, she is just hilarious as well. It's so good, so damn good. Well, it was cool to have him on, and you heard him. He would love to come and sit down for a couple hours if we could get him here.
We just have to get his ass out here.
Wow. Yeah. All right. Listen, we got a little bit of time, right?
Yeah. What are we doing here?
We're going to talk about Bigfoot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to talk
I
about
saw a
Bigfoot.
documentary about Bigfoot. It was pretty wild, Preston.
What was it?
Vegetarian, right?
They actually can hide. There's a whole bunch of them.
Oh.
They hide
By the
by
way,
standing behind sequoias.
when was the last time you watched that?
Harry and the
Harry and the
Hendersons?
Hendersons?
It holds up.
Ages.
It's on one of the streaming platforms.
Did you ever read the book by David Mamet? No.
You had me for a second.
But there is a new.
It was Harold and the Hendersons.
There's a new documentary. It's
Yeah.
not Harry and the Hendersons. And it doesn't disprove Bigfoot. He or she could still be out there. But it aims to upend the biggest piece of evidence that Bigfoot believers have held on to for 60 years. Some of those true believers are becoming skeptics, bringing modern fake news type arguments to social media or suggesting newly discovered evidence could be an AI-generated hoax. But the Patterson-Gimlin film, that is the movie, that the film that catches the walking, the slowly stalking across the
lumbering, legendary footage.
Bigfoot. Apparently, it is instantly recognizable. Of course, it's under a minute long. It's a grainy 1967 film. It shows a tall, furry creature walking on two legs through the Northern California woods. Creature turns slightly, looking over its shoulder, then walks on. This is the most iconic footage of Bigfoot, and for decades has been the, quote, best proof that a large undiscovered hominid species roams the Pacific Northwest. Homina.
I just saw a homina, humanoid.
That's what, if you saw Bigfoot, homina.
Do you remember, Preston, years ago, this is going to be in the 70s, maybe, or early 80s, there was a documentary about this footage.
Okay.
And the commercials would run all the time. And I remember thinking, that can't be.
Yeah.
Did they have footage of Bigfoot? And it was so promoted at the time. But even still at that time, I remember thinking, that guy kind of just looks like he's shuffling along.
I have always, my entire life, even as a kid, when I've seen that footage, I just see a dude in a suit. In a fake.
In a gorilla suit.
Type of suit. I've never thought that looked real in my life. But a lot of people believe it. It's legit. So it's a documentary called Capturing Bigfoot, which premiered at South by Southwest this month, has unearthed a piece of long-lost footage. It is apparently a dry run rehearsal of the famous film where it is more clearly a man in a furry suit.
All right, how does this look? Should I be more like walking on sunshine like that, or am I paying attention?
Wouldn't it be great if he was kind of bopping along and really happy-go-lucky walking on sunshine kind of way? That would have been much more fun.
Come on, baby, do the locomotion.
The new footage strongly suggests that the famous Patterson-Gimlin film was a hoax. For the Bigfoot online community, the documentary is hitting like a nuclear bomb, though. Like in a big way. Like some people are going, oh my God, I can't believe I fell for it.
It's funny because this has been dispelled for years, obviously. There are, though, people in the realm, I guess they call it cryptozoology. You know, animals are discovered all the time. There are all sorts of things about this that seem to defy any sort of reasonable logic, but whatever. But yeah, this footage, it's funny too, because there was one piece where I saw where they're able to digitally zoom in on the bottom of Bigfoot's feet or a foot as he's walking along. And it looks like the bottom of a slipper.
Like a shoe or something.
Yeah. Okay.
In 2022, Capturing Bigfoot director Mark Evans, who teaches film at Olympic College in Washington, was approached by a colleague. She had a piece of old film that had belonged to her deceased father, and she wanted Evans to help her find someone to process and transfer it. Her father had worked in a film processing lab in the 1960s and was socially connected to Patterson and Gimlin. The new footage shows a different man in a fursuit along with Bob Gimlin on horseback, shot in a forest that looks more like Washington State, where they lived, instead of Northern California. Based on markings on the film, it was filmed a year prior to the more famous film, perhaps as some sort of rehearsal or dry run of what they'd eventually show to the public.
I need to see this.
I do too. So
just walk around and swing my hands back and forth?
So Joshua Kidzaki, a longtime Bigfoot fan who is active in a Facebook group of Bigfoot researchers, said, I never thought this would happen in our lifetime. What Mark Evans has come up with in the documentary. Kidzaki, by the way, stopped believing in Bigfoot years ago, but is still fascinated by the myth and the culture around it. He said, for many of us who were believers, whether or not you are now, it just can't be understated that the film was the pillar. That was the cross of this religion. It was the number one thing.
That's funny. Yeah, that he's saying that because, I've seen numerous things along the many years that have dispelled this, but this, you can't argue with footage of a dry run.
Yeah, they've held on. The people that believe that this is legit have held on to this as real for a long time.
That Bigfoot is real.
Because capturing Bigfoot hasn't been widely released yet. Almost none of the hardcore Bigfoot fans have seen the movie or the new footage from 1966.
You remember in Harry and the Hendersons, It's the Truth, there are a whole bunch of Bigfoot shows on Discovery and, Travel Channel. People do it all the time. They slap on the big feet and they go running through the snow and they, then they discover their own evidence. Remember it's about 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years maybe, or maybe it's even longer, people swore they finally had a Bigfoot corpse. Do you remember that?
No.
And
maybe.
It was just a collection of dead animals basically in a box that they sort of...
Dude, you remember the aliens down in Mexico and when they were shopping that around?
These look like curios you would find in a souvenir shop outside of Roswell.
It looked incredibly fake.
Very bad. Give it some effort.
Yeah.
Remember the kid that was a bat boy?
Well,
he was an actual bat. Was that real?
No.
Like Dracula?
God.
Oh, the way you just said, well, I was like, was that
No.
real?
What I was about to say is that was the National Enquirer.
Yeah.
And they would have it, you're like, Bat Boy visits with Liza Minnelli. It was stuff like that.
With Clinton.
Yeah.
He was
Bill
actually,
Clinton.
he was giving geopolitical advice to Bill Clinton.
In fact, Bat Boy was my favorite, most stupid thing ever to come up
It wasn't
with.
even the Enquirer. It was Weekly World News.
Oh, Weekly World News. It was
Which
you're
worse.
right. Bad Boy. Marissa, did you believe this?
No, but it was my
It was the way you
addition.
reacted.
Yes, it was
It's like when it's like when Parker asked you about Chucky, Preston.
Oh, my
your
God.
reaction.
Yeah. Oh, you mean Chucky? That thing's real?
Oh,
All
my
right.
God.
What?
There was a guy who, unbeknownst to him, he made his son believe that Chucky was real because he had a doll. And then he threw the doll away because he was afraid of it. And he didn't know that. And he just saw the doll laying in the trash. So then he put it next to his bed. And so when the kid woke up in the morning, the doll that he threw away was yes. And then he did it another time.
Dude.
Was this person
That's
you?
traumatized.
No, it was not. It was definitely not me, although I wouldn't put it past me. But then when he found out, then he went along with it and made it like 10 times worse.
You can really F someone up.
Yeah, the kid, for crying out loud. But anyhow, this whole thing is creating a confusing situation where people who are used to poring over visual evidence to prove or disprove something are forced to rely on secondhand descriptions of the film because they haven't seen it yet. Evans is aware of the controversy playing out online and the skepticism among some people who haven't seen the film, including people who think that the new footage was made with AI. He said it's almost like when fake news became a thing and then it was just everything's fake news and people, I don't know what to believe. He said, I think that we're in that same boat right now with AI because something could be AI. Anything could be, because something could be AI, anything could be dismissed as AI. That is a danger that is.
No, it absolutely is. And you can sort of CSI it and determine whether or not it is an AI image.
Yeah, they're going to refine it, though.
Yeah,
You know, it's going to get harder and harder down the road.
But like
I
they
would
say,
think.
they keep building safes that you can't be broken into, and they're broken into. So they'll keep parity. But I'll be curious to see this. Of all these things over the years, I've always been fascinated by them, whether I believe them or not. But there's a show, Paranormal Caught on Video or whatever. I think it's on the Travel Channel. And they have these experts, and they'll say things like, well, of course, a Yeti can't. It's like You're accepting this already.
Yeah.
That's not evidence because you believe it's not evidence.
What do you mean? A Yeti can't what?
They'll talk about things pertaining to paranormal or these creatures, and so they'll see footage and then they'll comment on it as if they have empirical knowledge about the existence of these creatures. It's like, no.
You're just making it up.
You're just making it up.
You're just making so you're making up the rules.
Yeah, you're not authoritative because you believe in it.
Right.
Of the mythical creatures, which one do you wish was real?
Bigfoot.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that one. Yeah.
I don't know.
I flirt with Loch Ness Monster. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Let me tell you something. When you go and stand, you stand on the shore of Loch Ness with that, and it has notoriously or famously inky black water. You're like, I wonder. I might be a Bigfoot or a Yeti or abominable snowman.
Oh, yeah, that one's fun.
All right. Well, let me ask you this one then, because when you mention Bigfoot and Steve, I always go to the documentary Harry and the Hendersons because it's great and I love it. Are there any other really good? Is there a good Loch Ness Monster movie or a good Yeti movie?
There is. If you want to get the abominable snowman, there is one that Peter Cushing did years ago. That is, and it's really well done. It's pretty brainy. The idea is that these are actual creatures that are much more evolved and smarter than are we, and it has an interesting plot twist at the end. It's a black and white film. And it's really well done.
Okay. Reza pulled up pictures about or movies about Loch Ness Monster. There's one called Nessie and Me.
All right.
Nessie and Me. And it looks like, Pete's Dragon or something like that, where it's a friendly, misunderstood creature.
He's nice.
Only 3.3 stars out of 10.
Oh, that's it?
12% on Rotten Tomatoes.
You know who did a good movie about Bobcat Goldthwait? Did a horror movie about Bigfoot, basically.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I think it's, if I'm recalling correctly, it is a found footage.
Okay.
And a couple goes out camping.
Yeah.
And I don't know if their mission was to actually go out and look for Bigfoot, but they're stalked and, attacked. I won't give away the full ending, but it's not good. Okay. And it's pretty good. It's pretty well done.
Yeah, the only ones that come to mind immediately are Bigfoot or Yeti, which is like the, alpine version of Bigfoot, and Loch Ness Monster.
Well, you got like
there's Chupacabra. We've talked about that. I really don't know much about
Jersey
that.
Devil.
Jersey Devil.
Yeah, Jersey Devil.
Actually, there's a movie called I think it's called is it the last broadcast or the final broadcast? Right after the Blair Witch came out. This one came out, and it even had less of a budget, but it was based on Jersey Devil, and it was pretty well done.
Is Godzilla in there?
Godzilla?
Oh, well, I mean, that's more sci-fi.
Okay.
Or, that's made up. It's not like
they don't actually.
Nobody's that believed at any point in time.
Godzilla, yeah.
Although kaiju would be pretty awesome, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, if it was a nice one.
Yeah.
Just a big, dumb animal that didn't mean any harm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other mythical.
I mean, like a unicorn. But that's not
But nobody's ever really
nobody's seen
unicorns. By the way, there was a movie that came out with Jenna Ortega and Paul Rudd recently, where the unicorns were butchering people. So that's not your daddy's unicorn.
Hang on, we got a caller who has seen Bigfoot.
Wow.
I'm going to go to Jonathan. Hi, Jonathan. Good morning.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Awesome, buddy. All right, so you and a friend, it says here, saw Bigfoot 20 years ago?
About 20 years ago, we were driving on Route 1, as kids do, just drive for a while. It was late at night, and we just decided we were driving, and we saw a deer dead on the side of the road, which is standard. But about 5 minutes later, a deer ran out in front of us and slid in front of us like it was running from something.
Okay.
For whatever reason, we're like, okay, that was weird. But I told my friend to stop the car and turn off all the lights because it was late 80s car. So, you can turn off all the lights. And we looked around and it was pitch black and it was cool. But as I turned around, this big thing ran behind us. And I just said, hey, Ken. His name was Ken. I said, Ken, drive. And he goes, did you see that? And I said, Ken, drive. We took off. Later on, from being scared, we got out of the car. I got out and I measured where the hip was on that thing. I'm 6'1". The hip was at my chest. It was huge. And we sat there, we're like, what could that have been?
Could it have been a bear?
All I could think of was, well, we don't have grizzly bears around here. We only have black bears.
Yeah, we have black bears who don't get that big. Yeah. Huh.
Trust me, I thought of all of the things it could have been. So it was either that or it could have been a skinwalker if you believe into that. But I don't
Skinwalker?
Wait,
it's either or.
I don't know.
It's an alien, isn't it?
It was. I don't know what skinwalkers are. I just know that they have shows on them.
Skinwalker Ranch.
What if it was? What if it was another deer, but it was just walking on two legs?
That totally could have been it. I never thought of
that. But listen, Jonathan, at what point did you guys put the connection together that you thought you saw Bigfoot? Like that night?
That was when we were driving back. I lived in Havertown at the time. When we were driving back, there used to be a Wawa and right at the corner of 352 and Route 1.
And he was in Wawa.
Well, no. So that's when I got out and I looked and I measured where the hip was because it was hunched over.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's at my chest. What could that have been? It couldn't have been a bear. We don't have them. And I was like, there's nothing else it could be except Bigfoot. and that night as we were driving,
gotta be Bigfoot.
A horrendous smell. A horrendous smell. I was like, what is this?
Well,
you know, then we saw Bigfoot. Like all that stuff together.
They do say that there's a pungent, foul smell whenever Bigfoot is in the area. Wow. Well, listen.
Maybe it was Frank Rizzo, and he was just out walking around the woods. And just getting a night
You're
out.
A coward.
Yeah.
I saw you hit that deer the 2 years.
3 years.
I don't want to talk to you. Just the 3 of us, 4 of us, me and you.
Interesting, Jonathan. All right. Well, thank you for your call. We really appreciate that. And of course, he was in Delco.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah.
As you're going to be.
Right.
Why not?
Thanks, man.
I'll tell you one that I think is cool. Are you familiar with the Mothman?
Yeah.
Just the Mothman prophecy.
Yeah.
That's all. I don't know. I only know the title. I don't know.
In that area, there are a lot of people who believe.
Yeah. There were multiple people that saw the Mothman.
Multiple people who claim to have seen the Mothman. And the movie with Richard Gere is really well done.
I never saw it.
Yeah. So what you're led to believe in the movie is that the Mothman actually has abilities.
Yeah.
And like there's a scene where Gere is talking to somebody on the phone and he's looking at a passage in the book, a book he's reading, that's the Bible, I guess, right by the nightstand. And the person on the other side of the phone is able to tell him what he's reading specifically. Right. So there's something otherworldly about the Mothman.
So when I did my rafting trip through the Grand Canyon, listen, when you do this, when you set sail, like that's it. You know, there's no communication with the outside world. It's not an easy place to get to. Our last night camping, my cousin was. I had fallen asleep, and I slept under the stars every single night. But we did have tents, and my cousin was smoking a cigar right by the river, the Colorado River, and he said he saw figures coming out of somewhere. Like beady green eyes,
right?
And took a tent.
I had 3 testicles.
He said he watched. He said he thought, and the way my cousin said it, he goes, "I thought somebody was perpetrating on us, right? Meaning that it could have been our river guides or whatever, trying to play a prank." So he does not know for sure. But what I can tell you is, my cousin saw figures. Taking this tent, the tent was gone. The tent was gone. It was nowhere to be seen the next morning, and that was it. And we don't know what it was. I don't know if there's any.
It's a big old world out there. Mm-hmm. You don't know.
Casey, Bigfoot loves you.
Hang on. There's somebody texting and says Pennsylvania has its own cryptid, the squank.
The squank.
Yeah.
Huh?
That sounds like like a possessed prostitute or something like that.
Do we have a guy who dresses up as Bigfoot? Oh, here's
Squank.
Here's a picture.
Well, we have we have Sack Squatch. We just spoke to him recently.
But there was a guy who wanders around out in Bucks County. Bucks County Bigfoot, a gorilla costume. So the squank, squank looks like the squonk, the classic mythical creature, the squonk. That is always weeping.
Maybe there was a autocorrect because I'm saying the squonk.
Oh, Squonk.
Yeah.
So it's a mythical creature that's always weeping?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that, but apparently that's a Pennsylvania thing.
He lives in the Hemlock Forest of northern Pennsylvania.
Okay. And what is his story? Hang on a second here. Legend holds the creature's skin is ill-fitting, covered with warts, and that because it is ashamed of its appearance, it hides from plain sight. I know. I feel sad for this thing.
I don't look too good.
And spends most of its time weeping. Hunters who have tried catching the squonks have found out that the creature is capable of dissolving completely into a pool of tears and bubbles when cornered.
Yeah.
A man named J.P. Wentling is supposed to have coaxed the creature into a bag, which when he carried it home suddenly lightened. Upon further inspection, he found that all that remained was liquid.
You want me to get in that bag?
Yeah, squonk. Okay, no, I'd never heard of that before.
And that's actually a Genesis song, which is great about the squonk.
There's a weird creature I've read about called the Wendigo.
Yes,
which is a Native American, creature of sorts. Like it's humanoid, but also I think it's got the head of like an elk or something like that, and is pretty brutal
stuff.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff.
All right, so this documentary, when and where can I find it?
I don't know when it's coming out, Casey, but it's called Capturing Bigfoot. It's going to be South by Southwest this month, actually.
All right.
Is when it's coming out. So maybe we'll get to see it.
We'll send you out there.
Yeah, and where is Harry and Henderson streaming for free? It is on a platform because I watched it within the last 2 months.
I don't know.
We're just going to look that up for you guys. So just so you guys can educate yourself.
Yeah.
Yo, do your research. Educate yourself. All right.
Netflix is where it's streaming, and then you can buy it on other platforms.
It was a fun movie.
It is.
Yeah.
And it holds. I mean,
by the
listen,
way,
John
was it Peter Allen, whatever the Hall or whatever the hell?
The guy in the costume.
Yeah, he also played Predator.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Same guy of Harry and Henderson's was Predator.
Yeah.
Well, you learn stuff. Somebody probably
See,
learned
and
that
again,
today.
just learned that today.
I learned that. All right, we're going to take a break and come back in a second. We have bizarre file stories that we're going to get into when we return, so make sure you stay with us. We will be... Why is that not playing?
I don't know.
Be right back.
In March, I believe, sometime in March. So, in Anaheim. So that'll be a homecoming, for Trevor Zegras. So hopefully he can do the same thing. But, it probably will get a little testy as well, I would assume.
Hey, Scott, is there ever, when you're given some payback, when you're issuing some payback, is there ever a way to do it without, causing a penalty? Or is that even in your mind when you're going at that?
Yeah, well, quick story. When I was in Nashville, I was like maybe 22, something like that. And the year prior, I was battling with Yuri Fisher was his name, a big, tall defenseman, 6'6", mean guy. And we were battling, and he kind of twisted his knee. I didn't do anything bad. It was kind of just like a battle in the corner. He's laying on the ice. He tore his ACL, so he missed, 2 or 3 months of the season, half the summer rehabbing. First game back in Nashville, he's like, let's go, off the face-off. I was like, I knew it was coming. And I was like, no, like let's just give it a couple shifts, right? So I can get angry, right? And so the play comes up, because it's kind of weird. Just I didn't really like the setup fights, right? For myself anyway, I had to get, angry, and I wanted to, punch the guy's, head in, right?
Yeah.
So puck comes up, it goes behind the net. I go behind the net skating. He just blows me up, clean hit. Like I'm like on the ground, and then I start flashing red, right? And so we square off, we go like this, and he's a lot bigger than me, and I come in for a punch. He just counter punches me right in my nose. Down I went, and I'm bleeding all over the place. So he got his payback. It was a clean fight. It was a good punch he got me, and sometimes you got to tip your cap.
Yeah, and just move on.
Like that,
yeah,
so,
especially if he's got like half a foot on you. It's a little much. But yeah, I was curious though, with the pandemonium, and Chuck, our program director, Chuck D'Amico, said he has lots of audio of the overpowering boos. I mean, and
he was there last night.
Yeah, he was there last night. And I mean, you've seen it all. You've seen reactions. You've seen, the FU response to a player that's just, a particular team or whatever. Rank this last night with the top 5, emotional, angry reactions you've ever seen in an arena.
Yeah, it happens when you have that hatred of a player, right? You know, a guy that says he doesn't want to come to Philadelphia. He's a college kid, 19 years old. You know, I don't want to play here. You know, when he was so pro coming to Philadelphia when he first got drafted, he totally changed his tune. I didn't like that. I think the Flyers fan responded how they did last year playing him, and it carried over to this year as well, right? And usually you see this stuff against the Penguins, right? Or the Rangers. You know, sometime, you know, back in the day, Islanders, the big rivalries. But this is like the team that's kind of irks us, right? And it's great to have. You only play them once, which sucks, but it is what it is. But it's nice to have those, and it just gets everyone into the game. That's why you go to a hockey game, right? To feel the emotions, to stand up and cheer for a goal, a big hit. It had literally last night had every single element of the game that you want to go to as a fan. And you know, me talking about it, analyzing it, I was fired up just as much as everybody else.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, you know what I really didn't like about it, and because I was reading up on it last night, is he had said, I wish everybody knew like the truth, you know? And I'm like, well, why don't you tell us the truth then? You know, what's going on? Why don't you want to be here? Like, I don't know why you would say something like that and not follow it up with, hey, the reality is X, Y, and Z.
I know he's waiting to write a book so everyone in Philly can buy it.
Yeah. You see it in 20 years, you're all going to feel really bad.
Yeah. The other thing
that's a lame thing you say when you want to deflect.
Listen, I don't like that they wore orange last night either. Like, what the hell is all with that?
It was tricky, right? There was early in that game, TK connecting, he came across the line and passed it like it was passing to his teammate right to their guy, and he's going the other way against our goaltender. So it was a little tricky, but then you kind of, that was a bad turnover. You kind of figure it out. But yeah, it was definitely tricky to start, I thought, for them.
Scott, do players get talked to by management about what to avoid talking about when talking to the press, or are you just kind of left to your own devices to do that?
What do you mean, like just for
these comments that he made were they're not a good idea when he's being interviewed, and I don't know if players ever get spoken to by management about, hey, you may want to back off of this, you know?
No, I think it's, I remember last year Travis Connecting was all over him after whistles, like, I can't believe you didn't want to come here. Like all night, baby. It's coming all night. They were all over and hitting him. As soon as he had the puck, especially, guys were on him, just bumping him, frustrated. And he went into a shell last game. And, he's able to get that first goal when the boos were really loud in that first period. So he kind of shut us up for a hot minute, and then it kind of kept on going at him. So, but no, it is. When you're signed, a TK, when I was in Philadelphia, if a guy didn't want to sign here, it's like, better off without him. You don't want to, hang around with a guy like that anyway, right? And I said it last year. It's, he probably was given everything when he was 10 years old to probably earlier than that, 5, 6 years old when he started skating to, when he was playing in the development program in Michigan, when he went to college, a high draft pick. He was probably just given the red carpet out every time he wanted to get on the ice. He got on the ice, and I think Danny and Torts, they said, "Hey, you got to earn your spot." This is what I thought or think happened. You got to earn your spot. It's not given that you're going to be on the first line, left wing, playing with our top centers. Like, you have to earn it, right? And if you have to spend some time in the minors, that's kind of, we want to develop you the right way. And he's like, "Oh no, I've been rolled out the red carpet my whole life. I don't want that, right?" And then there's teams that will be like, "Hey, we're going to give you this opportunity." And obviously he's a really, really good player, smart player, and he's had a good rookie year, 20 goals, and this year he's already got 20 as well, just over halfway through the season. So he's backed it up.
Well, how important is you got to have moments like this? I mean, I think of like the movie The Avengers when there's the collector's cards of Captain America, that sort of uses a focal point to get everyone united together against an enemy. How much of a match is lit when you have a situation like last night? Because the Flyers have been a lot of fun to watch. They've been, this season, there's an energy, there's something that's there, and everyone's saying it. Regardless of how things play out, we know how we want it to play out. Something like this, to me, is like a second and third wind all wrapped up into one. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like Las Vegas or Vegas Golden Knights when they came into the NHL. They were the misfits, right? They were the cast-offs of their team, and they used that slogan as their kind of fuel to get them to the Stanley Cup Finals in their first year in the NHL, right? And I think the Flyers are using that as well too. Oh, they've been brutal for 8 years. Like, no, everyone's counting them out, and now I think teams are feeling that they're for real, right?
Yeah.
And they've been playing great. They've got great goaltending. Their special teams needs to improve to get to that next elite level. But they're building something here. Danny B, Jonesy, Hilferty, those guys have done one heck of a job kind of, sticking to the plan, right? Not accelerating it because, you have a good half a season. They're doing it properly. And, for guys, they're buying in and they're having a lot of fun. Been around them on that road trip, Calgary, Edmonton. It's goofing around. It's work when you need to work. And that game couldn't have come at a better time, right? You come off a long road trip after the holidays, you're kind of down, but then the crowd got them into it. So that's the great thing about Philly fans, is that they can drag you into that fight even though maybe your body's not feeling it. They did that last night. That was huge.
How hard was the team trying to get Ziggy that hat trick last night? Just to put a pin in it.
Yeah, no doubt. The game was a long game anyway. There's a couple injuries, the fights, and things like that. If he would have got that hat trick, we'd still be there talking about how many hats.
If you had all those teddy bears in Hershey, like filling the stadium.
Yeah, the teddy bear toss. Yeah, no, it would have been raining hats for sure. And how happy he was after the game in that interview. It would have been even maybe one more swear in there.
3 F-bombs.
Yeah. So Vladar was named to the Olympic team for Czechia yesterday, and so the Flyers now have 4 players that are going to be playing in the Olympics in February, and maybe more to be announced later. I don't know, but. So they're going to be off for 19 days. What can that do to momentum for a team?
I think it's going to be good for everybody, right? The rest, the season, the schedule is so condensed, right? Where you're playing every other day and back-to-backs thrown in there, so you don't get the rest, right? So, I think especially for a guy like Matvei Michkov, who kind of didn't have the best summer training. There was an injury, I believe, and then he started the season slow. So for him, didn't play last night as well. He got dinged up. So for him, especially a guy that is supposed to be your ringer, right? Your all-star, blah, blah, blah. He's got to use that as a great 2.5 weeks to push it from here all the way up to here. And even the other guys too. You go away for, 4 or 5 days, get some sun, but it's the middle of the season. Everyone else is training. So, get back to Philly, get in the gym, get skating, feel more comfortable, work on some power play stuff to get better and, use it in the proper way. So I think these kids nowadays, they, probably wasn't like in the back of the day where you just have a lot more drinks than these guys now. So they take care of their bodies a little bit better, but so it's fun to see. But I think they'll where they are right now, they'll definitely be dialed in.
I wanted to ask you, because doing a little research having you on today, totally forgot about Scotty Hartnell Wig Night.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a big thing. I think we even had a few sent over. Do you have a case of those in your house, or do you have your own wig? Did you get to keep one?
I cleaned out my storage room the other day, just going through Tupper, the big bins, and this one wasn't the see-through one. I went in there and there was like bobbleheads from Nashville, wigs from the Wig Night, all this kind of stuff. So I had a good laugh.
Did you just pop it on for old sake just to see?
Well, yeah, it doesn't really fit my head anymore, my hair, but my son was wearing it for 2 days here when we were playing hockey. I'm Scott Hartnell.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. Flyers playing Leafs tomorrow night, hosting Leafs. It's Fish Night tomorrow night. Casey is going to be there.
Yeah, buddy.
Because he's hosting the musical portion.
Yeah, and the response has gotten so big from this that they actually had to move the pregame and postgame concerts to stateside live because the response was so good. And in fact, the venue is really getting behind this as well. So, people that are attending get these really cool Gritty Fish T-shirts, but they're going to be serving split open and melt cheesesteaks. That's named after a fish song. Poor Heart Burgers, Ruby Waves, and a Sin of a Mule cocktails. So, are you a fish guy at all? I don't know. Like, I back in the day, I know like LeClaire was. He's a Vermont guy or whatever. Have you gotten into the band?
I'm not a big fan. I probably couldn't name you one of their songs, but that gives me something to do here today. Is I got a little bit of a drive here coming up, so I'll put them on.
Yeah, if you take a 3 or 4 hour drive, you can listen to one of the songs.
You can listen to one song. Hey, listen, this one. Listen, Trey is a huge Flyers fan. He's the lead guitarist and singer for the band. Yep. He grew up in New Jersey. He's a huge Broad Street Bullies fan, huge Flyers fan. But there's a song called "It's Ice." Okay, so that'll work for you.
Okay, sounds good. I'll put her on today.
Hey, you know what, Scott? I'm going to bring you into a conversation we had before we got on with you, and we were talking about we were kind of reassessing last year. The past few days, getting back after the holiday and everything. What was your favorite new TV show that you came across in the past year or so? And I'm not sure if you're a big TV guy, if you like a series, or if you're more movie. But is there anything that stood out to you?
I think the one I think I'm naming it right. Nobody Wants This.
Yeah,
that's with the Jewish rabbi.
That was the second season came out. I liked that show. That was a lot of fun. Kristen Bell. Yeah,
It's sort of a rom-com, is it not? A rom-com?
Really cute, and wife
funny.
loves that stuff, obviously. And sometimes I don't get sucked into those ones, but that was cute. And Emily in Paris. I'm going to sound like
we know who controls the remote in your house.
I thought you were going to say like Letterkenny or like Shorzy or something like that.
Emily in Paris.
Yeah, there's not too many hours in the day, right? You got kids, you're going to work out, you go to practice, you go to work at night, and
it's time for the Bizarre File. So why don't we do it
now? WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this first story is out of San Antonio. A local TV meteorologist has been arrested and accused of punching a woman in the face, breaking her nose.
Wow.
Yeah, Elliot Wilson, a meteorologist at KSAT 12 News, was arrested Thursday evening for assault bodily injury. Wilson was accused of punching a 33-year-old woman in the face earlier that morning as he was driving her to a medical appointment. The woman sustained a broken...
Well, you got to have something to bring to them.
Nose. Wow. According to his LinkedIn page, Wilson has been at KSAT since December 2025. So he's kind of a new hire, I guess.
Yeah. Well, they hired him because he had a segment called Punch a Girl Tuesdays.
He was a meteorologist in Oklahoma from 2002 to 2025 and in Waco from 2018 to 2022. He graduated from Ball State University.
That's where Letterman went to, and he was a weatherman, too.
In 2016, but for whatever reason, I don't have many details, but he punched a woman in the face.
Not going to look good on your resume.
I don't think so. San Francisco police on Monday arrested a man known for driving around the city in a purple Ferrari with his pet duck, Daisy.
We need him here. We need him here.
Officers said Brian Courier brandished a gun at a pedestrian, then barricaded himself in his home, leading to a standoff with police that lasted hours. Courier has been struggling with mental health challenges, according to Reddit posts from people who say that they know him. He sent a series of increasingly erratic emails addressed to media outlets, including The Standard and government agencies like the White House over recent weeks. 2 were sent during Courier's alleged standoff with police.
If you're going to have mental issues, please have a purple Ferrari and a duck.
Courier had barricaded himself, prompting a critical incident response. He sent a message to The Standard before and during the standoff that suggested he was experiencing paranoid delusions. An email Courier sent said, everyone in San Francisco who stepped outside their home, except those who are part of Courier's Nonic orders, would be put into eternal torture. An hour later, he wrote, calling all allies to come to my home and remove the assassin fake cops teams ASAP. And Courier said that his home was surrounded by child torturing fake cop assistants, presumably referring to the police officers that were at his door at the time.
So on a serious note, somebody who's like locked in this, they're imprisoned in their own thing, and it's sad.
We were just looking at a picture of the Ferrari.
Yeah,
it's a
nice,
gorgeous car.
Whatever he's doing, I need to do that.
Courier sent 8 emails to the Standard's tip line in the 2 weeks before the standoff. Many included threats and several articulate conspiracy theories about San Francisco nightclubs. The Animal Care and Control has taken custody of Daisy the duck, and they said, we have the duck. The duck is in our custody, receiving care and doing well.
I used to have a duck in San Francisco, Preston.
You, Tony?
Yeah, it would poop all over the place.
Wow,
Tony, right at home.
Tony Bennett, right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Duck in San Francisco.
Just me and a duck in a purple Ferrari.
All right, this is in Indiana. A man led officials on a chase Friday afternoon after he stole a Bud Light truck. Officers said 41-year-old Randall Baker stole the truck. They say when Baker refused to pull over, deputies used stop sticks to stop the truck, leading Baker to hitting a sheriff's patrol vehicle and crashing into a field. Baker also refused to get out of the truck, and deputies had to use pepper ball rounds to get him out.
No.
Baker was taken to the hospital for minor injuries from the crash, and the deputy whose car was hit was not hurt. He's actually facing attempted murder charges.
Wow.
Auto theft. I don't know if it's because the vehicle hit a police car or whatever.
Was the intent to steal the beer or just to steal any truck?
Well, he was driving while intoxicated, so
it could be.
maybe the beer.
Something happened similar across the river in Jersey yesterday or 2 days ago. It wasn't a beer truck, but somebody stole and he was intoxicated, stole a tow truck. And I just think of it like when that guy's day started, what were everything that led to that moment where
First of all, what were your plans that day?
Got to hit the dry cleaner.
How did your plans get all mixed up?
I have at 10 o'clock. I have a dentist appointment. Steal a tow truck. Yeah.
Oh, it was on the list.
It was okay. Well,
okay.
Then,
All right, he was just checking everything off. Yeah. All right. This is a horrible story. Horrible story. But I need to share this with you because it's very strange. A 1-year-old child reportedly died following a crash in Virginia in which a 14-year-old girl, identified by family members as the child's mother, was driving under the influence.
Oh, wow.
How many things can you find wrong?
14-year-old driving under the influence with a baby.
14-year-old with a 1-year-old, which means they had to have been 12.
Yeah.
And then had the baby when 13, probably.
Oh, my God.
And now is 14 and is driving under the influence with the child, has an accident, the baby dies. This is horrible. The crash happened Monday around 2 a.m., by the way.
The only thing missing is the duck.
Along Interstate 64 in Hampton when the car veered off the road, hit a guardrail before slamming into the barrier. The child, who was not properly restrained at the time of the crash, was seriously hurt and later died.
So sad.
The 14-year-old girl suffered serious injuries and was taken to an area hospital. Her condition was not immediately available. Authorities say the girl was under the influence and not wearing a seatbelt. I mean, that's...
there's a whole bunch to examine there. There's multiple crimes have been committed.
Yep, and what kind of life is that person going to have from here on out? Yep, terrible. All right, we need something lighter to end on. That one's pretty intense, too.
More ducks.
No, I don't have any more ducks.
Oh, man.
All right, let me see here. How about this one? A family in Houston is counting their lucky stars that no one was hurt after a cantaloupe-sized meteorite smashed through the roof of their home and ricocheted around an empty bedroom.
Wow.
The space rock is most likely a fragment of a meteor that witnesses saw breaking apart with a bang in the bright blue Texas sky. The exploding space rock is one of several other fireballs that have been spotted streaking across the U.S. over the past few days. These unusually frequent light shows are the result of a peculiar trend that scientists still don't fully understand. So on Saturday, a 3-foot-wide asteroid entered Earth's atmosphere at more than 35,000 miles per hour and swiftly broke apart due to friction with the air, creating a sonic boom and a bright flash that lasted several seconds.
I think they have footage of this because I saw something.
Well, there's been several of them lately.
Yeah.
So at least 180 people reported seeing the streaking light, which occurred roughly 29 miles above Houston. So this ended in Houston. So, people heard the explosion, and they said it would have had the equivalent force of around 26 tons of TNT.
26 tons
Yeah.
of TNT. So, quick question. 3 foot wide.
Yep.
And it qualifies as an asteroid?
Did I say asteroid?
Yeah.
That meteorite.
No, okay. Maybe I misheard.
Meteorite, is what it says here. So, the 3 foot, it says 3 foot wide asteroid entered Earth's atmosphere. So, I don't know, Steve.
Does an asteroid turn into a meteoroid?
It's like you can make, what is it?
You can turn a cucumber into a zucchini if you put it in the oven. Simulations later revealed that multiple meteor fragments likely reached the ground in the northern part of the city. Local news stations later reported that one of those fragments had crashed into a house, in Ohio. So this exploded over Texas and ended up in Ohio.
Amazing.
Photos and videos show that the space rock smashed through the roof and bounced off the floor and back onto the ceiling before finally coming to rest next to a TV. The homeowner, Sherry James, reported it to local fire department, which initially told her that it may have been a piece of an airplane, but upon closer inspection, it was a rock.
Do you remember the footage? It's about maybe 9 months ago. A guy was out on his front patio, and a meteorite blew into the ground near him.
Yeah.
It was caught on the ring cam.
That's wild. So yeah, apparently they've been happening. People have been seeing them. I mean, they happen all the time.
Well,
but whether or not people see them, and the big ones that come in close and explode and make noise are pretty intense.
Might be wise to get a sturdier umbrella.
Maybe. All right, and that is the last story I have for you in the Bizarre File.
Hey.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll get back in a moment. Lesson, question, trash, and music news are next on the agenda. Stay with us.
She watches all the Housewives crap, and I'm like, I can't get into that. So
yeah. You don't have a particular favorite Real Housewives cast?
No, I don't know. I couldn't name you one person on them. But you know what I'm getting into, actually? I just watched it before Christmas, and I probably sound like an idiot saying this, but Breaking Bad. I haven't seen the show.
Hey,
so
it's
I'm
not too
gonna
late.
go all
Listen,
in.
I got in on that like maybe 2-3 years ago, and that was like 8 or 9 years after it came out, and I watched the whole thing. It's never too late to watch. That's one of the great shows on television ever, so you'll dig that.
So that's going to be my goal here to get that dialed in here in the next 2026, I guess. So
What shows are the kids into?
Preston, I thought you were going to talk about jug handles. You guys talked about that this morning again. And
You went through your first jug handle like live on the radio with us.
It's a constant mystery for all of us. We drive in Jersey. Yeah.
Well, what kids are the shows? What shows are the kids into? Because I'm sure they're on all the time in your house.
Yeah, SpongeBob was a big one at
That's
the
a
end
win.
of last year. And I never grew up. It was a little bit kind of past my when I was a kid, so I was kind of watching this. I'm like, geez, this is like
it's a great
crazy.
show. Yeah.
The girls love the princess shows and whatnot.
Just like you.
Barbies.
Yeah.
Hey now, who was that?
That's great. Nice.
Dirty duck. So what did we watch? So it was Zootopia 2. That was a fun one to watch. Moana 2. Saw that the other day.
How old are your kids, Scott?
7, 5, and 4.
Oh, you're in the thick of it. Yeah, most definitely. It's a great time. I remember my kids like 5 was such a sweet age. That's awesome, man. You're living. That's a great spot to be in.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Thanks.
Nice, excellent. All right, well, listen, we got to run, Scott. Great to talk to you as always. Tomorrow night, like I said, Flyers are playing the Leafs. Casey will be there for the event. You can stop by Stateside Live for the whole thing, and obviously we'll catch you guys on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Say hi to JJ and the crew over there, and we'll catch up with you soon. All right, brother?
Yeah, we'll do. Casey, text me if you guys are coming over. You want to see the studio. I'll give you a little tour of that.
I would love that. Yes,
Excellent.
absolutely.
All right, Scott Hartnell, guys. Thanks, bud. We'll talk to you. Wasn't expecting Emily in Paris.
That was hilarious.
Was not expecting Emily
But
in
you
Paris.
immediately know who controls the remote.
That's great. I love it. I love it. Right now, though, these have been burning a hole in my pocket. We have not done Survey Says, and I don't know if we've done it this year yet.
Oh, man. A whole year.
Time to get into it. I have a few stories to share with you. Surveys that are done regularly, daily throughout the United States, and we're going to start with this one. It was a poll of 2,000 adults, and they asked about the most common reasons that New Year's resolutions will fail on you. Okay, so 40% of people polled set a resolution for 2026. If you just isolate Gen Z, it's 71%.
There you go.
Which is the highest of any age group. Mine is standard. It's lose weight. It's be more healthy, and I did that again this year. That's the only one. I can't think of maybe years past when I was a smoker, it was to quit smoking or something like that. But that's always been the same one for me.
The survey is of reasons why they fail.
Reasons why these fail, but I just started off with people that set resolutions in the first place.
I think a lot of people set unrealistic goals.
Yeah.
I think that's it. They don't do it as incrementally as they should.
Right.
Maybe reduce smoking or try that way. A lot of people just go hard line, and that inevitably fails.
More than half of them, 52% surveyed, believe that New Year's resolutions are an effective way to reach goals. 2/3 of resolution setters claim to be all in and totally committed to achieving what they set out to do. And another 26% admit that they are not fully committed. Did you guys set any for the year?
No,
Okay.
I haven't set New Year's resolutions in a long time.
Marissa?
I didn't think of it as an effectual New Year's resolution, but the other day I started to think I'm going to once a month try to actually catch up with somebody who I say, let's catch up soon.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
like that.
somebody I haven't talked to in a while.
So not one of the classic, the smoking and
Losing weight, drink, work out
eating better,
more.
exercise,
sleeping around.
Yeah, having sex with multiple partners at the
That
same
you don't even
time.
know. Group orgies.
Yeah. Those are attainable goals, I think.
Yeah.
You know what? So I didn't until. So I'm on an app called Strava. And it tracks your fitness.
Right.
Thing. So, when I work out, I port that over to my Strava app. When I go for bikes and runs and swims and stuff like that, that all goes to my Strava app. And then at the end of the year, it kind of gives you your year in review. And so I saw how many days active I was last year, and I want to just beat that.
I want to beat okay?
Yeah, and I had a pretty active year last year, considering I had this thing that happened to my neck at the end of the summer that kept me out of the gym, it kept me off my bike and all that stuff. And despite losing, a good month of activity, I still did pretty good. So I want to top that. I didn't go into the new year thinking, I want to do this or that. But then when I saw that and that came up, I was like, okay, yeah.
Something achievable.
Something achievable.
All right.
Yeah.
Ryan Shuttleworth, any resolutions?
Man, last year was tough enough. I just want to go into this year being like, all right, just be a better person where you can and just kind of, coast into it. Just, try and get through it unlike last year.
That's a healthy one. All right. Most New Year's resolutions fail. So why do we break them so easily? These are the most common reasons. So per the survey, and I'll work up to the top one. Feeling too unhappy or fed up, finding it too tiring, realizing that you just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Finding it too boring, whatever your resolution is.
The smell of freshly baked cookies.
Number 6, working our way to number 1, is forgetting why you were doing it in the first place.
Why am I doing this again?
Yeah.
Number 5, not fitting in with your routine. Number 4, not seeing results quickly enough. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I have had that happen to me before. It was 2 years ago where I wanted to go into a weight loss regimen, and I worked hard for 2-3 weeks, and I didn't see any results, and I'm like, oh.
What am I doing this for?
And then I just fell off.
Yeah.
I fell off of it, and it was stupid. And the following year, I got it together, and I soldiered through and realized that sometimes it's a slow start.
I've been doing this for 4 hours, and I have seen no results.
And eventually you get to some momentum. Number 3 is you find it too difficult to do. Whatever agreement you made with yourself was just too much.
Like sleeping around.
Number 2, giving in to temptation, obviously. And number 1, just not feeling motivated to stick with it.
I do like the idea of points on the calendar that are definitive. Okay, I'm going to start now.
Yeah.
I think,
me too.
And obviously,
it helps me.
the year rollover is a perfect time to do it.
In years past, I have definitely seen new people at the gym come New Year, and whenever I see that, I'm like, I hope I continue to see you all year long, because I have been that person who showed up, January 2nd, never on January 1st, and then stopped going a week or so later. But this year, I want to say
people hanging in there.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen a whole lot of new people. No.
Okay.
Steve, I like the idea of the date on the calendar. I need certain goals to keep me motivated. I'm a list maker too. If I make a list every day of the things that I want to achieve, and I get great satisfaction in crossing that off my list.
Yeah.
And I do the same thing with my goals. I will set incremental goals. I'll have a big goal in mind,
right?
But I have
your way towards it.
Yeah, I have little milestones along the way that I like to hit, and I'll call them small goal, medium goal,
right,
big goal, and then sometimes I even have an ultra goal that I'll put on there, and then I'll give myself and a little Red Hot Chili Peppers, bring this up to about 19 minutes after 10 o'clock on this Wednesday morning. For those of you who are familiar with the concept that we are, it's called Wednesday Tired. Hopefully you're traversing this day well. For some reason, Wednesday always catches up with us. And a lot of people I know, at least in this business, Wednesday is like the most tired day of the week. It's really weird.
Yeah, I think we have the definitive. For tomorrow, for me, at 8 o'clock will be the beginning of No Sad Bro. Yeah. I think we all agree that Tuesday is kind of the redheaded stepchild of the week.
It kind of sits there.
Does nothing.
But now we're Wednesday tired, but we're getting close to getting to our next letter for the Word of the Week prize, which will be only 2 letters left after we get that. So we're getting close. In the meantime, it's lesson question time. We're giving away 4-pack of tickets to Universal Theme Parks, the exhibition of the Franklin Institute. All right, so let me see. What do we want to do? What surprising thing did Casey notice on Terminator recently? That's from early, so sometimes I do an earlier question. It was about 6:40 this morning. So what is the interesting thing that Casey noticed about the movie Terminator that he had never really noticed before? Let's see if you were listening to that. Couple references about it. In fact, you were fascinated with the case.
Yes.
610-660-9333. I'll be interested to see if we get a winner on this. Let's get to the trash while we're waiting.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, Steve, what's up today?
Well, Preston Sports Illustrated swimsuit model and reality star Brooks Nader and Rocket Man star Taron Egerton seen sharing loads of PDA at a restaurant in Santa Monica. Egerton is reportedly head over heels for Nader, saying she never makes him have to think. Rosie O'Donnell is a grandma again, really revealing that son Blake and wife Teresa have welcomed a baby boy named Anthony. O'Donnell says she's the best kind of grandma because she looks like Brian Bosworth. Hey! And finally, veteran NBC reporter Peter Alexander is leaving the network after 22 years. Alexander says his decades of investigating journalism have more than prepared him for the next chapter in his career, blowing into a road cone.
Alrighty, we will see if you know the answer to this question. What surprising thing did Casey recently realize about the movie Terminator? What did he see? I'm going to go to Morgan. Hi, Morgan. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi, Morgan.
He noticed.
Go ahead.
You noticed that you can see Arnold Schwarzenegger's jump.
Yes! There was a scene, a silhouetted Arnold Schwarzenegger penis that Casey noticed. Hang on, Morgan. We're going to give you those tickets, a 4-pack of them to the Universal Themes Parks exhibition at Franklin Institute. You can explore how theme park attractions like Jurassic World, Minions, and Super Nintendo World come to life through hands-on exhibits, cutting-edge design, and storytelling innovation. You can get your tickets today at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, a couple of things, little new song here for you. We're going to start with Metallica's charitable foundation, All Within My Hands, has donated $125,000 to help with flood relief efforts in Hawaii, following what the band described as the worst flooding the islands have seen in more than 2 decades.
Yeah, we had Jason Momoa talking about that and the damage. The footage is just mind-boggling.
The money was split among 3 local organizations, the Hawaiian Council, the Lahui Foundation, and the Hui o He'enalu. The storms caused an estimated $1 billion in damage statewide, flooded hundreds of homes in Oahu, and left as many as 115,000 residents without power, caused widespread damage to farms. The band noted that, yes, Jason Momoa, who has ties to Hawaii, was already on the ground working with local organizations when they reached out to help. Japanese pop metal group Baby Metal has announced a North American and Latin American world tour this fall. So they're not coming into our area, but I thought this was an interesting story. I popped on and I pulled up a Baby Metal video this morning. Steve, I kind of think you might like them if you haven't seen them before. Yeah. They're Japanese, and the music is banging metal speed, but the vocals are like pop music.
Really?
And it's melodic like pop music.
So like a K-pop heavy metal hybrid?
Kind of like it.
Even though K-pop is Korean?
This is Japanese,
Yeah.
but yeah. And these 3 girls, they dress the same, and they have these choreographed dance moves that are really cute.
Baby Metal.
But they're called Baby Metal. I thought it was pretty interesting. The North American leg kicks off August 30th in San Diego, runs through early October, hitting cities like Denver, Chicago, Toronto, Boston, Dallas, and Phoenix. I didn't see anything in this area. But Hailstorm And Violent Vera are going to serve as support acts on the North American tour, which is pretty cool.
They're attractive, obviously. They're choreographed. They do nothing without the sound on indicates that they're metal.
Yep.
But that would be interesting.
So the tour also includes appearances at the Louder Than Life and Aftershock Festival. And they're all over Latin America as well, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Peru, and more. Tickets go on sale April 10th, by the way.
You want to hear what they sound like?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here
that's
we
some.
go.
Oh, dude.
We made it to the second lyric.
Yeah, we did. One last story. It's hard to believe, but Arnel Pineda has been the lead singer of Journey for 19 years, which makes him the longest tenured singer for the group, topping Steve Perry's 15 years over 2 stints. But Perry managed something that Pineda has yet to pull off. He quit the band twice. Pineda tried twice, but band commitments kept him on stage. In an interview with Rolling Stone, Pineda explained that personal issues made him want to quit. He said, I said to Neil and Jonathan, I wanted to retire because of my personal problems. No answer. That's what he said. No answer. Like they just didn't even respond to him.
That has to be a very nightmarish dynamic because everyone hates each other.
Yes. Pineda told Rolling Stone that he wasn't consulted before Journey booked 60 dates on the U.S. Final Frontier Tour for 2026, scheduled through August, and 40 more next year. Neil Sean told the outlet that Pineda can't up and quit the group as their touring contract allegedly stipulates that no tour can happen without him.
What movie was that where the guy he was trying to break up with a girl and she's like, no, I don't think so. We're not.
Oh, I don't remember.
How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, maybe?
I don't know if I've ever seen that movie.
The singer went on to explain that much of his personal turmoil comes from his disintegrating marriage to his wife, Cherry. Despite their differing opinions on touring, Pineda still has great appreciation for his bandmates. He said, I love the guys. I respect them so much, and I will remain until the last days of my life grateful and really feeling blessed for what they've done for me.
So Steve Perry's girlfriend was Sherry, and his estranged wife is Cherry.
I didn't even think about that.
He's got a type.
Interesting.
Okay. Steve, we do actually have the audio from the.
Okay.
Thank you, Ryan, for setting this up.
Yeah, good. Dude. Are we going to really have some?
we have it.
Okay, all right. So, I don't know.
I'm just amazed that we heard the second lyric of the song.
All right, here we go. Now, wait till you hear the lyrics, okay? All right. That's all we have. But it's melodic like pop music, but with
they got energy, man.
Metal backing on it. All right, that's it in music news. So you know what we'll do? We'll take a break. We will come back in just a moment, and we'll wrap up our show. And Matt Cord will supply you with the letter of the day for our Word of the Week prize. So make sure you stay there. And try to hit those marks. And it helps.
Yeah.
It helps me stay on track.
You have something to stay on. So, and also reward yourself.
Yes.
If you're losing weight, reward yourself with alcohol.
Yeah,
Please.
right.
Yeah. Heavily.
But that's why I
I'm
signed
going to
up.
drink this whole bottle.
That's why I signed up for things like sprint triathlons or 5Ks or, even the Bend to the Shore. When I have something that, especially something like Bend to the Shore, which is, that it's a long ass bike ride.
Or the Olympics.
If I have that on the horizon, then that gives me a reason to get to, or get on my bike or get on into the gym. And, also anybody who is, there's I don't think it's a book. It might be an app, but it's called Couch to 5K. So if you've never run or anything like that, it is a great tool to use to just get out and get active and do a 5K. So if you see a 5K in your future, Phillies do a 5K in March, and if you see something like that, sign up for it and then get the app Couch to 5K, and it'll kind of coach you along.
Stephen, you talk about giving yourself rewards. That's key. I have daily rewards.
Sure,
but I don't get to take advantage of those until I finish everything on my list. And then when I'm done, I can smoke a little weed.
So that's for me is the intermittent fasting. I hit my mark, and then I make sure. Case, I read a book that's really good called 5K to Couch, which is awesome. It's a lot easier, I found, and I've hit all my goals.
All right, another survey topic for you. This is a survey of 5,281 U.S. adults, and the question was, where do you most often dispose of your fingernail clippings?
Oh, trash can.
Trash can?
Yeah.
Okay, so you generally do it over trash can.
I try and do it over the trash can.
Steve, toilet. Marissa, do you have a spot where you deposit your clippings?
Toilet.
Yeah, I'm toilet as well. Ryan, where do you get rid of your clippings?
Trash can for me.
Trash can. Okay. Number one on the survey is trash can. In fact, overwhelmingly so. 73% of people dispose of their clippings in trash cans.
We're the loose cannons.
We are.
Yeah.
But we're second. So not too bad. Oh, but only 7% of people use the toilet.
You know what I do, though?
It's just convenient.
Dispose of poop in the trash can.
Wow, that's radical.
Which is weird.
Yeah.
I try to clip my fingernails. The toenails, I think it's done at the salon, you know what I'm saying? But my fingernails, I tend to clip.
I clip mine at home.
But if I don't clip my fingernails, what I'll wait to do is wait for them to get soft in the shower and then bite them because they come off better that way. And then I'll do them in the shower.
So you just chew them up in the shower?
So, not all the time, but if that's the only two places for me: trash can, shower.
Right. Oh yeah, I forgot the other place I put them behind the couch.
Behind the couch.
Yeah. Rochelle loves that. Did you just flick your?
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've been back there?
Why are you hanging up behind the couch?
That's when I'm. But I'm not actively clipping. That's when I'm I'm gnawing on my nails and we'll flick them back.
What about
there.
the scabs?
The scabs are back there too. Same spot. No problem.
It's a no man's land behind your couch.
But the toenails, Casey, I know you go to a salon for your toenails. I do it old school.
I put my foot up on the toilet seat and I clip the toenails.
So I do it while I'm sitting on the toilet, maybe taking a dump, and I will clip the nails. I'm knocking two things out at the same time, and then I just scoop them up off the floor and throw them into the toilet.
So I put my foot up on the toilet seat and I have the
trash can behind you,
me, and I take a dump into that.
Makes sense.
Press, you are not down with going to get pedicures, right?
No, I don't like it.
All right.
I had one time. I hated it.
Because my pedicurist, she left, but she traveled.
What did you do to her?
I didn't do anything to her. She just wasn't happy with where she was, and now I'm going to have to go up to your neck of the woods because she's in freaking Lansdale now.
What?
Yeah.
You're going to travel that far?
I told her I would. Not all the time. I cannot go to. She's at Hollywood Nails on Main Street in Lansdale. So
she's your gal.
She's my gal. Listen, anybody who lives in that Lansdale area, if you want to get a great pedicure, ask for Yen. Her American name is Lisa. Ask for Yen or Lisa at Hollywood Nails on Main Street in Lansdale. But
she does your manicures and your painting and all that stuff.
I don't do manicures, pedicures.
Pedicures.
Yeah, she does all that. But she's really listen. I get.
Why don't you do a manicure if you're doing?
I've done manicures because I don't need them. You know, and like I really like the foot massage at a pedicure.
Okay, it's the foot massage thing that really draws you.
But then also. I get ingrown toenails on both of my big toes, and Yen really gets in there. And
you son of a bitch.
It hurts, but it's like a weird pain that I like at the same time.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, but they make you cry, pussy.
And I know we've talked about it before, but we should revisit it. You know, the distance you will travel for a service.
Yeah.
From an individual who is, either it's a haircut or something along those lines, but it's worth it for you for whatever reason.
Yeah, so the lady who cuts my hair with regularity, her name's Jackie, and she lives in, I'll give you her exact address. No, she lives in Westbrook Park area, and she used to cut this guy's hair who was a priest at Holy Cross, which is right there. He's now in Vineland, New Jersey, and he travels from Vineland to Clifton Heights.
You go with what
to get
you
his
know.
haircut.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so by the way, number 2 is toilet, where you deposit your fingernail clippings. Number 3 is outside. Number 4 is in the sink. Number 5 is I leave them where they fall. 3% said that.
Very cavalier.
6% said I never clip them. Wow, okay.
Oh, some people.
Do you know I get rid of my old mail in the toilet as well?
Wow.
Yeah.
How long does it take for a nail to decompose, right?
I don't know. I you would think a while.
Right?
It's keratin, right?
Yeah.
So, I think it sticks around for a long time. Some 7%, 2% said somewhere else, and 8% said they're not sure. I don't know what I
forgot.
Yeah. All right, so there you go. Another survey. This was a poll of 2,000 smartphone users and owners. 47. This is the top phone habits that people want to kick. They hope to kick. So 47% said they really want to spend less time on their phones in general this year. The average person spends 3 hours a day on their phones. Wow. And for Gen Z, that jumps to over 5 hours
Stop and think about that. Stop and think about how connected we are now. And it just makes you feel terrible if you find yourself doom scrolling. It just sucks the life out of you.
But part of it too is like a text. Like if you get a text, are you supposed to stop everything you're doing and respond to that, or can you prioritize that and say, I don't want to be on my phone right now, I'll get to that later?
Yeah,
it's a toss-up.
I want to get off my phone and get onto my computer and visit Pornhub.
Well, and scrolling is part of it as well. But yesterday, like we had Crystal Marie on, and she posted pictures of being here in the studio and everything. And I went through and I looked at them. And then I started looking at the comments, and she was responding to every single comment. And I'm like, that is a lot of time.
It is.
That is a lot of time out of the day. Now, she's got a different work schedule than we do.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe I would have more time if I was doing comedy at night and pretty much my days were kind of open.
But also that is kind of work for her, right? So when you engage with people who engage with you, it helps gain followers and all that stuff.
I don't really respond to the ones if I don't post that often on social media, but I posted one the other day. I got a lot of responses. They're great. I did read them, but the idea of going through and responding to every single one it's too much of a time suck.
Well, and for her, it could sell tickets.
Yeah.
If someone's like, "Oh, you're in town," you respond personally, that person's going to go out and buy tickets.
So according to the survey, nearly a third of respondents, 31%, admit that they check their phone within 10 minutes of waking up every day, and another 30% do it most days. Almost a quarter, 23%, have already tried to do a digital detox, but that lasts less than a day.
I wonder
for 18% of them.
In the pecking order of things and habits to kick, and we know how a nicotine habit compares to a heroin habit and an addiction. Where does an addiction to tech, to your phone, where does that fall?
Well, so for me, I know it's harder when I'm here, but like when I did my trip to the Grand Canyon, when I had no choice, there was no cell signal. It was so easy and it was so refreshing.
Sure.
But here where I don't have that,
that's when you got
ripped away from me.
Lost and were able to survive on some beans.
Thank God I put the beans in the flashlight, Steve. Yeah, I told you that story.
It's a great story.
So there's on 93.3 WNMR, and Two Princes going to wrap up our music for today. Plenty more to come very shortly, friend, because you'll be in the capable hands of one Mr. Matt Cord in just a few minutes. Today has been a fun day. Would like to thank those involved in the program. We had a nice little chat with our friends Mike and Alex, who we've been talking to for the past 14 years on Good Day, being in Philadelphia for 30 years now is a special celebration that they're having. So
quite an accomplishment. They had their big celebration this Friday just passed, and obviously we were accepting our thing over at the Red Cross.
Right.
So.
Matt Cord was actually a part of that, and we'll talk to him in just a second. Something's coming to our studio here that we weren't aware of. But I would also like to thank Ted McGinley, who was on the program from Shrinking. He plays Derek. He's such a great character.
It's a really good guy, man, and he has what a career.
Oh, my God. And we just we mainly focused on Shrinking, which you had a question about Revenge of the Nerds, but we could ask him about his entire career because he's done so many things. But if you haven't seen Shrinking yet, new episode tonight, Apple TV Plus. Fantastic program. It's good for you. Check it out. We also made an announcement today, and that is our cash promotion, No Sad Dough. It's going to start on Monday, and maybe you've heard this before if you've been listening to MMR for a while. It's your chance to win $1,000 5 times a day. Monday through Friday, we'll give you a keyword at 8 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 3, and 5 p.m., and then you'll have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it. And 3 ways to do it. The contest page, WMMR.com. the MMR app, or you can text it the keyword to the special short code number we have set up, which is 45911. And when we're going to choose a random winner, and somebody's going to get $1,000.
I love this.
Sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. So we were happy to bring that to you, and that starts on Monday. Okay, Matt Cord. Hey, man.
Hey, Press.
How you doing?
How are you?
I'm awesome. So do you want to describe what we have here, or should
First
I do
off,
it?
this is my good friend. I call him Lenai Rye and his lovely wife, Shannon.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
They live in Lenai, Pennsylvania.
All right.
There we go.
And remember the Mummers Parade? And there was a bunch of Pierre tributes.
Yes.
Ryan is in the brigade called Jacks, right? Yeah.
Oh, in the Jacks. Yeah, absolutely.
And
Very
they had
familiar.
that. And he's had it in his garage for a long time.
Explain what it is.
All right. It is it's at least a 6 foot. It looks like it's close to 6 feet tall, maybe 5.5. It is a portrait of Pierre Robert, and it's Pierre hugging the WMMR microphone, and it's very softly. It looks like a classic painting.
It looks tremendous.
with a golden embossed frame around it, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's huge.
I remember you guys were talking about it the day after the Mummers Parade when you got that. Yeah. And Ryan was in that brigade. And then he's had it in his garage for a long time. And I went over to get it the other day. I'm like, I can't fit that in my
There's
car.
no way. That
So
wouldn't
Ryan's
fit.
got a truck, so they brought it here today.
Oh,
Dude,
that's
that's
really
so
nice.
cool. Thank you guys. Come over here to the microphone, Ryan, if you don't mind, for a second. Were you one of the people that was dressed up as Pierre that day? No. Okay. Did you have one member that was dressed as Pierre? Or
Yes, there was one. I'm new this year. So
Okay.
I'm brand new. Friend of
Gotcha.
mine, Brad Smith, got me into it.
Yeah.
So it is my first year, and it's a lot of fun. Never realized how much fun it would actually be.
No,
That's
it's
awesome,
great.
man.
And we love the tribute. The tribute was amazing.
Yeah, but they wanted to make, see if you guys wanted it.
Oh,
'cause
God,
everybody
yeah.
else could, we don't have any room for it.
It's massive.
These type of things have been kind of finding their way back here to the radio station, and they're living in different spots, which is really fun. Down in our promotions department, there's one from the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
Now we have this that can live here. They're really special.
We got to figure out where we're going to put that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, is that something you see when you enter the complex? Is it? I mean, in his studio, is it something for the hallway?
If
Is
we
it-
had a reception desk, we could put it there,
Yeah.
but we don't have a reception.
What about
area.
the mailroom? Oh, we don't have a mailroom.
Yeah, we don't have a mailroom either. It just
Yeah.
keeps evaporating.
Yeah.
We'll find a good spot for
Yeah.
it. But, dude, that's really, really cool. Thank you for bringing that by
Absolutely,
here.
guys. Thanks.
You're going to hang out with Matt for a little bit? Excellent.
All right,
man.
there you go.
All right.
Yeah.
Matt, shall we do the letter of the day?
Yes,
All
let's
right, then
do the letter of the day.
See what you got going on.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show brought to you today by the letter
N as in Nazareth.
Now you're messing with a son of a bitch. We got a 10-mile stock car racing experience on the Super Speedway at Pocono Raceway. We're going to give away. Don't give another boring gift away. Put that special someone behind the wheel of a heart-pounding 160-mile-per-hour stock car at Pocono Raceway, and you can get a gift voucher at 877stockcar.com. So we just have 2 more letters to go, and then we will give that away. Got some good stuff planned today?
You know, I was thinking I should do something for April Fool's Day. Did you guys do anything?
Casey did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I got some tattoos.
Yeah.
And oh wow, those are serious.
Yeah, it's a serious tattoo.
And you had Jackie doing sports.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw.
I didn't realize that was his April Fool's Day.
It really wasn't.
Oh, okay.
We totally forgot it was April Fool's.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know Ben FM's playing Christmas music today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
I thought
kinda
maybe.
fun.
Remember the one time you guys threw stuff off the roof?
We were talking about it this
yeah.
morning,
And-
and you were our correspondent.
Yeah, no, but I thought it was real at first, and then I
came
called.
down there.
Yeah. But you guys sold that. What year was that?
Oh, my God. That was a Y100.
Yeah,
It was. We did it twice. Once when we were Y100
Right.
Media, and then another time at Y100
But
Conchi.
you kept, maybe it was
Yeah.
Preston, kept saying, this is not really happening.
Yeah.
But no one bought it.
Yeah, I was from a legal standpoint.
Yeah.
I wanted to be clear. Oh, this isn't happening, but we're going to go check it out anyway.
Yeah.
And we were talking that they were throwing TVs, and
TVs.
then eventually, all right, we got a refrigerator.
Yeah.
We're going to drop this off the top of
So
City
good.
Hall right
But
now.
the sell was okay because what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to follow it down. This is not something that you can use a comforter for to catch. So, and people
No,
were
it's
like,
good.
okay, but we've done so many April Fool's things over the years that it's like
Yeah.
shy of blowing up the building. I don't know what to do.
What can you do? Yeah. So no April Fools on the show today. We got a block of Collective Soul Floyd. Black Sabbath, Ozzy, and Pierre's vinyl cut, Wings at the Speed of Sound.
Excellent.
Which is, Let 'Em In is on this record.
Yeah.
Someone's Knock as Silly Love Songs. I think this is the first Wings record where they all contributed writing and singing.
Okay.
And by
That
the way,
documentary's coming out, by the way.
I saw it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, Man on the Run. Great. You'll love it.
I'm a big Wings fan, so I'm
There's
looking
so
forward
much
to that.
video footage. You forget that Linda was a photographer.
Yes. Yeah.
And she had a video camera before. There's just so much video stuff.
The Kodak
And when they went on tour, they brought everybody, like their kids, their animals, their sheep. It was like the Partridge Family bus.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a great part in the documentary where he wants to start a band after the Beatles. And he goes to Linda, he goes, "You want to be in the band?" And she's like, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay, now I got one."
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right, I got to check that out. All right, Matt's going to take care of you, and I got to take care of our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by, Camelback Resort. Adventure awaits at Camelback Resort. Skiing and tubing are open until April 12th. CamelbackResort.com. Believe it or not, skiing and tubing, it's still going on.
That's pretty wild.
Tomorrow on the program, we got a couple special things. So the Artemis launch is today. We'll have Derek Pitts of the Franklin Institute on tomorrow. Talk a little bit about that, and we can talk about all kinds of stuff with Derek. He's
Project Hail Mary.
Yeah, the chief astronomer. We will also have, and I love this, we've had them in before, the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. It's
pretty amazing.
Some amazing musicians, and they're going to be here in our studio tomorrow. So we'll get to those things and more. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day in the morning, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.